The girl was Lashy, the first princess of the Berry Kingdom. Destined for a life of tranquility, she was forced to marry into the cold-blooded Treachery Empire, becoming its empress, in place of her captured younger sister, Nicola. She caught the eye of the Treachery Emperor, but she refused him, still clinging to faith in her own kingdom. The consequence was daily torture in the dungeons. Now, she regretted not accepting his offer to become empress. After 10 years in darkness, she was sent back to her kingdom, only to be abandoned by her people. Even her own family branded her a traitor. Lashy couldn't believe it. She, who had saved the kingdom by marrying into the bloodthirsty empire in her sister's stead, was now considered a traitor. It turned out she wasn't the empress's biological daughter. Before the empress and emperor married, when the emperor had just become king, the empress had been his uncle's fiancée. Lashy's powerful magic stemmed from her uncle and the empress transferring their own potent magic to her. Her black hair was proof she wasn't the empress's child. The emperor had only acknowledged her as his daughter to exploit her magic. Long ago, when Lashy went to the battlefield to replace Nicola, her sister had already been blamed for everything by the emperor. She had gone to save her sister, but it had been twisted into a provocative display of force, as if she had led the army herself. Just then, a blue-haired young man, her servant, San, approached Lashy's cell, tossing her a piece of bread. Lashy didn't want to die without understanding, so she pleaded with San to tell her everything before her execution. Lashy thought to herself, regretting her foolishness. She had worked like a slave for the people she called family, done everything for the people of this kingdom, risked her life, only to be labeled a traitor. Before dying, Lashy swore she wouldn't forgive those who had wronged her. Heaven never fully closes a door. Lashy opened her eyes to find herself standing before a mirror, combing her hair. Lashy didn't understand what was happening. She was in her own room, treated like royalty. Even the blue-haired young man was there, pulling out a chair for her. Lashy noticed he looked younger than before. Her execution. At that moment, a servant poured her some water. It was Nicola's birthday. Lashy asked the servant what year it was, according to the continental calendar. The bewildered servant replied, "It's March 4th, 654. Lashy was astonished. This was 10 years ago. It meant she had been reborn, back to a time when she was still the obedient first princess. The servant read a letter from the Treachery Empire regarding her sister Nicola's marriage. Lashy thought to herself, the letter didn't directly mention the second princess, Nicola. Perhaps the person they truly wanted was her, Lashy. Lashy remembered how this event had ruined her life. Now, reborn 10 years in the past, she still remembered everything from her previous life. Looking at the mirror, Lashy suddenly pictured herself being tortured in the Treachery Empire's dungeons. The image made her recoil in fear. Lashy swore she would take revenge on those who had ruined her life. Snapping back to the present, Lashy told the servants she was just a little tired and asked them not to tell her family, as she didn't want them to worry. Suddenly, a servant rushed in frantically, announcing that the emperor wished to speak with her. Lashy wasn't flustered. The words the servant was about to relay from the emperor already echoed in her mind. Lashy looked at everyone coldly. Clearly, everyone here knew the truth, but they remained silent. Very well, if they want to play a game, she would play along. She then turned, her face breaking into a pleasant expression, and instructed the servants to tidy her room. Lashy thought, if her past memories were anything to go by, the king would reveal the contents of the letter. His Majesty, the Emperor of the Treachery Empire, wished for Berry Kingdom's second princess, Nicola, to become his empress. In this kingdom, both she and Nicola were princesses. If Nicola, her younger sister, became the empress, she would be the empress of the Treachery Empire. But they didn't know this was a trap by the Treachery Empire to take Nicola hostage. Lashy recalled being seen as a traitor by her own people and subjects, thinking, if you want me to be cruel, I will grant your wish. At that moment, the Emperor, Lashy's father, summoned the entire family. He announced the contents of the letter. Lashy confirmed she had indeed returned to the past, as everyone here looked much younger. The Emperor declared that the Treachery Emperor wanted one of the Berry Kingdom's 2 daughters as his empress, surprising everyone. The Emperor decided to choose Nicola, who had just come of age. The chosen one should have been the first princess, Lashy, but she hadn't protested before. In the past, Lashy had only wanted to support her sister, but now she knew that none of the people she valued were sincere toward her. Unlike Nicola, who was always cherished, she wasn't valued. They were willing to send her to the battlefield to save Nicola. While Lashy was still reminiscing reminiscing about the past. Everyone agreed with the decision. Seeing Nicola's pensive expression, Lashy wondered if she was hesitating, afraid of losing this opportunity. Lashy decided to speak up, saying she disagreed with the decision, surprising everyone. Lashy affirmed that it was a good thing for Nicola to become empress, but the empress of that tyrannical emperor, the Cherit Emperor, Gowong, was known for his cruelty and bloodthirst. Lashy thought, at this age, Nicola would surely be frightened by these words. Lashy continued to speak about Emperor Gowong, making everyone apprehensive. Lashy knew Gowong's cruelty was real. One only had to look at how he treated his soldiers. Not only that, but he also had 6 concubines who constantly fought amongst themselves. If Nicola married him, she would be dragged into the dangerous world of the imperial harem. Lashy pretended to be worried about Nicola. Lashy thought, in her past life, Nicola had tried to run back home within the first month. Nicola had sent back numerous letters, the contents of which were solely about His Majesty not caring for her, everyone trying to harm her, and her loneliness. After some thought, Lashy boldly declared she would marry the Cherit Emperor in Nicola's place. Lashy, who had never been considered for the position, was now willing to sacrifice herself for Nicola. Lashy regretted how she had continuously sacrificed for Nicola in her past life, only to receive scornful smiles in return. Hearing Lashy's proposal, the emperor immediately agreed. He spoke of necessary evils, which reminded Lashy of his words before her execution. In her past life, everyone had agreed instantly, filling Lashy with disgust. Because of this family, she had become a villain. In May of the Continental Calendar year 654, Lashy successfully married Gowong, the emperor of the Cherit Empire. Lashy wondered if Gowong's concubines were jealous. These matters are nothing compared to my 10 years of suffering in my past life. After the priest finished reading the vows, Lashy and Gowong kissed. Lashy thought to herself, I will definitely invade the Berry Kingdom. Cherit was a perpetually cold empire. Throughout its long history, Cherit had annexed countless kingdoms, making it incredibly prosperous. In the Berry Kingdom, fire magic was the signature magic, and it was also the magic Lashy possessed. Each kingdom had its own unique magic. In the Cherit Empire, healing magic was reserved for the royal family members with the strongest magical power. In the Berry Kingdom, the emperor and Lashy's younger brother, Eric, possessed the purest power, while Nicola inherited her mother's magic, making it quite weak. Lashy, possessing the strongest magic in the royal family, was believed to be her uncle's biological daughter. Previously, the current empress had been involved with many nobles and was later betrothed to the second prince of Berry, who possessed the strongest magic at the time. However, she ultimately chose the current emperor, the first prince at the time, as her husband. The former emperor of the Cherit Empire had many wives and, therefore, many children. The current emperor, Gowong, possessed the most exceptional magic, so he became the heir and ascended to the throne less than a year later. A war of succession broke out in the Cherit Empire. There were rumors that Gowong himself killed his father, the former emperor. After his ascension, Gowong continuously expanded Cherit's territory. Gowong took 6 concubines, each as beautiful as a celestial being. The concubines of Cherit resided in the same castle and possessed incredibly powerful magic. Even if the empress's position was filled, it wouldn't shake their standing. Lashy thought to herself, how could someone as practical as Nicola survive in such a harem? After the wedding ceremony, Gowong told Lashy that he wouldn't interfere in the emotional disputes of the harem, so she would have to handle them herself. Then he turned and left. Lashy thought the only person who could be said to be on her side was San, the blue-haired servant who had spoken to her before her execution in her past life. Lashy knew it would be more convenient to bring a maid, but she was only allowed to bring one person, someone who would neither help nor harm her. In her past life, there had only been San, the servant, so Lashy only wanted to bring San to the Cherit Empire, even though she still didn't quite trust him. Lashy asked San if he had any objections to her taking him along. San simply replied that he had no objections. Lashy thought, in her past life, she hadn't noticed that he seemed rather lifeless. He was a very competent steward in the palace, but unpopular. He always kept to himself, doing his own work, not interacting with anyone. That was why, in her past life, when San came to see her before her death, he hadn't brought anyone along. It could be said that he held no prejudice against anyone. Lashy suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen any maids since arriving in Cherit. As empress, she should have at least 2 maids attending to her. but there wasn't even anyone to clean the room. Lashy thought, in her past life, when Nicola was married off, she had encountered the same situation. Even so, this was nothing compared to having to sleep in a tent or a dungeon. Lashy was determined not to live a resigned life like she had in her past life. Lashy asked the servants outside to bring her some water, but no one responded. Sen was about to speak, but she stopped him. Lashy approached a maid, startling her, and threatened her with fire magic, demanding to know why she was being ignored. Lashy thought, the person behind this must be one of the concubines or the Empress Dowager. The frightened maid confessed that it was an order from senior maid, so she couldn't disobey. Lashy ordered the maid to bring her water, and then splashed the water on her as a warning. She thought, in my past life, I might not have been able to do something like this, but compared to what I've been through, this is nothing. Lashy recalled how she had threatened and interrogated every maid, but everyone gave a different story, some saying it was a concubine, others a court lady. Lashy thought, since they all mentioned a court lady, I'll summon her. The court lady, as she arrived, thought to herself, what a troublesome empress. But upon arrival, she was surprised to find Lashy's room in disarray. Lashy smirked and called her over. Lashy remembered how spoiled Nicola and her precious younger brother, Eric, were as children. They always wanted everyone to do things their way, or they would throw tantrums and smash things. She always had to clean up their toys. Now she understood how satisfying smashing things could be. The court lady asked in a panic what had happened to make the room so messy. Lashy calmly stated that, as the court lady, she was irresponsible for not arranging for someone to clean. Lashy, feigning innocence, asked why everyone was ignoring her. The court lady, unafraid, shouted, Lashy, why did you make such a mess of this room? She assumed Lashy had destroyed the room in a fit of rage. Why is she like this on the first day? She thought, wondering if Lashy was mad, and continued to yell. Lashy and San were taken aback by the maid's audacity. With a triumphant air, the court lady declared that she was the head maid, managing all the servants and maids, appointed by the emperor himself. Her orders were the emperor's orders. Then she told Lashy to understand her place. She was merely a decoration. She continued with her venomous words, saying that not a single servant here was willing to serve Lashy, triggering memories of Lashy's painful past. She turned to leave, but Lashy stopped her. She told the court lady that as empress, she wouldn't allow a mere servant to insult her. Lashy challenged the court lady to prove her claim, that her orders were the emperor's orders. If you say so, then if the emperor's favored maid were injured, I wonder if his majesty would come running to you immediately. Then, she grabbed the court lady's hair, pulled out a pair of scissors, and declared her intention to give her a stylish new haircut. The court lady struggled, her face getting scratched, crying out in pain. She begged Lashy for mercy. Lashy remembered screaming like this herself when she was tortured in her past life. But Emperor Gawang was a cold and ruthless man. He didn't care even for his own relatives, let alone an insignificant servant. Then she brought the scissors down, cutting the court lady's hair. After Lashy finished cutting the court lady's hair, her room became much cleaner. Everyone in the palace was talking about the incident. They thought Lashy was a cruel person and shared fabricated stories about her. They said she wanted to usurp second Prince Eric's position and increase taxes on the people. All lies concocted by Lashy's precious family back in Barry. They also gossiped about how those with royal blood had characteristic golden hair, representing their magic, and only Lashy had black hair, which they attributed to her cruel nature. At that moment, the Empress's attendant reported the incident with the court lady to Emperor Gawang, but he didn't care, displaying his indifference. In Lashy's room, San was reading an invitation to a tea party sent by the Emperor's concubines. San said that attending the concubines' events was also part of Lashy's duties as Empress, so she should host a tea party to meet them. Lashy thought, a concubine tea party? It doesn't seem like something I really need to attend. I have dinner with the Emperor tonight anyway. In the letters Nicola had sent back in her past life, she had mentioned being mistreated in Cherit, so Lashy probably wouldn't be welcome this time either. Lashy asked San if she should go to the tea party, but San only replied that it was her decision. Lashy recalled how, in her past life, when she was locked in the dungeons, Gawang's concubines had come to humiliate her as well. She asked San who sent the invitation, and San replied that it was the fourth concubine, Elizabeth, which caused Lashy's expression to change. In her past life, before Lashy lost her sight, Elizabeth had visited and subjected her to terrible insults. All the concubines had sneered and mocked Lashy, looking at her like an animal in a cage. Even after she lost her sight, she had still been subjected to the same disdain. After a moment of thought, Lashy readily agreed to attend the tea party. At the tea party, the emperor's concubines were gossiping about Lashy, even comparing her to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, simply sitting there, exuded an air of elegance. They believed Elizabeth was the one truly worthy of being the empress. At that moment, Lashy entered the tea party, wearing a striking red dress. All 6 concubines stared at her with envious eyes. Then Elizabeth spoke. With a saccharine smile, she invited Lashy to sit, reminding Lashy of her two-faced nature. In the dungeons, Lashy remembered that only one of the concubines had been kind to her, but perhaps she hadn't come to the tea party today. The concubines all feigned concern, asking about her well-being, then quickly pivoting to the false rumors they had heard. Lashy couldn't be bothered to address their prattle. Elizabeth even mocked Lashy's black hair, claiming she was a bastard child. Lashy thought to herself that a young girl like Nicola certainly wouldn't be able to withstand such attacks. Lashy finally spoke, frankly admitting to being a bastard child. Then, she turned the insult back on Elizabeth, stating that if Elizabeth were pregnant, it wouldn't be much different from having a bastard, and how unfortunate the concubine's child would be. This greatly angered Elizabeth. To retaliate for the disdain towards her hair color, Lashy even insinuated that the child might not be born with platinum hair like Emperor Gowong's, and that it was uncertain whether Gowong would even acknowledge the concubine's child. This caused Elizabeth to slam her hand on the table in fury. Lashy simply smiled and left, glancing back to tell the bowing servants that she had dinner with His Majesty tonight, further fueling Elizabeth's rage. Fuming, Elizabeth stormed out of the tea party, vowing never to acknowledge Lashy as empress and to personally drive her out of the kingdom. Seeing the dining hall being prepared for the emperor and Lashy's dinner, Elizabeth smiled faintly, saying she would help prepare Lashy's meal for the evening. Meanwhile, Lashy had just finished getting ready. She mused that she hadn't seen him since their wedding, but dining together as husband and wife was unavoidable. Emperor Gowong's reason for marrying one of the Berry princesses was to have her as a hostage. Lashy was determined to prove her worth to Gowong by providing useful information, and dinner was the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, a servant brought her a letter, supposedly from the emperor, saying he was waiting for her for dinner. Lashy doubted she was to meet him immediately, so this was definitely not from the emperor. She knew the true sender of this letter. Lashy remained calm. There's plenty of time, so I'll play along with her and see what she can do. When she arrived, she looked around but didn't see anyone, nor anyone hiding. Suddenly, a bucket of paint poured down on Lashy from above. From above, Elizabeth pretended to have accidentally spilled the paint on her. She even taunted Lashy, saying the white paint would make her hair look less unfortunate. Gowong saw everything from above, but he didn't care. Lashy calmly told San to prepare new clothes for her. Meanwhile, Gowong was sitting in the dining hall, waiting for Lashy. The servants gossiped about why Lashy was so late. Gowong thought, how disappointing. I thought Lashy was a special girl, but it turns out she's just another weak woman. I suppose she's crying in her room right now. Just as he was about to return to his own chambers, Lashy arrived, much to his surprise. Lashy appeared, her golden hair shimmering, looking exceptionally beautiful. He remembered that in the past life, Nicola had also been doused with paint, but unlike Lashy, she had screamed and demanded to return to Berry. It turned out Lashy had golden hair all along, but she had been dyeing it black. She had washed off the paint and the dye in her hair. Now, she no longer needed to maintain that black hair. All this time, she had dyed her hair black at the request of the Emperor and Empress of Berry. They had said her black hair looked better, and if people saw her golden hair, it would be detrimental to her. After being reborn, Lashy had maintained her black hair while in Berry to avoid trouble. In the Berry Kingdom, golden hair was the color of the royal family. Golden and platinum hair were the mark of those with the strongest magic on the continent. No one in the Berry royal family except Lashy had golden hair, so this hair color proved her worth. Suddenly, Lashy noticed the Emperor looking astonished. Lashy remembered that in her past life, it was Gowong who had healed her eyes. Gowong asked if she had just dyed her hair, but Lashy denied it, stating it was her natural color. Seeing Gawang's continued curiosity, Lashy explained that family customs compelled her to dye her hair black, leaving Gawang perplexed. Lashy thought to herself, he doesn't know I'm a victim yet, so I can't rush this. Lashy elaborated, explaining that Nicola and Eric's magic was weak, so their hair hadn't fully turned gold yet. Rumors suggested that her brother, Prince Eric, would inherit the throne, but because his magic wasn't as strong as hers, she was forced to dye her hair black to conceal her true strength and support Eric. With an air of pride, Lashy noted that Gawang seemed quite interested in her family. She expressed her pleasure at being able to dine with him in her true form, believing her golden hair and his platinum hair were a perfect match. Gawang fell into deep thought after hearing this, prompting Lashy to quickly add that she hadn't intentionally tried to become his ideal type. She simply believed she was worthy of being the empress and considered herself the noblest of Gawang's women. Hearing this, Gawang became enraged, deeming her arrogant and warning that if she overstepped her boundaries as empress, she would die by his hand. Lashy wasn't afraid, knowing that if he killed her, Gawang would lose a valuable source of information. Then, Lashy mentioned the name Kongsun, the largest merchant ship of the Cherit Empire. This ship traveled between many different kingdoms for trade. Because the Cherit Empire was located in a cold region with scarce resources, trade was crucial. She informed Gawang that within a month, the Kai Kingdom, an ally of the Berry Kingdom, would attack this ship. They would steal all the goods on board and leave all the sailors dead. The Cherit Empire would face a shortage of essential supplies. Berry was secretly colluding with the Kai Kingdom for this attack and helping them cover it up, all to benefit their own kingdom. Lashy knew this because before her marriage, she had overheard the Berry Emperor and the Kai Kingdom's Emperor discussing it. Clearly, her father knew Nicola was about to marry into the Cherit Empire, yet he still went through with this plan. Lashy remembered wanting to say more at the time, but Eric had interrupted her, claiming their friendly relationship with Cherit was merely superficial. He then spun the narrative, saying Lashy hadn't devised the plan, but acted out of pity for the Kai Kingdom, as they were in great need. The Berry Emperor had hypocritically declared he was proud of her for coming up with the plan, then feigned distress, saying he only did it out of necessity for the Cherit Empire. Recalling this, Lashy felt foolish. In the end, the Cherit Empire wouldn't know who truly orchestrated the plan. In her past life, the Kai Kingdom had taken full responsibility because the ship's wreckage was found on their shores. They were not only occupied, but also forced to pay a massive sum in reparations to Cherit. Gawang had managed to control the situation and minimize the damage, so the case remained unresolved at the time. Of course, all the credit for covering up for the Kai Kingdom went to the Emperor and Eric. Back at the dinner, Gawang suspected Lashy was trying to extract information from him. Lashy explained and told Gawang the ship would be attacked in a month. She had precise information about the date, time, location, and the ambush itself. To gain Gawang's trust, Lashy allowed him to test her by observing whether the ship was truly attacked, so he would know her usefulness. Gawang reasoned that he also needed to prove Lashy's worth. Lashy also believed that all the information she had from Berry in her past life were her weapons for survival. Gawang wanted to ask Lashy for more information, but she said she would tell him when the time came. Gawang agreed to trust Lashy and asked her for the exact time and location of the ambush. If things went as she said, he would acknowledge her. Because the Kongsuan was their primary source of supplies, it was incredibly valuable and couldn't be allowed to come to harm. However, if Lashy's intelligence proved false, she would be thrown into the sea. Meanwhile, Elizabeth was furious. She hadn't expected Lashy to have golden hair, let alone strike a deal with His Majesty. She barked at the servants, demanding to know the nature of the agreement, but no one knew. Seething, Elizabeth convinced herself that Lashy had deliberately dyed her hair black to mock her. At that moment, Lashy was reading a book. She mused that their next dinner wouldn't be for another month, and she would have to be extremely cautious until then. Suddenly, a letter, torn into shreds, was delivered to her. She questioned the servants, but they knew nothing. Lashy suspected the letter was from Berry. The first few lines were simply inquiries about the situation in Cherit. Unwilling to read the tattered missive, Lashy told Sand to throw it away. It was already torn to pieces. She didn't need to do it herself. Lashy recalled that in her past life, Nicola had also complained about receiving shredded letters. The culprits were the concubines, with Elizabeth as the primary offender. With this thought, Lashy inquired when she would see Elizabeth again and learned it would be at the end of the week. It was was a noble gathering, so presumably all the concubines would be there. Lashy decided to attend, thinking, let's see what a concubine like Elizabeth can do to me. At that moment, in the greenhouse, the third concubine, Sosa, was enjoying tea. Even an untrained, I would have been hard-pressed to distinguish the greenhouse from a regular garden. As Lashy took in the beauty of the space, she spotted Sosa. She approached, startling Sosa, who was confused. Lashy usually had black hair, but now, with her golden locks, Sosa almost didn't recognize her. With a hint of fear, Sosa offered a polite greeting. Lashy recognized the familiar timbre of her voice. Lashy wondered why the third concubine seemed so timid, then reassured herself that Sosa was merely pretending and she shouldn't be so trusting. Lashy asked Sosa why she was so shy. As the emperor's concubine, she must have some talent. Startled, Sosa quickly explained that she became a concubine due to the diplomatic relationship between her homeland and Cherit, not because of any special skill. Lashy thought that even if Sosa was feigning timidity, she could still gather some information. Putting on a friendly facade, she invited Sosa to join her for tea. Sosa, who seemed to have refined tastes, continuously praised Lashy's tea, suggesting it would be even better with violins, piquing Lashy's curiosity. Sosa explained to Lashy that violins were a popular candy in Cherit. She was surprised Lashy didn't know this. Lashy remembered her unfamiliarity with such things, as she had never attended social gatherings or tea parties back in Barry. Feeling embarrassed, Lashy resolved to learn more about these customs. Seeing Lashy's discomfort, Sosa, with a worried expression, assured her she hadn't meant to find fault. Lashy asked Sosa to tell her more about Gawang's other concubines. According to Sosa, most of the women who became Gawang's concubines were there for political reasons. Some concubines yearned for the empress's position, but the emperor didn't seem to care. Many young women had tried to get close to the emperor, but all met tragic ends. Only women of value were permitted near Gawang. Before Lashy's arrival, the closest to the empress's position had been Elizabeth. As for the sixth concubine, she was the newest addition to the harem. Sosa continued, her voice trembling slightly, that ever since an incident where a concubine tried to monopolize Gawang, no one dared to do so again. The sixth concubine was the most powerful because she was currently the most valuable. Therefore, Gawang granted her certain authority within the palace, and anyone who wanted to approach him had to go through her, would be obstructed by her. Lashy wondered why she hadn't seen any action from the sixth concubine yet. Was she still observing me? Had she noticed Elizabeth's behavior? Lashy asked Sosa about Elizabeth. Sosa replied that Elizabeth was always jealous of the other concubines and had employed numerous schemes to get closer to the empress's position, such as building her own faction. Sosa confessed she had no desire to become empress, but Elizabeth wouldn't leave her alone. She earnestly advised Lashy to be careful. Lashy asked Sosa if she intended to harm her. Sosa replied that she was merely a concubine and wouldn't dare oppose Lashy. Then, Sosa added, almost wistfully, that she never truly belonged in the palace. Hearing these words, Lashy's expression shifted, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She reached out and touched Sosa's face gratefully, thanking her. Lashy had recognized Sosa as the only concubine who had shown her kindness during her blindness and imprisonment. In her past life, despite Lashy treating Sosa as an enemy, Sosa had been like an angel, consistently kind, even softly praying for her. Lashy's heartfelt gratitude made Sosa feel that something about the Empress had changed. Lashy thought to herself that after removing all obstacles, she would formally invite Sosa to her own tea party. At a duchess's gathering, everyone was gossiping about Lashy's golden hair. The closer one's hair color was to silver or gold, the stronger their magic, a fact that greatly annoyed the concubines. Then, Lashy appeared, stunning everyone. They hadn't expected her hair to truly be golden. Praises of her beauty rippled through the room. Elizabeth, standing nearby, seethed with jealousy at the compliments showered upon Lashy. She spoke up, her tone laced with sarcasm. Lashy ignored the barbed compliments, replying humbly that since today's protagonist was someone else, she had dressed simply. She even thanked Elizabeth for her praise. Lashy then turned to greet the Duchess, but Elizabeth tripped her, nearly causing her to fall. Lashy thought to herself, so, the concubines are allowed to attend tea parties as well. A small smile played on her lips, as if she was aware of their schemes. Just then, the Duchess emerged to greet Lashy. Lashy, with a radiant smile, offered her greetings. The concubines, ignored by Lashy, fumed, left to sit and slander her to vent their frustrations. Elizabeth sat gnawing on her fingernails. Lashy approached and engaged her in conversation, causing Elizabeth to stop biting her nails. Suddenly, a concubine shrieked, but Lashy swiftly covered her mouth with her hand. Lashy had ground her heel into the concubine's foot, causing the cry of pain. Elizabeth gasped, "Lashy, stop! How can you be so violent?" Lashy, a triumphant smirk playing on her lips, replied that she was simply teaching some foolish women a lesson. Then, looking directly at Elizabeth, she said, "You have the guts to push me, but not the guts to admit it." Lashy turned away dismissively, adding, "Even if you build factions or change your tactics, Gawang won't give you a second glance. Because you're just a useless concubine." Humiliated and enraged, Elizabeth screamed at Lashy to shut up and flung a glass shard towards her face. Forgetting herself, Elizabeth continued to curse Lashy, lost in her fury. Lashy, her anger simmering, slowly picked up a knife from a table. The other concubines, terrified, scurried away, knowing Lashy was serious. But Elizabeth, still defiant, taunted Lashy to stab her. She continued to yell that Lashy wouldn't dare, confident in her position as Gawang's favored concubine. In that moment, Lashy slashed with the knife, ripping Elizabeth's dress. Forced to lie down and cover herself, Elizabeth's screams mingled with the terrified shrieks of the other concubines, drawing everyone's attention. Lashy looked down at her, her voice dripping with disdain. "Look in the mirror and tell yourself to shut up." She continued, "While Gawang may be indifferent to me, he won't protect a concubine like you. I will protect myself." Lashy recalled how this scene was not so different from her humiliation in the dungeons of her past life, at the hands of Elizabeth and the other concubines. This time, it was Elizabeth's turn to pay the price. Lashy continued to humiliate her. Elizabeth could only clutch at her torn dress to avoid further exposure. Humiliated, those around her laughed, muttering that she deserved it. Having provoked Lashy, she could only slink away, unable to utter another word. Lashy then turned her gaze towards the sixth concubine, Camilla. Camilla, sipping her wine, sneered at Lashy. "Not a bat, but a fearless kitten are we?" Meanwhile, Gawang sat in his room, receiving news that Lashy was also attending Duke Dan's wife's birthday party today. He wondered how Lashy would behave in front of the concubines. Her image suddenly flashed in his mind. When Gawang arrived at the party, he was taken aback. The party was still ongoing, but everyone had already left the main area. Gawang caught a glimpse of Elizabeth being escorted out of the party by servants, her face pale with fear. He demanded to know what had happened. A servant was about to speak when Gawang angrily interrupted. "Who permitted you to speak to me?" At that moment, a guard whispered in Gawang's ear, relaying the events that had transpired. Gawang was astonished. He watched the departing carriage, thinking, did Lashy rip Elizabeth's dress to get revenge? He chuckled, thinking Lashy was truly audacious. He had seen many women try to get close to him, but they would quickly cower and give up after the slightest threat. Gawang affirmed that Lashy was no ordinary woman. He wondered how Lashy would react if he appeared at the party. Gawang approached Lashy, who looked surprised to see him. Gawang asked what had happened, and she simply replied that it was nothing. She even boasted that everyone had welcomed her. Gawang questioned her about Elizabeth's torn dress, and Lashy, with a smile, replied, "You already know." Gawang was stunned. He then asked Lashy why she dared to touch Elizabeth. "She's the daughter of the Earl's family and controls 70% of the trade with our neighboring country, Julin." Julin and Cherit were originally hostile kingdoms. Because of that stubborn king, they refused to establish diplomatic relations or trade with the Ainit Tea Kingdom. This was the only way. Gawang said furiously, "If trade with Earl Julin ends, our connection with the Julin kingdom will disappear." Hearing this, Lashy lowered her head, apologizing to Gawang with a pitiful expression. But a moment later, her expression morphed into a triumphant smile. "You no longer need them," she declared, "because you have me now." Those around them were frightened, as the wound on Lashy's face continued to bleed. They attempted to bandage it, but Gawang swatted their hand away. He said, "Stanley, you are too arrogant. Do you want me to judge your sins here?" Those around them were terrified. Gawang added that he didn't see any value in her. However, Lashi asserted that it wouldn't be long before he acknowledged her worth. Then, she smeared the blood from her wound onto Gawang's lips, softly saying, "You just need to wait until then." Lashi sat in a chair, receiving treatment for her wound. She thought to herself that the Cherit Kingdom's healing magic was quite good, even though it wasn't a nation specializing in healing magic. Sen was wiping a vase, remembering how Lashi had once had paint poured on her head and suffered many other injuries. Sen couldn't believe how resilient Lashi was. Lashi, looking at Sen through the mirror, said, "If you're injured, you can tell me. I'll have someone treat you." Sen simply lowered his head, saying he was fine and could handle his wounds himself. Speaking of injuries, Sen recalled that the teddy bear Lashi carried with her was quite damaged. He asked Lashi if he should repair or throw it away. Lashi interrupted him, telling him she would repair it herself. Then, she turned and asked him if Elizabeth had made any moves after the party. Sam replied that according to the maids, she hadn't done anything unusual, and her usual tea parties had been canceled. Lashi thought to herself, she's already broken. How boring. Right now, she needed to focus on appeasing Gawang's fury, not worrying about Elizabeth. Lashi had wanted to deal with 2 or 3 more concubines, but dealing with just Elizabeth had already angered him. She decided to lie low for a while. One of her weapons was her memories of the past 10 years. Though exploited in her previous life, she was also incredibly knowledgeable about the affairs of the continent. While imprisoned in Cherit, she had been involuntarily cut off, but after returning to Barry, thanks to San, she had caught up on almost all the current events. Lashi suddenly turned and thanked him. San, surprised, assumed she was thanking him for fixing the teddy bear, so he said he would fix the others as well. Lashi thought to herself that she possessed a wealth of information and knowledge about events related to Cherit's future. Cherit, feared by neighboring countries, was always at the center of the news, especially the current Emperor Gawang, who was a nightmare due to his cruelty. He had numerous concubines, each serving a diplomatic purpose. Among them, Elizabeth's Julin kingdom had a poor relationship with Cherit, stemming from previous emperors. Cherit's former emperor was a tyrant who likely made several attempts to conquer the Julin kingdom. Before Gawang was able to establish amicable relations with Julin, the Julin king, while pondering and rummaging through the pile of teddy bears, Lashi spotted a doll that resembled the Julin king. She remembered the incident of the Julin king's death in her past life. If Lashi utilized that event properly, she could establish an even stronger diplomatic relationship than the one facilitated by Elizabeth's presence. Lashi asked San to request permission for her to leave the palace after he finished repairing the teddy bears. San readily agreed. When he turned to look at Lashi, he unconsciously smiled. Meanwhile, a guard was reporting another disaster in the Kisan kingdom to Gawang. To deal with the shortage of supplies, Gawang needed to find new trading partners. The Ainit family had been constantly inquiring about the 6th concubine, Camilla. Gawang instructed the guard to secure more supplies, regardless of whether from friend or foe. Gawang sat down and Lashi's image involuntarily appeared in his mind. He recalled the scene of her smearing blood on his lips. Gawang burst out laughing. At that moment, Gawang was being informed of Lashi's request to leave the palace. Lashi hadn't expected to be summoned like this. Gawang assumed the place Lashi wanted to go was the Julin kingdom, Elizabeth's home kingdom. He knew this couldn't be a coincidence. Gawang asked Lashi what she was doing in Julin. Every time he got angry, she always wore that calm expression. Lashi smiled, saying she planned to stay overnight in Julin, but if her work was finished early, she would return immediately. She then requested permission and turned to leave, but Gawang asked to accompany her, which took her by surprise. Noticing Lashi's visible tension, Gawang asked what was wrong. Lashi feigned delight at Gawang accompanying her. A guard rushed in to inform Gawang that he already had a prior engagement, a party to attend. But Gawang brushed it off, stating that his schedule was his own to decide. The guard fearfully apologized. Lashi thought, I can't believe Gawang wants to go with me. She wondered why he was going, what his intentions were. But then Lashi smiled, thinking it was a good thing. She knew that thanks to this, she would be able to get closer to Gawang. News of Gawang leaving the palace with Lashi reached Elizabeth, sending her into a rage. Everyone was gossiping about how Gawang leaving the palace with Lashi sounded like a honeymoon, as Gawang had never gone on an outing with a concubine before. Everyone assumed he had genuine feelings for Lashi. At Ainit, just outside the Julin kingdom, Lashy was surprised to find that she and Gawang were sharing a room. She asked Gawang, "Is this our bedroom?" A servant replied that Gawang had requested a single bedroom for the two of them. Lashy was stunned. Gawang asked Lashy if she was dissatisfied. She stammered, "Why would it be like this?" Lashy thought, "Why? I thought I would have my own room." Sharing dinner, and now a bed, brought a blush to her cheeks. Gawang's gaze had been strange ever since they arrived. Lashy glanced at the clock. Gawang remarked that she seemed to be constantly checking the time. He thought, "Indeed, this isn't the trip I anticipated." But it seems Lashy isn't meeting anyone at the inn. Gawang had the entire inn investigated, but there was no trace of anyone from Barry. Clearly, Lashy had some plan. He looked at her and asked, "Sen seems to always be by your side?" Lashy replied, "Of course, he's my only manservant." Gawang inquired, "Is he the one you brought from Barry?" Lashy smiled. "Are you jealous?" Gawang thought she must be drunk to say such a thing. Lashy thought, how could he possibly be jealous? Lashy told San to prepare the carriage. Gawang asked her what she was doing. Lashy simply said she had some business to attend to, told Gawang to rest, and that she would return shortly. Gawang suddenly grabbed Lashy's wrist, pinning her against the wall, and said, "We haven't slept together yet, have we?" He pushed her onto the bed, loosening his tie. Lashy recalled a similar incident from her past life. Nicola, ignoring the guard's warnings that Gawang was busy, barged into his room. She was thrown out, but she stubbornly wept, apologizing for not being able to have dinner with him the previous night because she was so upset, so heartbroken that her tears wouldn't stop. Nicola wondered how Gawang would react. Then she added that even though she might be hurt by Elizabeth, she longed for him. She saw that Gawang didn't seem to care. So she seductively displayed her body, making the guards blush. She thought Gawang would like it, but he grabbed her hair and said, "Entering without permission is punishable." He scornfully told Nicola that without powerful magic, flaunting herself in front of him made her no different from a prostitute. Then he sent her back to the palace. Back in the present, Gawang said to Lashy, "Since we are husband and wife, we should enjoy tonight." She thought, didn't he say he wouldn't care about me? Lashy glanced at the clock, reminding Gawang of tomorrow's schedule. But he didn't care. Gawang said, "We're doing this, and you're worried about the schedule? If you miss this opportunity, there might not be another." If this happened, Lashy could survive without having to prove her worth. If Lashy bore an heir, she could solidify her position and stay by his side. Lashy pondered the succession. Asterisk, that's right. Only by being your own master can you be powerful. If only Gawang thought the same. Asterisk, Lashy recalled her past life, when she refused Gawang's proposal to become empress. If she had agreed then, perhaps she could have lived a little longer. At least she wouldn't have suffered the agony of having her eyes gouged out. But she realized it too late. Lashy thought, how foolish I was in my past life. There's no going back now. Lashy told Gawang that she thought their child would surely be very skilled in magic. But I'm not that valuable. Lashy apologized to Gawang and stood up. She turned and put on a black robe, suggesting he sleep early. "When I'm in a good mood, I'll be with you." Rejected, Gawang sat on the bed, lost in thought. He pondered Lashy's words. He straightened his tie and said, "Are you saying you are valuable?" Lashy, sitting in the carriage, recalled what had just happened, blushing, and thought, "I've accepted this man. It's not like such things don't happen in this world." Recalling her past life, Lashy closed her eyes, a blush warming her face. Gawang's touch had been surprisingly warm. Even so, Lashy knew she hadn't made the wrong choice. Besides, what Gawang truly desired was her powerful magic. Just then, San abruptly knocked on the carriage window. "Your Majesty," he asked, "may we stop the carriage for a moment?" They were almost at their destination, but a small problem had arisen. Lashy inquired as to the nature of the problem. San explained they had reached Mist Bridge. Another carriage was surrounded by bandits. The attacks seemed to have just begun. Those inside screamed in terror, promising money to their assailants. Sin said he would call the guards or wait for the bandits to leave. Suddenly, Lashy stepped out of the carriage. She walked towards the besieged carriage, a faint smile playing on her lips. At that moment, one of the bandits lunged to attack the occupants within. Suddenly, his entire body erupted in flames, like a human torch. The other bandits, momentarily stunned, couldn't comprehend what had just happened. They turned to see Lashy, her hand outstretched, incinerating them with her magic. The scene evoked a memory from her past life. She had personally set fire to soldiers on chariots then. However, she hadn't expected her magic to still be so potent. She swiftly eliminated all the bandits. Sin, witnessing this display of power, was utterly astonished. The last time Lashy had been able to wield her magic drink so freely was roughly 2 months before the end of the war in her previous life. News of the attempted robbery at Miss Bridge quickly spread through Barry. They had predicted the carriage's departure time. Soon after, all the bandits were apprehended. Lashy surmised that the attack carriage belonged to someone from the Julin Kingdom. Lashy approached the owner of the carriage. "That was quite dangerous," she remarked. The person inside commented that she looked very young. Lashy explained she had simply been passing by and, hearing cries for help, intervened. The occupants of the carriage expressed their gratitude profusely. Lashy looked closely at the two individuals inside. She wondered who they were, as they seemed familiar. It turned out to be the Julin King. But strangely, the person accompanying the king wasn't the queen. Lashy remembered that, in her past life, the Julin King had died in a carriage attack. The queen had been furious. So, the Julin King was having an affair with this blue-haired woman. The king desperately tried to explain, claiming Lashy had mistaken him for someone else. He wasn't the king, he insisted. But Lashy countered, stating she was the first princess of the Berry Kingdom. She had met the Julin King several times through the Berry King. The king stared at Lashy in fear, the memory of her returning. Princess Lashy, despite her exceptional talent from a young age, had long been known as a wicked woman. However, compared to the person before him now, she was completely different. The king watched Lashy clench her fist in anger, thinking that although she was his savior, seeing this, he was no match for her. Lashy remembered that, in her past life, the Julin King had died alongside several other officials. When news of the king's assassination in the carriage attack had spread, the entire continent had known. The Julin King mentioned he had heard Lashy was now with Charit. Lashy confirmed she was indeed currently with Charit. She then posed a question to him. Would the Julin Queen accept this truth? As a member of the royal family, Lashy couldn't pretend to be unaware. The king and his lover hastily pleaded with Lashy to keep their secret. Lashy, her expression thoughtful, said, "My father and he had a good relationship, didn't they? Let me see. I'm with Charit now." But if Charit and Julin were close, she demanded they draw up a contract on the spot. Lashy intended to take Elizabeth's place. Meanwhile, Gawang sat on the bed, reading a letter. Lashy was surprised to find him still awake when she returned. Gawang inquired where she had been, but Lashy simply replied that she had taken a walk. "Are you saying," Gawang asked, a hint of challenge in his voice, "that a walk was more important than spending time with me?" Lashy immediately corrected him. "Absolutely not," she insisted. She explained that she had happened upon the Julin King and had lingered to converse with him. It wasn't about trade or diplomacy, she continued, but rather the Julin King's desire to foster closer ties with the Charit Empire. "Here is the proof," she said, presenting Gawang with a letter written in the king's own hand. Gawang thought to himself, the Julin King actually wrote this himself. Lashy added that she had assured the king that should they meet again, she would certainly treat him to a lavish dinner. Gawang wondered how she could make such a promise so readily. Lashy, idly stroking her hair, claimed it was merely a chance encounter. Gawang was mulling over the fact that the Julin King still harbored resentment towards him, and he had no desire to negotiate with him. Before he could finish his thought, Lashy leaned in close, her proximity undeniably seductive. She teased him playfully. Lashy had previously told Gawang that she would be amenable to his advances when she was in a good mood. Still close, her voice a silken whisper, Lashy confessed that she was, in fact, feeling quite happy at that moment. "Allow me to attend to you," she offered. Gawang remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lashy's approaching face. The next morning, back in Charit, Lashy stood before a mirror, combing her hair. She recalled the previous night. By daybreak, Gawang had acted as if nothing unusual had transpired. He was neither awkward nor overly affectionate. Lashy had remained silent throughout the journey. After all, Gawang had 6 concubines, so perhaps he had merely been testing her reaction. Still, there had been some progress. Lashy covered her face with her hands, a blush creeping up her cheeks. She wondered if Gawang had noticed her trembling, or if perhaps he had noticed, and that was the reason for his detached demeanor. The thought mortified her. The image of her being tortured in the dungeon flashed through her mind once more. She was curious whether Gawang remembered how he had tormented her in her past life. Exhausted, Lashy sank into a chair and instructed Sand to finish styling her hair. It seemed the letter from the Julin king did hold some value, Lashy mused. It would serve as a foundation for a treaty of amity between the Cherit Empire and the Julin kingdom. Lashy had already promised to send a banquet invitation to the Julin king. If I had directly conveyed the message to Julin before, she thought it might not have been successful. Glancing out the window, Lashy asked a servant girl about the commotion outside. It turned out Elizabeth was being sent back to her homeland that very morning. Downstairs, Elizabeth struggled against the guards who were escorting her away. Convinced that Gawang would forgive her no matter what she did, she screamed, refusing to return home. The other concubines were startled by Elizabeth's persistent shrieks. "I belong to His Majesty," she cried. "How dare you touch me?" The guard replied stoically that he was merely carrying out Gawang's orders. Those words stunned her into silence. Gawang no longer needed to consider his relationship or trade agreements with Julin, and so Elizabeth was being sent back. Elizabeth initially refused to believe it, but she was ultimately forced into a carriage and sent away. The other concubines watched, fear etched on their faces. They seemed to understand that if they dared to defy Lashy, they would suffer the same fate. Lashy observed the scene unfold from her room, a look of disdain in her eyes. "So, I've dealt with the fourth noisy concubine," she murmured to herself. Gawang, too, was in his room. He was pondering the matter of the Julin king. Lashy's appearance at the scene of the carriage attack, as if she had known beforehand, rather than simply stumbling upon it, troubled him. She had effortlessly dispatched the bandits with her formidable magic, and then, when the Julin king had written a letter seeking an alliance with Cherit, she had uttered veiled threats. Gawang felt certain this couldn't be a mere coincidence. The king should be in the palace with his officials, he thought, suspicion gnawing at him. Gawang resolved to investigate several unsettling points. Were the bandits known criminals? What were the details of the Julin king scandal? And how did Lashy's rescue, her thinly veiled threats, and the subsequent treaty of amity all connect? The Julin king's letter expressed a desire to establish amicable relations with the Cherit Empire, fostering trade and diplomacy. Gawang smiled, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. A banquet invitation from the Julin kingdom, he mused to himself. If it comes to pass, I shall attend with Lashy as husband and wife. He seemed to relish the prospect. Then abruptly, a cascade of images of Lashy flooded his mind. Recalling the previous night, a blush warmed his cheeks, and a knot of awkwardness tightened in his chest. Every morning since Elizabeth's expulsion from Cherit, a dead cat had been delivered to Lashy's palace. While the deliveries bore no sender's name, the contents of the box remained consistently grim. A servant, her voice trembling, inquired how Lashy wished to dispose of the latest feline corpse. Lashy, unfazed, simply instructed her to follow standard procedure. "I don't particularly enjoy cat meat," Lashy remarked to her attending handmaidens, a hint of dark humor in her tone. "But perhaps I should attempt to cook them?" The handmaidens murmured amongst themselves, their whispers laced with unease. Lashy watched them, a flicker of something cold in her eyes. Whether it was the corpses of cats or humans, she thought she had grown accustomed to such things in her past life. Such a waste of life, she told herself. In her previous life, the mere sight of blood had made her tremble. She had found many ways to numb herself to the horrors she witnessed. During her imprisonment, the bodies of rats had been her constant companions. Upon her return to Bari, her own subjects had pelted her with the carcasses of animals. Lashy suspected that the sender of the dead cats was likely one of the other concubines. News of her departure from the palace with Gawang had undoubtedly spread. Someone within the palace surely believed she had instigated Elizabeth's expulsion. Lashy decided to observe the situation for the time being. Lashy was having breakfast. After a single bite, she instructed a servant to summon the chef and the serving maid who had brought her the meal. Once everyone involved in the preparation of her food had assembled, Lashy announced that she wished to hear their opinions on the salad she had just sampled. After they had each taken a bite, expressions of displeasure contorted their faces. Lashy gave them permission to spit out. Each of them gagged, their tongues feeling as though they had been poisoned. Lashy calmly assured them that a bit of water would alleviate the discomfort. Then she approached the head maid, her gaze piercing. "Were you the culprit?" she asked, her voice low and dangerous. She had suspected her all along. Terror seized the maid, and she begged for Lashy's forgiveness, confessing that she had been coerced. "How did you know?" she stammered. "The one who gave you the poison claimed it was lethal," Lashy replied, her voice icy. "They also said that if I died here, no one would be able to stand in their way." Lashy shoved the maid against the wall and forced the plate of salad into her mouth, compelling her to consume the entire dish. Once finished, the maid collapsed, unconscious. Lashy felt insulted. Who would attempt to assassinate her with such a pathetic poison? Sin spoke up, offering to procure some higher quality poisons for her if she so desired. Lashy reasoned that it wasn't a potent poison, likely just a warning. If it had been truly deadly, the maid wouldn't have succumbed so quickly. As a child, her parents had subjected her to rigorous training and forced her to ingest various substances to build up a tolerance to poisons. Looking back, she realized it was probably just to turn her into a poison tester for her siblings. Despite all she had done for her country, she had been branded a traitor, making her more susceptible to poisoning than anyone else. Lashy knew this poison wasn't immediately fatal. The taste had been far too obvious. Lashy wondered which concubine was close to the headmaid. Besides Elizabeth, who else? She recalled a servant mentioning that the sixth concubine, Camilla, was particularly sensitive to anyone getting close to Gawang. Lashy instantly knew who was behind the recent events. News reached Gawang that Lashy had been poisoned. He inquired about the incident and learned that Lashy was unharmed, but the head maid, deemed the culprit, had lost consciousness. Gawang smiled, his pleasant expression startling the guards. This austere man, smiling, he expressed his concern, ordering an investigation and the appropriate handling of the head maid. He also dispatched the royal physician to examine Lashy. The surrounding guards were a mixture of surprised and apprehensive. The emperor typically displayed indifference towards the empress, yet now he was concerned enough to summon a physician for her. Seeing Gawang's discomfort, the guards dared not question further, quickly offering apologies. Lashy, too, was surprised upon learning that Gawang had personally summoned the royal physician for her. She believed herself resistant to poison, hardly requiring treatment. During her imprisonment, she had been forced to drink poison numerous times, yet she had survived. Now, she wondered if the sixth concubine, Camilla, was behind this. She silently apologized to Sosa for having suspected her previously. The royal physician cast a spell on Lashy, explaining that it was a healing incantation. Lashy praised the physician's considerable magical power. With such potent magic, she mused, this individual must surely be from a royal lineage. The physician demurred, stating that the only person capable of aiding Gawang was Lashy, as she was the treasure of the empire. Lashy turned to San, inquiring if he had ever been ill. He replied that he had. Those who had prepared Lashy's food trembled, wondering what would become of them. Fear not at them. They worried they would be punished like the head maid, as they too had failed to notice the poison in the food. Lashy apologized for summoning them and then forgetting their presence. Then, to their astonishment, she presented each of them with a bag of coins as a reward for consuming the poisoned food. They were stunned, expecting punishment, not a reward. Lashy even generously invited them to the healing chambers. Overjoyed, they showered her with gratitude. Lashy thought to herself, punishment first, then reward. This is the foundation of imperial rule. If it were Nicola, who had abandoned all her studies, she certainly wouldn't understand this principle. Lashy watched the newly rewarded individuals, their faces beaming with joy, and a small smile played on her lips. Thanks to this incident, the malicious rumors surrounding her had diminished. At that moment, the sixth concubine, Camilla, sent a letter inviting Lashy to dinner. After reading the letter, Lashy immediately turned to San, asking if he was skilled with a needle and thread. It was time to make her entrance, she thought. At Camilla's castle, Lashy and San arrived. As they entered, Camilla appeared. She greeted Lashy cheerfully, inviting her to dinner. She added, reassuringly, that Lashy needn't worry about poison in the food. Camilla inquired about the poisoning incident, expressing relief that Lashy was unharmed. It would have been a serious matter, she claimed, as Gawang clearly cared for Lashy. Camilla also assumed that Lashy was responsible for Elizabeth's return to Jolin, even asking Lashy for the secret to persuading Gawang to expel Elizabeth. Lashy firmly denied any involvement, stating she had no need to plead with Gawang. She could handle those who stood in her way herself. Camilla, with a smile, introduced herself to Lashy, explaining that she hailed from a marquis family within Cherit, and therefore, she preferred to associate with nobility. She even kindly offered to help Lashy dispose of the dead cats, and could also help turn other things into corpses. She spoke of those who opposed the family being erased silently, implying that if Lashy dared to touch Gawang, she would be dealt with. Lashy wasn't worried in the slightest. She found the threat almost comical. Her body had been forged in the fires of war. If Camilla's family could erase people without a trace, could they handle her precious family in Barry? Lashy smiled, telling Camilla that upon becoming a Cherit, she had severed all ties with her family. Camilla inquired about the servant at Lashy's side. Lashy explained that San was an exceptional manservant, and she had brought him along for that reason. Hearing this, Camilla surmised that Lashy hadn't brought San for his competence, but for his looks. Lashy countered that she only needed Gawang, her husband, and that was quite enough. With a sly expression, Camilla remarked that the harem was crowded, and she believed Gawang was a man who enjoyed novelty. Lashy thought, so that's it. Was this one of the reasons Gawang wanted to venture out? Lashy told Camilla that she had heard, regardless of how many concubines Gawang had, he wasn't interested in that sort of thing, but she didn't believe it. Then, Lashy asked Camilla for her opinion. Camilla admitted she had never spent a night with His Majesty. Lashy recalled that since her arrival, she had never seen Gawang visit Camilla's quarters. She remembered their wedding night. Gawang hadn't even bothered to share the bed with her. Lashy feigned surprise that Camilla had been in the palace for so long without sharing a night with Gawang. Then, she twisted the knife, saying she had heard that women who hadn't experienced that sort of thing lost their beauty quickly, causing Camilla to tremble with anger. Lashy thought, of course, that was a fabrication, but that was the extent of Camilla's thinking. Lashy added that with the passage of time, beauty faded terribly. She still held the title of Empress, while Camilla was merely a concubine. If she didn't seize the opportunity when her youth faded, just as she was about to say more, Camilla, seething, told Lashy to be careful with her words. Lashy remembered she, too, had a gift for Camilla today. Camilla was startled at the sight of Lashy's gift box, identical to the one she had used for the dead cats. Trembling, Camilla opened the box, only to find a stuffed rat inside. Lashy mentioned that someone had been sending her gifts lately, seemingly implying she was like a cat, hence the numerous cat carcasses. Therefore, Lashy wanted to give Camilla a doll that looked just like her, a stuffed rat. Camilla was furious, understanding the mockery, the implication that cats eat rats. As they prepared to leave, Camilla offered Lashy a glass of wine, assuring her it wasn't poisoned, so Lashy needn't worry, and took a sip immediately to reassure her. She said she looked forward to supporting Gawang alongside Lashy in the future. As Lashy reached for the glass, she swiftly poured the wine over her own head. She also commented that it would be a waste for her to drink it, and Lashy should be grateful it was wine today, and not blood. Camilla tried to turn and leave, but Lashy grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Lashy stated that if she received a drink, she should return the favor. Then, she shoved Camilla's entire body into a nearby water bucket. She added that if Camilla enjoyed drinking water so much, she should drink her fill. Lashy's sarcasm left Camilla speechless with rage. At that moment, Gawang received a letter from the Julin King. Lashy thought, the Julin King has sent the invitation as promised. With this, my value will be clearly demonstrated. Lashy was the one who initiated the negotiations, so she had to go. Understanding the situation was crucial. What Lashy found curious was that Gawang wouldn't allow her to bring San to the Julin King's palace. When Lashy and Gawang arrived at the palace, the Julin King greeted them warmly. He said he was quite surprised to have run into Lashy by chance during his last inspection. His speech was so smooth that Lashy wondered if he was reading from script. The Julin King expressed his hope that Cherit would forget all past grievances and forge a good relationship between their two nations. He generously offered to open land routes for trade. Lashy thought, thankfully, this king is clever, and glanced at Gawang to see how he would respond. Gawang, with an impassive face, thanked the Julin King and shook his hand. As they departed, numerous servants and guards gossiped about Gawang and Lashy, making her realize it was indeed impossible to ignore the previous discord. For the four nations, like Julin, who were frequently attacked by Cherit, this reaction was natural. Even if it was the king's decision, they couldn't easily accept it. Lashy was used to hearing whispers behind her back, but daring to speak ill of Gawang was going too far. Lashy hadn't expected Gawang to remain unperturbed. Perhaps he was too accustomed to it. Emperor Gawang was known for his cold-blooded nature, having killed his own father. The former emperor, a man who constantly harassed neighboring countries in his bid to rule the continent, was not a good emperor. Therefore, everyone used this as an excuse, claiming Gawang was the son of a devil, something he couldn't hide no matter how hard he tried. Lashy couldn't hold back any longer. She told those speaking ill of Gawang that they could say whatever they wanted directly to her. She could hear everything. The surrounding people were terrified, no longer daring to speak, and immediately apologized. One man attempted to introduce himself, but Lashy called him insolent and scorched him with a burst of flame. Gawang recalled how his concubines behaved when he was spoken ill of. They offered comfort, but none dared to act like Lashy. He turned to Lashy, asking if she was trying to win his favor, but Lashy frankly replied that it was a wife's duty, and she would take responsibility for everything. She added softly that Gawang needn't worry, as she was far too used to such things. Lashy thought that's the only reason Gawang felt sympathetic and parted ways with her. With a cunning smile, Lashy caressed the face of the man she had just burned, saying that if she wanted to win Gawang's favor, she would have cut out their tongues and burned them on the spot. Witnessing this, the remaining people were terrified and apologized profusely, claiming they were drunk when they spoke. They pleaded with Gawang to spare them for the sake of relations between the two nations. Hearing this, Gawang burst into laughter. He said he didn't even have the right to be angry, then turned and left. Lashy sat in the reading room, with San working beside her. The story of the amicable agreement between Charit and Julin had spread throughout the continent. The recent minor commotion had been dealt with by the Julin kingdom, citing the price of disrespecting guests. Lashy thought, honestly, it wouldn't have been strange if those who spoke ill of Gawang had been executed. The spread of the news lessened the malicious rumors about Lashy. The servants she had rewarded earlier now vied to assist her. For the time being, no one was sending cat carcasses anymore. Lashy found it amusing, even considering sending Camilla rat carcasses. San, not realizing she was joking, even offered to catch some in the kitchen. Gongshuin's ship would dock next week. It seemed Gawang would be going along, so Lashy had to devise a new plan, a truly meticulous one. At that moment, Camilla was furious that Lashy and Gawang were going together. She raged. What was so great about establishing diplomatic relations with Julin? Such an incompetent nation. She'd heard that during that visit to Julin, Lashy had even injured a young nobleman. It was clearly the wrong thing to do, yet Gawang hadn't given Lashy any punishment. If it were Gawang's usual style, Lashy would certainly have been punished for disrupting the negotiations. No matter how valuable Lashy was, there should have been some repercussions. She wondered why Gawang had forgiven Lashy. The more Camilla thought about it, the angrier she became, convinced that Gawang genuinely had feelings for Lashy. Camilla hadn't even spent a single night with Gawang, while Lashy had obtained it so easily. She resolved to kill Lashy at any cost. But this time her opponent was the Empress. She was at a disadvantage, so she couldn't leave behind any evidence. Suddenly, Camilla's eyes fell upon San's profile. She began to investigate his identity. San was the sixth son of Benny, a viscount of the Berry Kingdom. Due to his family's financial difficulties, having sold almost all their possessions, he had been sent to the castle. Compared to his exceptional abilities in various fields, he completely lacked social skills. For years ago, he became a servant to the Berry Kingdom's princess. Rumors of a private relationship between him and Lashy remained unconfirmed. Overall, San was just an ordinary servant. Camilla still couldn't believe San was merely a male servant attending to Lashy. She reasoned that, as a man brought to another country, he was even young and handsome. A cunning smile spread across Camilla's face as a plan seemed to form in her mind. Meanwhile, Lashy was waiting for San to bring her tea, but he was nowhere to be seen. Although the maids had promptly prepared it, the tea San brewed was still the best. Lashy reflected that she had brought San to Charit to repay a debt from her past life and hadn't held high expectations for his abilities. San must have been surprised to be chosen to accompany her to Charit, as he wasn't someone she interacted with frequently. Lashy acknowledged San's skills in cooking and sewing and his handsome appearance. He also never interfered excessively in her affairs. Just as everything seemed peaceful, a servant rushed in to inform Lashy that San had been severely injured. At that moment, Camilla stood before a mirror, a large smear of blood staining her face. Staring at her reflection, a cruel smile twisted her lips. San was being gossiped about by the surrounding servants, who whispered that the rumors about his attitude stemmed from him being from another country and of royal blood. San mused that he had never thought to smile. Unlike him, he thought, Lashy always smiled at everyone, yet she wasn't so different from him, as she received nothing in return either. He was simply being used, appearing helpless, slowly corroding, just like him. At that moment, Lashy was rushing to San's side. The surrounding physicians prevented her from seeing him. San had already awakened, but his face was no longer as handsome as before, marred by 2 scars that stretched from the corners of his mouth to near his ears. Despite the fresh wounds, he didn't seem concerned. San apologized to Lashy and prepared to go and make her tea. The physician stopped him, telling him to rest. The wounds had been closed with healing magic, and his life wasn't in danger, but because the wounds on his mouth were deep, they might leave permanent scars. The physician also apologized for being unable to heal the scars, but San didn't appear overly distressed. He said that if it weren't for the physician, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly. At this point, Lashy told San he didn't need to prepare tea anymore and asked him what had happened. San recounted that while he was bringing Lashy her tea, he encountered Camilla and her 2 guards. Camilla called him over, but he refused, preoccupied with his task. Even when Camilla said she had something to tell him, he still declined. However, he was overpowered by Camilla's 2 guards and beaten. Camilla remarked that even during dinner, San hadn't been at all cute. She declared she would make him cuter and told him to inform Lashy that she had warned him. With that, the cruel woman ordered her guards to cut San's mouth. Those around who heard his story were horrified. They assumed Lashy might not know what to say. After all, San was a servant brought from her homeland, and she must be shocked. Lashy touched San's face and complimented him, saying he looked cool, much to his surprise. Lashy cupped his face, exclaiming that even injured, San was still so handsome, truly one of a kind. She declared that even like this, she was still very satisfied, then turned and told San to go and rest. San, trailing behind her, asked about the tea, but Lashy said she didn't need it now. If it was about the tea, she would go to Camilla's residence to drink it. Gawang was informed by a servant that Lashy was heading to Camilla's quarters. Camilla sat leisurely in her chair, sipping tea. Unexpectedly, she mused, San hadn't resisted at all. Perhaps he was afraid she would hurt Lashy, which was why he acted that way. A cruel smile played on Camilla's lips. She didn't find it amusing. Even when she had cut San's mouth, he hadn't seemed afraid in the slightest. Camilla scoffed, calling San Lashy's dog. He was nothing more than a plaything with a face worth looking at, now turned into a monster. Lashy must be terrified of her now, she thought, and wouldn't dare touch her. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by numerous screams. It turned out Lashy had burned down Camilla's door with magic. Unafraid, she called out that if Lashy had knocked, she would have opened it for her. Camilla covered her mouth, laughing, and said she'd heard about San. It was Lashy's foolishness, she claimed, that had led to his disfigurement. Gawang's magic could heal wounds of that degree, but he was notoriously unwilling to use his magic on others. It would be even more absurd for him to use magic on a servant. Lashy didn't bother listening to her, continuing to advance, even as Camilla declared herself the only concubine of the purest bloodline. She considered herself the most cherished by Gawang. If Lashy dared lay a finger on her, she would be thrown out of the castle. As Camilla continued to shriek, Lashy touched her head, and a burst of flames ignited. Horrified, Camilla screamed, but Lashy was unfazed. She put 2 fingers to her own mouth, saying, "The face is here, right?" At that moment, a group of Camilla's subordinates rushed in to save her, but Lashy instantly blasted them away with flames. Camilla sat trembling on the floor while Lashy looked down at her, a smile playing on her lips. She recalled her years of torment in the dungeons, the torture and humiliation she'd endured at the hands of the concubines. Looking down, she saw that Camilla now bore a burn mark in the center of her face. Lashy chuckled, a sound laced with contempt. You look dirtier than a rat on a saw now, she sneered. It was Camilla's turn to pay for her actions. As Lashy prepared to perform some cosmetic surgery of her own, Gawang arrived. Gawang demanded to know why Lashy had gone to such lengths, what she was thinking. Lashy tossed her hair, saying, "Please don't mind, Gawang. It's just the adorable jealousy of a wife who loves her husband too much." As Camilla tried to flee, Lashy stopped her, burning her face again and saying that she was a mere concubine. How dare she disturb Gawang? Camilla crawled towards him, but he ignored her, walking towards Lashy. By now, news of Camilla's injury had spread. After this incident, everyone's assessment shifted once more as Lashy had protected her servant. In the infirmary, Sosa visited San. Sosa asked him what he thought about his future. She reasoned that after such an event, being left with lifelong scars, it wouldn't be strange if he ran away. San replied that he wanted to return to Lashy's side as a servant. Sosa was surprised that Lashy was so cherished by her servant. With a sorrowful expression, San said he had nowhere else to go, so he had no choice. But in his current state, he couldn't work for the royal family. He worried, would Lashy abandon him if she saw his appearance as a hindrance to her work? Sosa mused that Lashy was kind to her servants, even to her, the Empress. Lashy had made many contributions to the empire. Currently, within the castle walls, she was also a devoted empress. This time, Lashy had personally taken action for San, so Sosa assured him that Lashy would never abandon him. San recalled Lashy's behavior towards her servants. He thought Sosa seemed to have some misunderstanding about Lashy. He stated that he held immense respect for her. He remembered Lashy as a busy, exploited princess, capable of going anywhere with her own strength. That was why he wanted to stay by her side even more. Deeply moved, Sosa asked if San didn't see Lashy as a woman. San replied that no matter where he went, he was merely a servant, but Master Lashy was more important than anyone else. Lashy was in the garden. She had thought she would run into Sosa if she went there, but she still couldn't find her. Disappointed, she went to visit San, and there she encountered Sosa. Seeing Lashy, Sosa immediately bowed respectfully. Sosa explained she had come to check on San and was about to leave, but Lashy happily invited her to stay, thanking her for visiting him. Lashy inquired about San's condition. The doctor said he was stable and could be discharged tomorrow. Lashy invited San to return to her side as her servant, which delighted him. Having said that, Lashy even personally fed San. Sosa was startled when she saw San's scars. Lashy remembered what Camilla had said. If it were Gawang's healing magic, even a wound like San's could be healed quickly, but Gawang wasn't the one to heal him. Lashy wondered if she were closer to Gawang, perhaps she could ask him to heal San. Then she sighed, thinking that even injured, San was still so handsome. Lashy wondered if it was because she was accustomed to the battlefield, but she felt her preferences had changed. Sosa asked Lashy if she would attend the 3-day welcoming spring festival in the village tomorrow. While not as grand as the royal events, it was a rather famous village festival among the common people. It might be Lashy's first time attending a festival in Charit. Lashy reflected that she had never participated in one, not only in Charit, but also in Bari. Lashy felt a sense of familiarity with this spring festival. Staying in the castle would be safer, but for the future, it would be good to go out and see. So, she agreed to try attending tomorrow. Sosa told Lashy there would be many delicious pastries, the ones she had mentioned during their last tea party, so Lashy should definitely try them. Lashy recalled the tea party in the greenhouse. That day, she hadn't known about the traditional sweets, but learning about them wouldn't be a bad thing. She agreed with Sosa's suggestion. In Gawang's office, a guard was reporting to him about a letter of protest from Duke Dinge, Camilla's father. Several other families had also criticized Lashy's actions in harming Camilla. They even threatened complete disruption if Lashy wasn't punished. The guard speculated that Duke Dinge had pressured the nobles. Worried, the guard asked Gawang what to do, as they couldn't ignore Lashy. But Gawang nonchalantly said to let it be. There would be a resolution in 5 days anyway. He told the guard to focus on preparing for the voyage. Gawang smiled to himself, thinking he wasn't angry because it was Lashy's adorable concern. Gawang pondered that Lashy's retaliation against Camilla was due to her severely injuring San. In the Bari kingdom, the king, her father, was deeply perplexed by Lashy's failure to reply to even one of his letters. He was attempting to send Lashy a letter. Eric suggested Wasn't it possible Lashy's communication with the outside world was being controlled, or that she was too busy to reply to Bari? It turned out the king's concern was that Lashy's lack of response meant he couldn't obtain information about Chirrut. Then he added that Lashy was indeed as useless as ever. Nicola was still laughing, saying, "Isn't it possible Lashy might be sent back? I heard that recently in Chirrut, a concubine, Elizabeth, was sent back to her country. They gossiped that Lashy might be sitting in a corner, crying fearfully, unable to do anything." In Lashy's palace, San had returned. Everyone was surprised to see him back at work. They whispered amongst themselves, acknowledging the Empress's generosity, but his facial scars were still quite frightening. Lashy announced she might be leaving the palace soon and told San to be prepared. The servants looked surprised, asking if Lashy was really going to take San with her. Lashy thought that there would certainly be people looking at them with malicious gazes. For the time being, Lashy told San to cover his wounds as they were going out. At that moment, Gawang also relayed his message to Lashy, saying she could leave the palace. Gawang thought, Lashy is going out with San again. It must be to restore something of his. Lashy strolled through the streets, silently grateful to Gawang for allowing her to go out, but she hadn't expected it to be to this extent. As if afraid Lashy would run away, Gawang had dispatched numerous guards to follow her and San. Lashy excitedly searched for the popular Chirrut candy store that San had pointed out to her. Just then, Lashy was called over to a cake shop. According to the shopkeeper, eating one could improve a couple's relationship. It seemed the shopkeeper assumed Lashy and San were a couple. Lashy thought, indeed, covering the wound was a sensible decision. Lashy asked the shopkeeper if eating one could truly improve a couple's relationship, but San was just her servant. Her husband was busy with work. Nevertheless, Lashy bought two. At that moment, Lashy noticed the crowded streets. She remembered when she was still the crown princess of the Bari kingdom. It was also the spring festival then. Eric and Nicola could go out, but she had to stay home. San asked where they should go next, and Lashy excitedly pointed to the girls holding flowers, curiously asking San about them. It turned out to be a spring festival tradition. Women would buy flowers at the festival and give them to their loved ones. Lashy offered San one of the sweets she just bought, but San refused, saying it would cause a commotion if people saw his wound. Seeing that San wouldn't eat it, Lashy gave the sweet to the accompanying guards. She turned and said she wanted something sweet. Since it had been a long time since the last festival, she had to enjoy it properly. Then she told the guards they could follow along. Her beautiful appearance made them blush. Lashy ate a traditional Chirrut pastry. She thought this pastry would be delicious with tea. In her past life, she hadn't even been allowed to attend festivals, unable to even step foot outside the castle. Because Lashy had a poison-resistant body, she could eat and drink freely. Lashy remembered the notice she had seen on the bulletin board. She looked toward a puppy vendor. The vendor said he also had guard dogs in his shop, seemingly suitable for the delicate Miss Lashy. Lashy thought, delicate me? Though I could protect myself. Considering that San might become a target again, having an extra guard dog wouldn't be a bad idea. She remembered guard dogs being very active on the battlefield because, unlike humans, they wouldn't betray. Just then, the street fell into chaos as the guard dogs rushed out. The dog vendors hurried to catch them. Lashy asked if the dogs were trained. The vendors said they were all trained. Originally, they were trained as guard dogs for noble families, but they were returned due to their ferocious nature. The dog vendor said he planned to sell them to the army for transporting goods. Lashy recalled her past life, imprisoned in a dungeon, no different from these guard dogs. She approached the dog vendor, declaring her intention to buy all the guard dogs at double the price. Lashy was tired of seeing dogs trained for the battlefield. As two dogs lunged towards her, she used her magic to stop them in their tracks. Lashy took care not to harm the two dogs with her magic. She commanded them to sit, and they obeyed instantly, prompting Lashy to happily withdraw her magic. As agreed, she purchased the guard dogs. The dog vendor, realizing Lashy wielded fire magic, concluded she was no ordinary person. Lashy, meanwhile, was searching for a gift for Gawang. She watched girls chatting cheerfully, remembering how during such days in the past, she had always been alone in the castle. Just then, a man appeared who seemed to be the mastermind behind the dog incident. He was deeply frustrated that even after releasing the dogs, they had been caught. He thought that if he could cause more chaos in the neighborhood, he could bring in more gunpowder. He reasoned that with so many people around, whatever damage he caused wouldn't be traced back to him. As he turned, he immediately saw Lashy standing there. Lashy, pleased to have found the one who opened the dog cages, said, "You want to play with fire in the corner of a backstreet shop? Even playing with fire is too foolish." The man, terrified, asked how Lashy knew he was the culprit. He grabbed a match, preparing to ignite the explosives so he wouldn't be exposed. Lashy was faster, snatching the match away before he could light it. He was seized by the guards. Lashy's mind flashed back to her past life. Around this time, a tragic story had appeared in Bari's newspapers. A street fire had broken out during the spring parade, suspected to be a terrorist attack. The damage was extensive. The crowded streets made it difficult to extinguish the flames, resulting in countless casualties. This was also the reason Lashy knew who was behind the dog incident. It seems this really is a terrorist attack, she thought. The culprit glared at Lashy, shouting that it seemed she was also a supporter of that foolish Emperor Gowon. He questioned how Gowon could place such an empress in Cherit, unaware that such an empress was Lashy, standing right before him. He declared that today was the beginning of his attacks, ranting that Gowon not only brought pigs and dogs back as concubines, but also a Bari person as empress. This man is quite the nationalist, Lashy thought. He's so foolish. It wasn't uncommon for Cherit to have a foreign empress. For the sake of national security, marrying a woman from a powerful magical family wasn't unique to Cherit. The previous emperor had surely done the same. More importantly, Bari's princesses were used as hostages. The dog-releasing culprit continued his tirade, claiming he was right to destroy the emperor's regime with the flames of revolution. At this, Lashy threatened him with her magic, asking if he wanted to play with fire so badly. She pointed out that if he caused chaos now, even if he set the fire as planned, it would be troublesome. His revolutionary slogans and intentions wouldn't reach anyone. If he wanted to set a fire, he would only burn himself. Meanwhile, Gowon also received news that both the guard dog incident and the gunpowder incident had been resolved by Lashy. Gowon thought Lashy isn't someone who would be satisfied with just one terrorist attack. He asked where the culprit was. The guard replied that he was receiving treatment because Lashy had burned his face. The guard then presented Gowon with a bouquet of flowers sent by Lashy. Gowon merely glanced at them, telling the guard to put the flowers on the table. Looking down, he saw Lashy walking with San. Lashy returned to her residence and asked the servants where the two dogs were. The servants explained that the dogs were being kept separate in the garden because they were a bit unruly. Lashy mused that although they were trained, retraining them would be better. Turning to San, Lashy instructed him to deliver the flowers. One bouquet to Gowon, she specified, and the other bouquet also to Gowon. Lashy decided to visit the two new dogs in the garden after changing her clothes. As Lashy descended to the garden, a servant, gesturing towards the dogs, explained that because they were fierce, special measures had been taken, namely, adding sleeping pills to their food. Lashy told the servant to open the drug dogs' cages and let them out. She then entrusted the dogs to San, stating that she would train them and he should look after them. Noticing San's apparent dislike for the dogs, Lashy asked him if he didn't like them. San, his voice laced with worry, inquired if the dogs were meant to replace him. Lashy burst into laughter, clapping San on the shoulder. "This is all for your protection, San," she explained, "including these dogs." San retorted that he could protect himself. Ignoring him, Lashy turned her attention to naming the dogs. She asked for San's input, but he suggested Mong Mong and Ding Ding, prompting Lashy to decide on the names herself. Since both were male, Lashy considered naming them Eric and Anwin after her brother and father. Or, if gender didn't matter, she could simply call them Eric and Nicola. But she knew she would inevitably become attached to the dogs, so she couldn't name them that. Just then, Gowon's guard arrived, announcing that the emperor was summoning her. When Lashy arrived, Gowon suggested that if San's injuries were connected to the fire incident, she should terminate his contract. If payment was required, he would cover it. Otherwise, he would arrange a suitable position for San, even within the castle, except for the role of Lashy's personal servant. Lashy, curious, asked why. Gowon explained that San's injuries were unsuitable for the image of the Empress's personal servant. He frowned, stating that it looked uncomfortable. The guard standing nearby thought that with Gowon's healing magic, San's facial injuries would vanish without a trace. Lashy, her voice firm, refused. San had been specifically brought to be her personal servant. Besides, those injuries were inflicted by Camilla. If he was injured, Couldn't it be covered? She then approached San and placed a dog muzzle over his face. Gowong watched, astonished. If she did this, the wounds wouldn't be visible. More importantly, wouldn't this be more in line with her bad reputation? Lashy declared that if even such an appearance was unsuitable for a servant, she could call San a pet. Lashy even boasted to Gowong that she had bought pets, and compared to them, San was still superior. Gowong burst out laughing, declaring her mad. His laughter startled the nearby guards. Resting his chin in his hand, Gowong asked if Lashy wanted to be a laughingstock. Lashy, a charming expression on her face, replied that the only limit was Gowong himself. 4 days remained until the Gongshuan attack. When San and Lashy returned to their residence, the surrounding servants whispered about San's muzzle. Lashy turned to San, acknowledging that the muzzle, designed for dogs, must be uncomfortable for him. She explained that she had ordered a more suitable one, so he just needed to endure it a little longer. San thanked her. He recalled the moment in Gowong's room when Lashy had refused to let him go. Meanwhile, Lashy was training the 2 dogs. She named them Tishi and Sochi. The stoic dog trainer was surprised by Lashy's familiarity with training techniques. Lashy mused that it wouldn't be bad to teach them to attack and bite any concubines they saw. More importantly, why had Gowong been so amused yesterday? Lashy hadn't expected him to notice San's injuries. Could Gowong be jealous of San? She wondered, but she immediately dismissed the thought. The next day, the guards reported that the departure from the port was proceeding smoothly, so Lashy could gradually reveal her location. Lashy waved her hand dismissively. The ships must move according to my will, she declared. I want boarding permission. She instructed the guard to relay the message to Gowong. Lashy pondered the situation. If they intended to attack Cherit, the chances of failure were low, but the enemy's weaponry remained unknown. For 100% certainty of success, she should take charge directly. Gowong also learned of Lashy's desire to board the ship. The guard remarked that it seemed Lashy had no intention of sharing information with Gowong. Gowong wondered what Lashy was planning this time. His gaze drifted downwards to Lashy's dogs. It seemed she had begun training them in the adjacent garden today. At that moment, in the garden, Lashy was chasing Sochi, having inadvertently thrown a toy too far. Unintentionally, the dog ran to a spot where Gowong could see from above. Looking down from his vantage point, Gowong instructed the guard to forbid Lashy from training the dogs in the garden from now on, and instead have her train them where he could observe. The guard realized that the location Gowong referred to was the area visible from his window, a place where even servants were forbidden, allowing for an unobstructed view of the surroundings. Just as the guard was about to inform Lashy, Gowong called him back. Gowong announced that he, too, would be participating in the upcoming voyage. With Lashy, the guard puzzled over how Gowong's mood could shift so dramatically on the day of the ship's departure. Lashy and San waited for the ship. As they prepared to depart, they were surprised to find Gowong joining them. Gowong, worried that Lashy might misunderstand his presence as a desire to be with her, remarked that although the ship was about to become drifting debris, as if denying that Lashy's predictions were wrong. He then approached Lashy, touched her face, and said that if all of this was a lie, he looked forward to seeing Lashy fall into the sea. Lashy reflected that she couldn't understand what Gowong was thinking lately. A few days ago, when she was forbidden from training in the garden, she had assumed she had done something wrong. But unexpectedly, Gowong had granted her use of a more beautiful location, albeit one where he could observe her. She secretly worried whether Gowong was plotting to eliminate her. Lashy's value lay in her being a hostage from Bari. Although she had shown Gowong she possessed more worth than that, and today was a testament to her value. As the ship set sail, it suddenly lurched violently. Pirates! The pirate captain ordered his crew to seize everyone on board and transfer all the cargo. He then located the ship's cargo hold. Turning, he asked the Capricost Kingdom military officer if he had shared as promised. The Capricost officer, a smug look on his face, replied, "Of course." He admitted he couldn't be certain of the value of the goods transported by the Gongshuan ship, but his Capricost military funds were more than sufficient. The officer was confident that Cherit's power would soon decline, Gowong would fall, and his Capricost kingdom would lead the continent. Given the ship's current route, they wouldn't be noticed by other nations. Sinking the ship would prevent any discovery. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside as another ship approached. It turned out that Lashy and Gawang weren't on the Gongshuan ship, but on the other vessel. The guards informed Gawang that the man on board was indeed a Capri Coast officer. Everyone was astonished. No one had expected Capri Coast to commit such an act. Murmurs rippled through the ranks. Just as Lashy had said, determining one's position at sea was difficult. Gawang wondered where Lashy had obtained this information. Meanwhile, aboard the Gongshuan ship, the pirates frantically prepared to attack Lashy's vessel. On Lashy's ship, witnessing the scene unfold, everyone worried about retaliating, fearing damage to the Gongshuan. At that moment, Lashy spoke. "I haven't fully demonstrated my worth yet," she announced to Gawang. Then, turning towards the Gongshuan, she told Gawang, "Engrave every moment in your eyes." With that, Lashy climbed alone into a small boat. A guard questioned Gawang, asking if it was safe to let Lashy go alone in that small boat. But Gawang, unconcerned, simply said, "She'll be fine." Sen knelt, his hand brushing against the cloak Lashy had left behind. The guard reflected that all the information Lashy had provided had proven true. There was no reason for Gawang to kill her. Initially, Lashy had been appointed Empress as a probe to detect any potential invasion from Bari. If Lashy died now, it would only complicate matters. But why did Gawang seem to be relishing all of this? By now, Lashy had boarded the Gongshuan. Pirates immediately surrounded her. Lashy thought to herself, "Compared to facing the Cherit army in my past life, this is nothing but a swarm of mosquitoes." Gawang watched from afar, thinking every movement, every expression of Lashy's, "I will engrave them all in my heart." Lashy unleashed her fire magic against the pirates, who screamed in terror. They had assumed Lashy's fire magic would consume the entire ship, but they quickly realized that her flames targeted only them, leaving the vessel unscathed. "First," she declared, "I must reclaim the Gongshuan." Lashy pondered what Gawang wanted from her. She concluded that these pirates were meant to serve as proof of her value. They must accept becoming her tools. It's true, Lashy thought, my magic is growing stronger. It's not because of my emotions, but the more I fight, the more my magic is amplified. The pirates scattered in chaotic retreat. The Capri Coast officer tried to stop them, as the goods hadn't yet been transferred. He was swiftly struck down by Lashy. Having dealt with the pirates, Lashy turned and thanked those who had fought to protect the ship. They were surprised by her gratitude. Then, Lashy jumped back into the small boat and returned to Gawang's ship. Their escape actually helps me, she thought. The pirates who jumped into the sea will become food for the fish. As Lashy prepared to leave, she suddenly noticed the cannons above. She had inadvertently overlooked them. Lashy immediately climbed back onto the ship, thinking, these pirates are persistent. Did they really think I would let them go? The pirates above spotted Lashy and were instantly met with her flames. The remaining pirates, blinded by terror, threw rocks and fired their guns at her indiscriminately. Lashy was hit. At this point, she thought, I can't waste any more time. Seeing Lashy injured, Gawang was filled with worry. A gunner took aim, intending to finish her off. I have to stop them from using the cannons, Lashy thought, and she used her magic to restrain them. The flames reached the gunpowder barrels. The pirate ship exploded. Lashy was thrown into the sea. On Gawang's ship, everyone was gripped by fear and concern, uncertain of Lashy's fate. Their own ship seemed to be safe, as everyone waited anxiously since spotted Lashy. She was lying on a piece of floating debris near the ship. Lashy regained consciousness on the debris. I'm a confident swimmer, she thought, but not with a gunshot wound. At least the pirate ship is sunk, and the ringleader is now a corpse. This should prove my worth to Gawang. Lost in her thoughts, Lashy succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. In her unconsciousness, Lashy recalled the false praise of her parents. They had constantly lauded her, calling her their pride, along with Nicola and Eric. Even at her execution in her past life, she had been considered a valuable sacrifice. Lashy was pulled from the water and brought aboard the ship. Her body temperature had plummeted from the cold sea. Those around her murmured, astonished that she had been caught in the explosion, yet bore no burns. They speculated that the explosion, caused by her own magic, had somehow shielded her from harm. The bleeding from Lashy's gunshot wound wouldn't stop, resistant even to healing magic. As concern rippled through the onlookers, Gawang approached Lashy. His mind drifted to the moments they had shared. Then, he used his magic to heal her wound. Lashy stirred, slowly sitting up. Everyone was stunned. Gawang rarely used his magic on others. Lashy felt momentarily disoriented. In Bari, the king was deeply troubled by Capricost's plea for assistance in covering up the Gongshuan attack. It's already been discovered, he fumed. They still want to hide it? How is that even possible? The officer's body is still in Cherit. Prince Eric interjected, mentioning that even Lady Vibuster and Lady Selena were pleading for help. They are both so beautiful. It's a shame to sever ties, the queen remarked, observing that Eric seemed quite close with the ladies of Capricost. The king urged Eric to aid their kingdom. Eric replied that he had already told them to find someone else. The king slammed his hand on the table. If it's not in writing, it's meaningless. We must convince Cherit that Bari has nothing to do with Capricost. Eric pointed out, they have Lashy in Cherit. We have to rely on her regardless. The queen mused, send Lashy a letter. If she doesn't even reply, what can we hope for? The king was agitated. Cherit eliminated the officer faster than anticipated. If Bari can't quickly prove its non-involvement, he was interrupted by Nicola, who burst in demanding, haven't you found a replacement yet? With 5 intelligent people, we can resume operations. The queen responded, we have a few candidates, but this position involves state secrets. We can't just add personnel at will. Nicola mentioned Lashy, wondering if she had left any documents revealing weaknesses before her departure. Eric grumbled, even if it's a different country, just find a replacement quickly. Suddenly, Nicola clung to Eric's arm, asking coyly, brother, does this dress suit me? Eric instantly brightened, declaring it looked perfect. It turned out the dress was chosen specifically for a party that evening. Overhearing their exchange, the king, holding his head in his hands, shooed them away. Meanwhile, Lashy was reading. Her wound had completely healed, but Gowong insisted on continuing his treatment. Yesterday, on the Gongshuan, they had cleared out all the troublemakers and confirmed the officer's death. Lashy hadn't seen Gowong since then. Touching her head, she thought, Asterisk, I can't believe I let Gowong see me injured. I underestimated guns. I should have just burned everything down and saved myself the trouble. Asterisk Gowong's guards entered, delivering a message from him. Outside, Cecil was on her way to visit Lashy. Seeing Gowong's men, she wondered, are they here to check on Lashy's injuries? But why 4 of them? Peeking into Lashy's room, she was astonished to find it overflowing with flowers sent by Gowong. Perhaps Lashy has won Gowong's favor, she thought. Lashy, meanwhile, was thinking, asterisk, I'm not ready for the consequences of Gowong seeing me in that state. But with this many flowers, is he trying to bribe me into silence about him, using his magic on me? Asterisk, Lashy cautioned herself. Don't get your hopes up. These flowers might not just be a get-well gesture. Cecil informed Lashy of the morning's gossip. Camilla, the 6th wife, had returned to her family's ducal estate. Suddenly, Camilla, her face bandaged, stormed in, furiously demanding, how did you get Gowong to heal you and not me? Camilla raged. Don't think you can get away with turning the Duke's house, my family, against Gowong. Duke Badadoo, like the other nobles, won't. Mid-sentence, she flinched, abruptly shifting to a fearful insult about Lashy's dogs being ugly. Ignoring her struggles, the servants dragged Camilla away. Another concubine who defied Lashy was sent back to her family. Lashy smiled faintly, a silent farewell to Camilla, the former 6th concubine. Camilla had mentioned Duke Badadoo before leaving, Lashy recalled. Her mind drifted back to the night before her execution in her past life, to something San had told her. At that time, at Duke Badadoo's residence, the Duke had been expressing his regret over Camilla's situation. He had decided that Lashy needed to be dealt with to bring Gowong to his senses. Lashy had already gathered a substantial amount of information on Duke Badadoo's territory and Duke Dinchi's, Camilla's family. Badadoo, Lashy mused. I definitely remember hearing that name in my past life. Nicola's first letter after becoming empress. There was a small incident at a banquet at Duke Badadoo's residence. Nicola was invited. A servant handed Lashy an invitation from Badadoo. Lashy remembered the banquet Nicola later attended. Camilla must have been quite influential. Duke Badadoo seemed to host parties regularly. This one was a large-scale masquerade ball. Lashy decided to attend. That evening, Duke Badadoo, the ducal family that ran the largest hospital in the Cherit Empire, The current head, Dynit, was the highest medical authority. Not only a brilliant businessman, but also a highly skilled physician. Medicine was the field that studied illnesses that restorative magic couldn't cure. Lashy remembered the physicians who examined her were also from Badadu. For a family with foreign connections, their research papers were impressive. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned on Lashy's face. She took a sip of tea, as if everything had fallen into place. Gawang sat in his room, lost in thought. His body had reacted instinctively. For the first time, he couldn't recall ever actively saving someone's life before. He pictured Lashy wielding her magic, pondering whether such potent magic stemmed solely from bloodline and talent. Gawang closed his eyes. How many times had he faced death? He had experienced countless farewells. His last encounter had been a hell of depleting magic until death. Perhaps Lashy and I are similar, he mused. Witnessing Lashy's magic, Gawang acknowledged her potential to defeat him. This was significant. What kind of life has she lived? Gawang, the emperor of this powerful empire, found it intriguing that he was captivated by a woman and, fearing death, amusing. After dinner with Gawang, Lashy pondered. Not only did he not punish me, but he invited me to dinner. She suspected he wanted to ensure she wouldn't reveal his use of magic on her. The abundance of flowers and a lavish dinner were something she had never experienced. Gawang asked Lashy how much she knew about the resolution of the situation. Lashy replied that she had heard about it, thinking this is the price of attacking the Gongshuan. With the discovery of the officer's body, Capricost couldn't escape Charit's retaliation. Despite the Capricost king's claims that it was the officer's solo act, they still ceded a third of their territory and paid a hefty indemnity to Charit. Gawang stated that the Gongshuan supplies had been secured, and Lashy had proven her worth. As promised, he inquired how she had predicted the attack. Lashy paused. She revealed that Bari had received a request from Capricost. Should Capricost attack the Gongshuan, Bari would assist in the cover-up. Gawang surmised that Lashy had also been involved in the plot. Lashy immediately denied it. Bari merely received the request, she clarified. I don't know if they actually helped Capricost, as it can't be confirmed. Gawang interpreted this as Bari's potential involvement. Lashy stated simply that if a trial was necessary, he should proceed. I am now a citizen of Charit, but as a former key figure of Bari, I cannot claim complete ignorance. Consider this information shared as your wife. Gawang expressed his confusion as to why Bari would abandon Lashy. She had been ostracized, branded the Bat Princess, rumors swirling that she was the cause of political unrest in Bari. Despite being treated like an animal, she had dyed her hair and concealed her immense magical power for the sake of her family. Lashy explained that these were necessary measures. She had been framed for the royal family's crimes. A sacrificial lamb, unaware of when she would be discarded. It's a disgrace to realize this at my age, she admitted, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Lashy vowed silently. I won't forgive those who hurt me. Gawang considered her words. Her immense magic made her all the more valuable. He sensed a kinship in their circumstances. After a moment of silence, Gawang decided to offer a reward. He invited Lashy to name her desire. Poised on the golden chair, Lashy was taken aback by his offer. Not only the Empress, but the surrounding servants were also stunned. Is this really our emperor? They wondered. Gawang speculated on her wishes. A castle? The dismissal of all his concubines? Then a more audacious thought. If she doesn't even want these, could she possibly want my throne? Observing Lashy's unwavering composure, he concluded, with this woman, anything was possible. Lashy smiled, interrupting his train of thought. She stated her desire as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Gawang couldn't hide his surprise. Lashy extended a slender hand towards him. I want everything with you by my side. Her delicate fingers curled into a fist. Jewels, castles, Bari. None of that matters. Opening her palm, she continued, the emperor will support me as empress, and I will return it all. Gawang, regaining his composure, gazed at the beautiful Lashy, promising to make the world his. Lashy vowed to crush anyone who dared to taint him, turning them to ashes and then she would be his gentle flame. Her words stirred something within him. Raising her glass, Lashy declared, "Therefore, I desire your acknowledgement, sealed with a kiss, a dominion that extends beyond Cherit across the entire continent." The breathtakingly beautiful Lashy faced Gawang, declaring herself as one and only empress. Silence descended. Not even the clinking of cutlery or the sound of breathing could be heard. Gawang's soft chuckle broke the stillness. He raised his glass, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "Even if you hadn't said it, I would have thought so." Lashy blushed, unsure if it was from shyness or the wine. "I hope you will always hold my hand gently, and we walk forward together." Lashy strolled through the palace, the servants abuzz with excitement, for Lashy was the only empress Gawang acknowledged. It was said that Gawang even included her in the proceedings regarding Capricost's ceded territories and reparations. Gawang was discussing the evening's masquerade ball with Lashy. Lashy was surprised to learn he had also received an invitation. Gawang said, "You know Badadu is close to Camilla's Dinchi family. You shouldn't go alone." Lashy was pleased by his concern. Gawang thought, "She's capable, but I still worry." Lashy, noting his busy schedule, doubted he could attend. Gawang confirmed his inability to attend due to the Capricost trial. He glanced at San. "Are you taking San as a guard?" he teased. Lashy shook her head, saying she would wait for the carriage with the guards. At the ball, everyone was talking about Lashy. They commented on how much Gawang valued her. It's only natural, considering her beauty and how she has everything. Lashy found the atmosphere of the ballroom pleasant enough. She had seen Badadu invite Gawang to the party, and there seemed to be no particular animosity. Just then, Badadu appeared. He approached and greeted Lashy respectfully. Lashy asked if he was the one who sent the invitation. He introduced himself as Dinat Badadu. Dinat remarked that Lashy was the only flower of Cherit, the only one who made Emperor Gawang, the ruler of an empire, a doting husband. Lashy thought, "This is the Duke of Cherit, the one Sin mentioned in my past life, the one who placed that enormous crime on my shoulders while I was absent from the battlefield." December 10th, 656 of the Oceanic calendar, the Bari army attacked a village in the central eastern region of the Cherit Empire. Sen had recounted how Dinat had accused Lashy, claiming the Black Dragon army, led by Princess Lashy, had attacked the place. All the villagers had disappeared. Based on Badadu's testimony in her past life, it was ultimately deemed a crime committed by the Black Dragon army under Lashy's command. Lashy finished the glass of wine Dinat offered and promptly collapsed. Afterwards, she was taken by him to a basement below the party, where many people were imprisoned. He said that due to the poisoned wine, Lashy's limbs would be powerless for the entire night. Then, he looked at another person lying on the bed, a perverse expression twisting his features as he pulled out a knife. He said he couldn't resist the urge to dissect the flesh of a Barian layer by layer. The unconscious Lashy suddenly awoke, the flames in her hand startling him. She thanked him for bringing her to his real feast. Dinat was stunned, trembling as he asked how Lashy could be awake, because even if the poison had been neutralized, it would be impossible to move within half a day. If not neutralized, it would take at least 24 hours. But how could Lashy have woken up so quickly? Lashy took another sip of the poisoned wine, licking her lips as she complimented him on the rare poison. Lashy thought, "The poison has no effect on me." She had something to investigate, so she pretended to be poisoned. "Oh well, though I was prepared, I didn't expect it to be this bad." Lashy pointed to the person lying on the bed and asked Dinat if he was dead. She remembered the letters between Duke Dinat and Nicola that she had read in her past life. Nicola had said he was also invited to the party by Dinat, but after the party, the servants accompanying Nicola had disappeared. With no one by his side, Nicola ended up returning alone. The servants had mysteriously vanished. The letter expressed a desire for new servants, but why was Nicola so foolish? At the time, Lashy had simply assumed the servants couldn't stand life in Cherit and ran away, but it seemed that wasn't the case. They were kidnapped by this man. Lashy recalled Sen also telling her in her past life that everyone in the central eastern village of Cherit had mysteriously disappeared, and according to Dinah's testimony, it was a crime committed by the Black Dragon army, led by Lashy. Lashy knew that since she wasn't the culprit, someone else must have attacked Dinah's territory. Dinah's recent research mainly involved anatomy, even encompassing the subject of magic interacting with the body. Dinant was trying to dissect a Barian with inherent magical power, but he probably couldn't handle the madness and even turned the people of his own territory into research subjects. The living specimens were transferred from Camilla of the Dinchi family. Dinant told Lashy to rest assured. The person lying on the bed was a human specimen. He claimed the people he received caged were just death row inmates being transferred. Hearing this, the people trapped in the iron cages screamed in terror, saying they weren't criminals but had been kidnapped by the Dinchi family. Lashy thought, these people are vagrants, possibly refugees from another country. Lashy stated that regardless, the fact that Dinant tried to use her as a specimen wouldn't change. Dinant denied it. He said Lashy was the only woman Gawang acknowledged, and he simply didn't want to discuss his research in depth with someone like her. Lashy countered, if that were the case, then why did he poison her? A smart person would honestly prepare an excuse. Lashy stood, weaving magic as she walked. From the moment I discovered you, Dinant, she declared, it was over. Your experiments, your plans, all ruined by my hand. Then, she burned the prison cages with her magic, freeing all those trapped inside. Dinant cursed, lamenting the loss of such a rare specimen as Lashy, her unimaginable magical power, both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Lashy interrogated Dinant, demanding to know who commissioned him to target her. Haven't I already told you? Dinant sneered. The Dinchi family captured those people in the cages. They're like deposits in those locks. Lashy's expression hardened. You speak of it so lightly, she said coldly. Dinant shoved aside a shelf of poisons. From a moment you weren't affected by the poison, he snarled. Any excuse I offer is meaningless. In that case, he continued, a chilling glint in his eyes, there's no other way. You'll die with me. He threw the key to the floor and crushed it under his heel. Lashy was taken aback. Dinant had knocked over several bottles of poison. She would either die from the toxic fumes or be burned to ashes. Those who had just tasted freedom screamed in terror, trapped behind the 30-centimeter thick locked door. Lashy ignited Dinant with her flames. He showed no fear, instead erupting in manic laughter. Lashy hesitated. Even scum like Dinant was a significant figure in Charit's medical community. If she lost Dinant, the medical field would stagnate, and Charit would suffer a national loss. With this in mind, Lashy extinguished the flames consuming Dinant. Later, she said, her voice low and dangerous, you will tell me everything about the Dinchi family, in detail. Hearing this, Dinant let out a harsh laugh before collapsing unconscious. Lashy checked her watch. It was almost time. Lashy tossed her hair back and ascended the stairs, one graceful step at a time. Finally, she emerged unscathed. The foundation of medicine affected the common people. Killing Dinant wasn't a viable solution. Meanwhile, San, waiting in the carriage outside, checked his watch anxiously. He hadn't seen Lashy in some time. Seeing this, the guards immediately stormed into the party to search for her. San remembered Lashy's instructions. If he didn't see her return by a certain time, he was to go in immediately. Below, in the basement, the people Dinant had captured fled from their prison. They frantically explained how they had been captured by Dinant, revealing his wicked deeds and the Dinchi family's involvement to the horrified partygoers. The guards, questioning how they escaped, learned that Lashy had burned down the prison with a tremendous blaze and was still inside. Just then, Lashy emerged from the basement, completely unharmed. With a chilling smile, she instructed the guards to arrest Dinant immediately. There's a secret operating room below, she informed them. The suspect conspired to murder the Empress and conducted illegal human experimentation. I don't know if there are other suspects, so secure the mansion. She instructed the guards to be polite, as the partygoers were of noble rank. Let them enjoy this ownerless party for now, Lashy said cryptically. I want to observe the situation. Lashy noted that no one seemed to be making a hasty escape. She glanced at a particular individual who was approaching her with an invitation to dance. He complimented her beautiful golden hair. Lashy politely declined, stating she had a prior engagement. She moved on, but wherever she went, men clamored for a dance. Lashy reflected that this was her first time in a place where people didn't know each other's identities, making it easier for them to approach her. If she had known she would be asked so many times, she would have dyed her hair black. Just as she was about to refuse another group of men, she caught sight of familiar platinum blonde hair. To Lashy's surprise, it was Gawang. He was at the party. Apparently, he had been there since the beginning. He'd been looking for her, but couldn't find her, and during his search, he saw the guards rush in. Then he saw Lashy emerge from the basement and heard snippets of the commotion. Something must have happened, Gawong thought. From a distance, he saw Lashy surrounded by a throng of men. Gawong approached, his presence a silent declaration of his claim. Lashy was surprised to see him there. I assumed you were caught up in some incident, Gawong said calmly. What happened? If the guards were mobilized, it couldn't have been a small matter. Lashy thought to herself, didn't he say he was busy? With a charming expression, Lashy asked curiously, were you worried about me? Then she proceeded to tell him what had transpired. She glanced over at the guards carrying the unconscious Dinah out of his illegal operating room. Don't worry, she told Gawong. He's not dead yet. Gawong asked how she knew about all of this. There's nothing I don't know, Lashy replied mysteriously. Then, placing a hand over her heart, she earnestly gave Gawong all the credit. It was you who uncovered the truth about the human experimentation and showed mercy to the vagrants. Such a reputation is incredibly useful for ruling the common people. The love of the people translates to loyalty. Lashy remembered the loyalty of the people of Bari, the raucous cheers, and the animal carcasses thrown at her as she was led to her execution. Suddenly, Gawong took Lashy's hand and kissed it, taking her by surprise. It's nothing, he said, then placed his hand on her head. I'm glad you're safe. Those witnessing the scene were stunned. In a corner of the party, a woman watched them intently. In her past life, after 10 years of imprisonment in the Charit Empire, Lashy had been released back to her homeland by Gawong. At the time, the guards had been worried, but he dismissed their concerns. It doesn't matter, he'd said. Even locked up, she won't yield. Looking at Lashy's cell, he'd said, it's a shame. If only you had agreed to be my wife then. Lashy had retorted angrily, you needed my intelligence. You had no other reason to want me. He'd looked at her then and said, my offer was sincere. No matter how strong my magical power, it's still no match for healing magic. Unlike your flames, the only thing protecting me now is the throne. Bari's intelligence is worthless to Charit, just like little Nicola with barely any power. I didn't want Bari. I didn't want your body. I wanted the flames that could burn my enemies without a trace. He'd looked at Lashy, who remained silent. You only need to confirm with your eyes, Gawong had said. Gawong remembered his father's torment. That, he thought, was the fate of fools who tried to exploit those with immense magical power. Back at the party, Lashy was still reeling from Gawong's unexpected kiss. Outside, the vagrants kidnapped by Dinah were shouting. They yelled at the guards, demanding to be let out. Seeing this, Gawong took Lashy's hand. This doesn't concern us, he said. Lashy was still surprised when Gawong turned and extended his hand for her to take. Lashy understood. He wanted to dance. She took his hand and followed his lead. The next morning, news of the arrest of Dinah Badu and the involvement of the Dinchi family, Camilla's maternal family, spread like wildfire. They discussed amongst themselves how Gawong was the one who directly rescued the commoners captured by Dinah, who had even planned to assassinate Empress Lashy. Dinah's mask had been ripped away, revealing the Dinchi family's involvement. Lashy sipped her tea leisurely. While she hadn't heard the final verdict on Dinah yet, at least Camilla's family, the Dinchi, had completely fallen from grace. Lashy recalled Gawong's spontaneous kiss from the party the night before. He'd said he was relieved she was safe. It made her wonder what his intentions were. Sin informed her that the payment she'd given him was indeed substantial. He had only gathered information on Dinah and the Dinchi family. Keep it, Lashy said coolly. It's only a reasonable sum. She'd compensated him well precisely because, in her past life, Sin had kept her informed during her years of imprisonment. Silently, she thanked him. He had suffered greatly because of her in this world, too, and she felt responsible. Have you thought about what you want to do with the money? Lashy asked. Sin simply replied, no, causing Lashy to shake her head in exasperation. Come on, let's go out. The fresh air feels wonderful, Lashy said cheerfully. Turning to San, she added, it's been a while since I've been out, so let's look around. If there's anything you want, you should point it out. Think of it as a hobby. She asked if he had any hobbies or interests, but Sin simply said he didn't have anything in particular. Gesturing towards a clothing store, Lashy suggested, how about some clothes? Sin replied that his clothes were already provided for. Lashy was about to move on, but then Sin walked into a pet store. Lashy remembered that the masks in war was actually a product designed for humans. In truth, he preferred the ones made for dogs. I want to buy new collars and leashes for Sochi and Tishi, Sen said. Their current collars and leashes are still new, Lashy pointed out. Unfazed, Sen picked up 2 collars. These are more suited for Sochi and Tishi. If it's for Sochi and Tishi, you don't need to buy them, Lashy said. He ignored her. I want to buy them. Lashy was speechless. Do you really like dogs that much? She asked. Sochi and Tishi were the first pair of dogs I ever took care of, he replied. Lashy mused that he was attached to her dogs. As their owner, did this count as empathy for animals? But she didn't dwell on it. As long as Sam was happy, that was enough. And he looked genuinely happy. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Gowong was attending to his official duties. Suddenly, he announced his desire to take a walk in the garden for some fresh air. His steward and guards were concerned. Gowong's steward thought to himself that the reason for Gowong's slower-than-usual progress and increased complexity in his work was either Duke Dynat or the Dinshi family. Gowong wondered, if not them, was it because of Lashy? He couldn't take his mind off her while he worked, his thoughts occupied with admiring the bouquet Lashy had given him. At that moment, Camilla was consumed by rage. The Dinshi family was ruined. Not only the Duke's household, but even the other nobles who had supported them were now speechless. Even Gowong didn't care whether she lived or died. Her thoughts fixated on him. Even if she successfully hid in the castle, she couldn't go to his palace. Suddenly, she thought of someone. If it's him, perhaps he can help me. The person Camilla was referring to was Ilya, the blue-haired royal physician who had once treated San. Camilla wrote a letter requesting an audience with the emperor, but it was rejected. Please, she screamed, heal my face. She added that even before being expelled from the palace, she had made numerous requests, but he still ignored her. Camilla insisted she hadn't harmed him in any way. Silently recalling the scene of San's mouth being cut by her, Ilya calmly asked, "Does Camilla realize I have to treat the consequences of her pranks?" But Camilla stubbornly retorted, "Who told you to treat them?" Impatiently, she continued, "If you can't treat me, then help me see Gowong." She pulled out a gun, threatening him. "If you want to see Gowong, you can go yourself," Ilya stated. Camilla trembled and cried, pointing the gun at the royal physician. "Look at me," she demanded. "The only one suitable for Gowong is me, not Lashy." She revealed she'd sent letters to all the royal family members, including Ilya. "Lashy is crazy," she shrieked. "I'm the one who's fit for that position." She declared she'd sent letters to every member, meaning Ilya's siblings had received them too. It turned out the royal physician was Gowong's younger brother, which explained his powerful healing magic, akin to that of the royal family. As Camilla threatened the royal physician, the royal guards arrived and arrested her. Ilya mused. She sent letters. This is troublesome. Ilya relayed everything to Gowong. "I didn't expect Camilla to send letters to everyone in the royal family," he admitted. The Duke Dinshi's family had close ties to the royal family, so they knew the whereabouts of the royal members. Most people disregarded it, but the content of the letters sent to him was different. Just then, Gowong's butler announced that Lashy requested an audience. "She says she has a letter from Her Majesty Layla," he informed. Hearing this, the royal physician clutched his head in distress. That was the letter he had received. In short, Layla would soon be visiting the Cherit Empire, and she'd asked Ilya to relay the message to Gowong. The royal physician was puzzled. Why hadn't Empress Layla sent the letter directly instead of through him? Lashy was surprised. She hadn't expected Ilya to be here as well. Ilya explained that Her Majesty Layla was Gowong's older sister. She had married into the Kobian Empire, but when her husband, the Kobian Emperor, passed away, she became Empress Layla, ruling that kingdom. A female emperor, Lashy thought. This bloodline truly produces remarkable individuals. "Of course, we maintain a cooperative relationship with Cherit," Ilya continued, "but Layla harbors animosity towards Gowong." As Lashy left, she recalled the Kobian Empire. In her past life, they'd had trade relations with Barry regarding fuel, but she'd never met Empress Layla. Holding the letter, Lashy thought, "It's all right. I'm not afraid anymore." She resolved to greet her properly. Finally, Layla arrived. Layla was the eldest princess among the emperor's numerous siblings, one of the first children born to the emperor and his lovers, meaning she was Gowong's half-sister. Lashy observed that, although this was their first meeting, Gowong's mood had noticeably soured since Layla's arrival. What kind of person is she? She wondered. Compared to the image Lashy had conjured, she felt completely different from Emperor Gowong. "I intentionally let Lashy see it," Layla told Gowong. But what a pity. So she deliberately didn't send it directly to Gawang to create a pretext, Lashy realized. So this is Lashy? Layla said, then with a flick of her wrist. Lashy's entire body was drenched with water. This is magic that connects space with distant objects, she boasted proudly. Isn't it refreshing to be soaked like that? Layla asked Lashy. It's a bit inconvenient that I can't teleport living things, but it's quite useful magic, isn't it? She said cheerfully. It would be embarrassing if Barry's flames caught my skirt. Wiping her face, Lashy said. Please don't mind it, Lashy said, wiping the water from her face. She thought she could have dodged it, but considering Layla was both Gawang's sister and an empress of an empire, she immediately endured it. No one will gossip behind my back for this, she reasoned. Lashy noted, you used not only Charit's restoration magic, but also Kobian's spatial magic. She found it strange that Charit royalty could use Kobian magic. Did her subordinates lend her their power? She wondered. Layla turned and said, don't address me so formally. It gives me goosebumps. Layla instructed Lashy to change her clothes and return. As they entered the palace, Layla asked Gawang if he had decided to formally acknowledge Lashy as the empress of the Denshi family. She'd received a letter claiming Lashy was a rotten woman and Gawang had been deceived. She had intended to hear the rest of the story at the ball last time, but had unexpectedly witnessed Gawang kissing Lashy. It turned out the woman who had been watching Gawang and Lashy from afar was Layla. Gawang thought to himself, Layla sought out Dinah to hear news about me. She wouldn't have acted for just that reason alone. Layla stated that she was curious about what kind of woman Lashy was. Turns out she's just a brat with a perverted hobby, she remarked, shocking Lashy. Layla believed that even a gust of wind could blow Lashy away. She was so frail. At this, Lashy challenged her. Do you want to try? She asked, a smile playing on her lips. If it's swordsmanship, she added, I know how to use a sword. So they decided to have a swordsmanship match. Gawang sat and watched, thinking this isn't good. In the arena, the victor was Layla. It seems Lashy does know how to wield a sword, Layla commented. The defeated Lashy thought, there aren't many people in the city whose swordsmanship is at this level. Layla also thought, if only Lashy truly used fire magic, as the rumors say. Sweating, she said. Lashy stood up, admitting her complete defeat. I didn't expect Layla's abilities to be so formidable, she thought. Kobian Empire Revolution, two keywords from an article she had read in her past life, suddenly came to mind. Lashy then addressed Layla as Aunt, startling both of them. Layla, annoyed, retorted that while she had told Lashy not to call her sister, she thought a more intimate address would be better. Gawang fearfully turned his face away, trembling. Lashy, Layla commanded, call me sister. Lashy smiled, thinking, who's the one who can't vent their anger? Soaking in the bath, Lashy thought, I've done what I needed to do. Should I go walk the dogs? She truly hadn't expected Layla's swordsmanship to be so impressive. Lashy was surprised that Layla had fought her seriously, without any hint of playing around. Lashy didn't remember meeting Layla during her imprisonment in her past life. But if it were Layla, even without looking into her eyes, she couldn't possibly remember someone unrelated to her past world. Meanwhile, Layla was extremely irritated about what had just transpired. Gawang asked Layla why she had come, why she had gone to Dinah's mansion, and the reason for her visit to the Empire. Layla's curiosity about Lashy might have just been an excuse. It doesn't matter. Lashy isn't here, Layla thought. If you've noticed, Gawang, she said, there's no other way to say it now. Let's put aside useless matters. It seemed a revolutionary movement was currently underway in the Kobian Empire. Because the leader was cautious, arresting him was proving difficult. To regain support, they had proposed establishing free medical facilities. So she had tried to respond to Dinah's invitation, a prominent figure in the medical community, but it seemed she couldn't meet him. So what? Gawang asked. Layla stated simply, you must take responsibility and let me borrow Ilya. If it's a Charit physician, the effect will be better than having decent medical facilities. Otherwise, she continued, send the Charit army to suppress the revolutionary forces. Gawang exclaimed, are you crazy? Layla smirked, a glint of triumph in her eyes. How dare you speak to me that way? She challenged. Charit's barren lands have a fuel self-sufficiency rate of less than 30%, she added pointedly. While my Kobian Empire has relied primarily on self-renewal from the start. Gawang had no grounds to refuse. If he accepted her demands immediately, she would acknowledge Lashi as the official empress. After all, that was the superficial reason for her visit. The steward standing nearby observed silently. Layla has always been high-handed, both in the past and present, he thought. As long as she finds even a minor justification, she makes unreasonable demands, as if she's been waiting for the opportunity. And if she raises the issue first, Gawang finds it difficult to refuse. Just then, Kobian guards burst in from outside, their faces etched with urgency. "We just received an emergency message through spatial magic from the revolutionary forces in the Kobian Empire," they exclaimed. The Kobian army set fire to the village church, inciting a riot. Civilians are attacking the castle, waving revolutionary flags and demanding the empress be handed over. Layla's face contorted with rage. "Who ordered the burning of the church?" she roared. "I didn't authorize anyone to mobilize the army." Gawang spoke, his voice calm amidst the chaos. "Do you need to hear more, Layla? Perhaps you should return to Kobian now. It will be for the best." Layla retorted furiously. "If I return now, won't I be beheaded and hung at the city gates?" Gawang's expression turned serious. "Layla," he said, "you understand the situation now." There was no reason to continue the conversation. If Gawang sheltered Layla, he might lose the fuel supply from Kobian. On the contrary, shaking hands with the revolutionaries and handing over Layla might secure a better deal. With that, Gawang waved his hand dismissively. "I'll see you out," he said. Immediately, Chariot guards rushed into the room. Layla snatched up a cup and hurled it at Gawang, cursing him as a fool. "Even you, Gawang, want to sell me out to Kobian?" Gawang countered. "Is this the sisterly affection you expected? If you're incompetent, I won't treat you as anything more than that." Initially, Layla had also harbored the intention of killing Gawang. Lashi, watching from below, knew they were quarreling. Gawang was injured, and he was currently using his own magic to heal himself. Layla cursed Gawang, believing that if he hadn't been born, her magic would be stronger and Chariot would belong to her. She was more than qualified to be the emperor. If Gawang betrayed her, she would take his head right there. She lunged at Gawang, declaring her intention to seize the Chariot throne. But Lashi arrived, her flames erupting, intercepting Layla's attack. Lashi's fire encircled the spot where Gawang stood, shielding him from harm. "Layla," Lashi said, her voice laced with a dangerous calm, "you're truly terrifying." She apologized to Gawang for being late. Seeing Gawang bleeding, Lashi's fury intensified. Layla attempted to swing her sword again, only to find it had been broken. "You'd manipulate Gawang to this extent, even if your empire turns to ashes?" Lashi demanded. Gawang watched Layla, engulfed in flames, and he remembered a time when he had been in a similar position, facing Layla's murderous intent. Layla was ultimately imprisoned. She grumbled, worse than the rumors, and complimented Gawang on having a good weapon. And Lashi, now back in his office, Gawang instructed the steward to send Layla back to Kobian as soon as the preparations were complete. Lashi noted that Gawang's wounds had completely vanished. The reason Lashi had never met Layla in her past life was because trade between Barry and Kobian had only begun after the revolution. Only after the war had ended did Kobian engage in trade with Barry. The king also knew that Layla was an unusual empress, Lashi mused. At that moment, Layla's guards informed Gawang that they were unable to use teleportation magic to take her back, including her own body, the guard explained worriedly. Only inorganic matter can be transported. They had hoped for Layla's swift return, but it seemed impossible. Gawang sighed. If Layla can't return quickly, Chariot will be in trouble. If Kobian collapses, our fuel supply will be disrupted. Lashi's thoughts echoed his concerns. That's right, she thought, even in my past life, after the revolution, the Kobian Empire restructured its oil trade and held an auction. King Barry targeted that opportunity, but the results weren't good. The same was true for Chariot. Ultimately, the waiting game continued until winter. Unable to decide whether to go to war, many people in Chariot died from the cold and lack of fuel. This is the Chariot Empire's greatest weakness. Layla might lose her life, but it would be embarrassing if she died in Chariot. Lashi asked Gawang his thoughts on Layla, but he simply stated he had no opinion on her life or death. He didn't care. Hearing this, Lashi offered a sly smile. "I'm relieved to hear that," she said, her tone suggesting something more. She had a way of surprising Gawang. "I have a plan," she continued, "and some useful information in return. Can you leave this matter to me?" Down in the cell, Layla sat brooding. Lashi's arrival at the cell door startled her. What do you want? Layla snapped, her voice laced with irritation. Lashy smiled. It's a good thing your personality is still as unpleasant as ever. Auntie, she said, using the familial title despite the clear animosity between them. In any case, she continued, you'll be returning to your country soon. Meanwhile, in the Kobian Empire, people knelt in prayer before the burned ruins of their church. They clasped their hands before the charred shrine, their voices filled with sorrow. This isn't something humans would do, they murmured. The bodies of the orphans and nuns were still missing. The imperial soldiers seemed to revel in the chaos. By this time, Layla had returned to Kobian, or rather, someone who looked exactly like her. The people around her cried out in fear, urging children to hide and shielding their eyes. They pointed at Lashy, recognizing she wasn't Layla. She's here too, they whispered, their voices hushed with apprehension. The real Layla is in a cage. Lashy placed a finger to her lips, silencing them. I am Lashy, Empress of Cherit, she announced. I heard about the revolution, so I've come to hand over Layla. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The Cherit Empire was on their side. They parted, making way for Lashy. Meanwhile, two figures, the Kobian Prime Minister and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, conversed in a hidden basement. Layla knew she'd be executed if she returned, yet she came back with such arrogance. The leader scoffed. How foolish. He decided to leave the warehouse once things calmed down outside. As he prepared to climb out of the basement, the door suddenly swung open. It was Lashy. Curious onlookers gathered. The leader stammered, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Lashy smiled brightly. How could he know what's happening? She asked rhetorically. He's been hiding in this basement. The leader was dragged out, shouting at Lashy, demanding to know what she was doing. Rest assured, Lashy said calmly. I'm on the side of the revolution. A guard pointed towards the Prime Minister still in the basement. This man will testify, he said. The Prime Minister in the basement, too. Lashy beamed. I came here to personally hand over the Empress who ordered the burning of the church, she declared. The Prime Minister was hauled up from the basement, yelling and cursing. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Prime Minister was clearly on Layla's side. So why was he with the revolutionary leader? A guard from the basement shouted. There are more revolutionaries down there. They've been subdued. Lashy turned to the crowd, her voice ringing with authority. See, good citizens, she announced, this is the truth about the Revolutionary Army. The guards also discovered chests of money marked with the church's insignia and cloaks belonging to the Imperial Army hidden within the basement. But they were all counterfeit. This meant the Revolutionary Army, the very group the people trusted and followed to overthrow the Imperial Court, were the true culprits behind the church burning. The leaders stubbornly insisted that this was all an Imperial trap, urging them not to believe the evidence. Then, the monks and street children who had been missing were brought forward. They testified that the Revolutionary Army had captured them, intending to sell them into slavery. It was all the Revolutionary Army's doing. Amidst the rising murmurs and curses of the crowd, the leader, consumed by shame and rage, snatched a sword and plunged it into the abdomen of a nearby guard. At that moment, Layla appeared. What you want isn't Lashy, she declared to the Revolutionary Army. It's my neck. She leveled her own sword at the leader, startling him. I'm enough on my own, Layla, Lashy said calmly. You don't need to come here and show off. Layla glared at her. Shut up, Lashy, she snapped. I didn't come here to save you. If I don't deal with these guys myself, she growled, I won't be able to sleep. With a swift kick, she slammed her foot into the revolutionary leader's face. Then she turned on the Prime Minister. I can't believe a noble would collude with revolutionaries, she seethed. She remembered the Prime Minister's expression when he demanded she be handed over to the Revolutionary Army. Now I understand why the investigation went nowhere back then, she thought. Without hesitation, she drove her sword into his shoulder, eliciting a scream of agony. I won't let you die peacefully, Layla snarled, delivering several more brutal kicks. You're the one who should be on the chopping block. The revolutionary leader, struggling to his feet, grabbed a nearby sword and lunged, only to be met by a wall of Lashy's flames. Seeing this, Layla waved Lashy back. Don't worry, Layla, Lashy said with a smirk. I won't steal your thunder. She touched the Prime Minister, igniting him. From now on, she said, her voice low and menacing, revenge only has meaning if you do it yourself. The truth about the Kobian Empire's revolutionary army was revealed by the rescued nuns and orphans. The church fire had indeed been a staged act orchestrated by the revolutionaries. They had planned to steal all the donations and sell the children to slave traders. In my past life, Barry maintained a close relationship with the Kobian king's prime minister, Lashy mused. This is the first time I've heard the truth about the revolution, she thought, but I have no standing to oppose the Kobian Empire, a nation that trades valuable oil. Layla was executed not long after this. Power struggles were not uncommon. How did you know about the Revolutionary Army and the Prime Minister? Layla asked, eyeing Lashy suspiciously. Lashy inwardly cringed. I hope no one comments on how we sound alike. She smiled, placing a finger to her lips. It's a secret only Gawang knows, she said playfully. So even if you're his sister, I can't tell you. She added with a pointed look. Besides, you're not from Cherit. You're the Empress of Kobian. The surrounding people cheered, their voices filled with gratitude for Layla. Even though the former emperor has passed away, they cried, Layla has continued to lead the empire single-handedly until now. Layla's thoughts drifted back to the past, to the moment she'd intended to kill Gawang as he lay ill in bed, but had faltered, her worry for him leading her to cut her long hair instead. I had no reason to resolve the revolution, Lashy thought, but because Layla was wrongly accused, I helped. She felt a chilling echo of her own execution in her past life. I suppose I had to endure all of that alone. Meanwhile, in the incredibly luxurious mountaintop castle of the Berry Kingdom, a voice suddenly boomed. Just what in the world happened? In a lavishly decorated room, the king and queen of Berry watched the news report about Empress Lashy of Cherit solving the fuel problem with evident displeasure. That notorious Empress of Kobian had already conceded the oil transfer. That celebrated empress had somehow turned Emperor Gawang into a lovesick husband and gained the support of the entire Cherit Empire. The king, his face a mask of cold annoyance, read the news about his beloved daughter. There had to be some misunderstanding. How could Emperor Gawang possibly like her? It should have been Nicola who married him. The prince and princess, siblings, echoed their father's sentiment upon hearing the news. But the deal between Lashy and the Kobian Empire seems to be real, the queen said, her voice laced with worry. She's obviously being used, the siblings retorted instantly. What can she offer besides work? Why is father so worried? Princess Nicola asked, elegantly raising her teacup with a regal air. The queen, looking weary, slowly answered her daughter. Because work is already hectic, and it's because Lashy isn't here. And what's with the Kobian Empire suddenly sending a letter? Prince Eric asked, surprised. It seems she heard about our Berry Kingdom planning to cooperate in this revolution, the queen replied. Hearing this, Prince Eric also panicked. Could the prime minister over there be involved? They recalled the deal between Lashy and the empress. Lashy's beautiful face suddenly flashed in their minds, bringing with it an inexplicable anxiety. Didn't Lashy say anything about that empress? The old king exclaimed, his voice stern. Rather than that, shouldn't we slowly find a replacement first? It's a shame father can't rest properly. Princess Nicola thought innocently, observing the tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Prince Eric said with a confident smile, don't worry about that, because I've found something good. I heard something quite interesting from my lover, the third Princess Gina of the Viso Kingdom. Prince Eric began, sitting with his arms crossed, a smug look on his face. Seeing this, Princess Nicola smiled. Father can finally relax a bit, thank goodness. Unaware of what this scheming family of four was plotting, the image of a black-haired, bare-shouldered girl, looking fragile, appeared. A slender hand, clad in an understated glove, slowly lifted a cup of warm tea. It's truly an honor. I didn't expect the Empress to attend the tea party, the lady said excitedly, looking at the beautiful Empress Lashy, her long, platinum blonde hair and captivating eyes drawing attention. Thank you for inviting me. It seems you put a lot of effort into the tea party and the pastries. Empress Lashy replied with a smile, noting the delicate pastries and beautiful teacups arranged on the table. After being recognized as Empress, invitations from high society were becoming increasingly frequent. Everyone seems to harbor goodwill towards me. Lashy observed the people before her, thinking, but aside from that letter, it doesn't seem like goodwill at all. It was a letter from Nina Lineski, who claimed to be the emperor's second concubine. She calls herself the second concubine, and the contents seem friendly enough. Lashy sipped her tea while recalling the contents of the letter, maintaining a cautious demeanor as she conversed with the ladies. But who knows if she's like Camilla, so I can't let my guard down. Well, Lashy suddenly set down her teacup and asked the ladies at the party with a smile, "Are all of you close with concubine Nina?" Lashy inquired, thinking to herself, "First, I need to gather clear information." Hearing Empress Lashy's question, the ladies and young misses at the party looked slightly surprised and replied with apprehensive expressions. "The second concubine, you mean?" Seeing this reaction, Empress Lashy nodded gently and continued, "I heard she often holds parties, so I was wondering if you've ever been invited." "Oh, of course. Concubine Nina is known for loving parties," the ladies replied hesitantly, nodding their heads. Empress Lashy took note of everyone's expressions and reactions, pondering, but she didn't say anything further. Seeing the Empress's silence, the ladies chimed in. "We're so grateful she always extends invitations. It's such an honor, isn't it? But due to scheduling conflicts, we're unable to attend. It's such a rare opportunity to be invited. It's truly a shame." The ladies muttered with strained smiles, making Lashy feel the strangeness of the atmosphere. "Of course, the only Empress we support is you, Lashy." Lashy's eyes flickered, unsure which lady had spoken. Although the second concubine's letter said any time is fine, I should observe the situation first, Lashy thought. Before that, Your Majesty." A girl with short brown hair, seeing the awkward atmosphere, steered the conversation in a different direction, causing everyone to look at her. "At a party my brother attended a few days ago, he heard a rumor from the second princess of Berry. It said that the Berry Kingdom is Your Majesty's homeland. Is that right?" "Berry, Nicola," Empress Lashy thought, but she answered with a smile, "That's right, that's my homeland. I'm curious what rumor there is about the Berry Kingdom." The short brown-haired girl hesitated after the Empress's question, then recounted the story. As the girl narrated, the scene shifted to Princess Nicola laughing and chatting with two young men. "We hired a new secretary this time. Because they're a foreigner, we were a bit uneasy, but they're very capable." The princess proudly showed off her family's mysterious secretary. The two handsome young men, with bright smiles, continuously complimented and flattered the princess. "You're so lovely today as well." Of course, who that person is a secret, right? It's still a secret, so everyone must keep it confidential. Nicola instructed the young men, saying that makes it impossible to keep a secret. Lashy thought tiredly, rubbing her head after hearing the story. Before hiring a royal secretary, then spreading it around like this, Barry's information leaks several times might not be Nicola's fault, right? Lashy pondered, recalling past information leaks. Despite the flurry of thoughts in her mind, Lashy smiled and joked with the girls. "It seems they are particularly talented. I'm quite envious. More importantly, that secretary has been bothering me. Nicola won't be able to keep secrets at this rate. It's strange not knowing what kind of person they are." The Empress fell into thought, elegantly lifting her teacup for a sip. Continental calendar year XXXX, month X, day X, a new secretary from the Viso Kingdom. As if suddenly remembering something, Empress Lashy was completely shocked, her eyes filled with dread. The scene shifted to a sparsely furnished room, where a girl in a simple white dress, looking frail and delicate, sat worriedly. A sudden knock startled the seemingly quite frightened girl. "Why, yes." The girl stood up, looking a bit shaky and anxious, as someone opened the door and entered, saying, "Please help me." In the dark dungeon, someone's gentle humming echoed. Slender hands held a test tube containing a strange solution, accompanied by a cheerful, enjoying singing voice mixed together. A man with long black hair sang and danced while admiring the test tube filled with the divine liquid. "You seem happy, Badadoo." Emperor Gawang's icy voice suddenly interrupted the singing. Emperor Gawang walked to the cell door, looking coldly at the man locked inside. Seeing the Emperor's arrival, the man didn't even glance, only sneering. "I didn't know you were here, Your Majesty." He greeted casually and mockingly. "When the Emperor seems quite bored, isn't it?" Hearing Badado's words, Emperor Gawang replied, "I'm thinking about how to dispose of you." "Why not be merciful, Your Majesty? Aren't we living under the same roof?" Badadoo, unafraid of the Emperor's threat, teased jokingly. "Or is it because we live under the same roof that you're bored, Your Majesty? In fact, the Empress you adore and I live in the same castle." Badadoo continued, "If you still have time to spout nonsense, get your hands dirty. Keeping you alive for now is solely for research purposes." Gawang stated coldly, looking at the madman in the cell. "Your hesitation when you speak hasn't changed. Not then, not now. Though it was rather endearing before. Are you referring to when I was still the late emperor's physician? Emperor Gawang also recalled the past. Badadu continued. Back then, you became a tool for the late emperor's desired treatment. Your hatred for others was the only emotion befitting you. Back then, you never even naturally thought about what you wanted, while now that aspect seems to have changed quite a bit, doesn't it? Badadu said, glancing at the test tube in his hand. Amidst the worried gazes of the servants, the king asked again, "What are you talking about? Aren't you well aware? Why even ask?" Empress Lashi, that unique woman you only obtained after seizing control of the empire. Hearing this, King Gawang's gaze turned stern, dangerously and icily cold. The madman locked in the cell gently shook the test tube in his hand, thinking, no matter how much you deny it, she is certainly different from the woman you knew before. The king remained silent for a moment before speaking. How many times must I tell you? Before you understand that woman's usefulness? The king's words were interrupted by the madman. I want to see her again. Her magic is incredibly potent beyond imagination. Her haughty, free-spirited demeanor, fiercely controlling flames like a phoenix reborn from ashes. Isn't it a bit of a waste to give her to the late empress's tools? Badadu continued, his eyes somewhat crazed and enigmatic. That day, she shouldn't have become an experimental subject. I should have made her mine. He looked mockingly at the emperor's face. It seems prison is too comfortable for you. The madman's reaction and crazed behavior angered the emperor somewhat, his voice turning colder. The handsome servant standing beside him silently worried. This madman repeatedly used the empress to provoke the emperor. After a moment of silence, the emperor turned and left, ignoring the madman. Fine, no execution. Using you as a lifelong research tool isn't bad either. Badadu, locked in the cell, silently watched the king leave, but he said nothing. In the castle's royal garden, amidst the vibrant clusters of flowers blooming under the beautiful sunlight of the clear blue sky, Empress Lashi sat pensively at a table laden with exquisite refreshments. Lost in thought, her eyes, beautiful, alluring, and mysterious, were like two shimmering pink rubies. Continental calendar year XXXX, month X, day X, a new secretary from the Viso kingdom arrived. It was said that the secretary told Lashi they were hired shortly after she joined the war. Although the situation now is different from then, perhaps they were looking for a replacement for Lashi, as it wasn't a job Eric or Nicola could handle. But one thing is, on the day of her execution, she didn't see anyone who looked like that present. This means that person was being used behind the scenes, just like she once was. The people of Barry are already irrelevant, but if that person is being treated like Lashi was back then, it bothers her. The Empress suddenly spoke, interrupting Lashi's thoughts. Is something troubling you? Your complexion hasn't looked well for some time now. A beautiful girl with sky blue hair asked the Empress with concern. Lashi was startled, but she quickly regained her composure, offering a comforting smile. I apologize for worrying you. Empress Lashi's gaze darkened slightly as she looked at the teacup in her hand, calmly asking the girl, Sosa, if it were you, what would you do? Empress Lashi asked, recalling the scene of herself locked in prison. If Sosa were also locked up like that. It's nothing. Empress Lashi abruptly stopped her inquiry, sighing inwardly. What exactly am I trying to ask her? And why ask? The answer is already set in stone. The Empress, looking at the girl, thought, can you recommend some more delicious desserts? The ones from last time were quite delightful. Lashi smiled, shifting her attention elsewhere. Sosa, seeing the Empress's desire to move on from the topic, skillfully changed the subject. Of course, Your Majesty. The scene shifts to a rainy night in the Viso kingdom. In the cold downpour, a slender, brown-haired girl walked quietly, step by step. It was unclear why such a frail girl would be out in such a cold and fierce rainstorm, becoming drenched. In the lavish hallway of a magnificent palace, Emperor Gawang walked silently with an angered expression, causing concern among the servants and attendants. He's still so irritating, let alone speaking. I don't even want to see his face. Emperor Gawang thought, recalling the man's mocking face, always wearing an enigmatic smile. Whenever he's around, I can't maintain my composure. He grumbled to himself. I used to be so weak, so exhausted. I diligently persevered, constantly using healing magic. And at that time, Badadu was there. He witnessed my pathetic and drained state. I don't want to interact with him much, as it reminds me of those times. A lingering, unpleasant past. The emperor's furious demeanor worried the attendants following him. Your Majesty, where are you going? I can't believe I just let him return to the castle like that, he thought, but his eyes flickered as he suddenly noticed something. Your Majesty. A woman's soft voice reached him, accompanied by the clicking of heels against the floor. The emperor seemed stunned as he saw the approaching figure. It was Empress Lashy, breathtakingly beautiful in a shimmering gown. Has something happened? Empress Lashy asked with concern, noticing Gowong's displeasure. What are you doing here? Faced with Empress Lashy's question, the emperor seemed taken aback, falling silent for a moment. I was just heading back to my chambers, the emperor replied. But the answer seemed somewhat off, surprising the empress. A flicker of worry crossed the emperor's eyes, as if he were trying to hide something. The attendants who had been serving him, as well as the castle maids who witnessed this scene, all broke out in a cold sweat. As the emperor's thoughts raced, the empress, without further questioning, took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This intimate and beautiful scene, coupled with the beauty of the two, was like a painting anyone would admire. A drop of sweat trailed down the emperor's cheek, his eyes slightly widening in surprise. Just in time, Empress Lashy suddenly said, "Now is the perfect opportunity, as I have a request to make of your Majesty. If you would, could you come to my chambers?" The empress asked gently, continuing to delicately wipe the emperor's brow. Emperor Gowong was silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Witnessing this, the attendants seemed both startled and surprised. In a luxurious room filled with sweets and warm tea, Emperor Gowong spoke first. I've heard there's an exceptional talent in the Viso Kingdom. Empress Lashy nodded slightly. Yes, if Barry is interested in them, they must be worth hiring. I can guarantee that. Therefore, I'd like us to recruit them before Barry gets the chance. Empress Lashy replied with a smile. Ratra sat calmly in an ornately carved chair, dressed in immaculate white attire, his expression composed and serene, a stark contrast to his slightly worried demeanor in the hallway earlier. This sight also relieved the attendants, who thought His Majesty has regained his usual composure. He's calmed down since seeing the Empress. Looking at Empress Lashy's beautiful face, Ratra said, Now, I have no intention of doubting the information you've acquired. The banquet invitations will arrive, and you may accompany me. Seeing the Empress's slightly perplexed expression, the Emperor explained, It's a banquet invitation from the Viso Kingdom. The attendants were once again surprised, as the Emperor had stated just that morning that he intended to decline the invitation. Empress Lashy was a little startled, but expressed her gratitude. Thank you. She thought to herself, is it really this simple? Doesn't this prove I've been acknowledged as Empress? The blue-haired attendant behind the Empress also fell into deep thought, seemingly pondering something. We depart next week. This time, I'll permit your pet to come along. Emperor Gowong stated, looking at the attendant behind Empress Lashy. This look and statement surprised the blue-haired attendant, Sosa. The Emperor, looking at Sosa, paused for a moment, then complimented, The tea is good today. Empress, you may proceed with the talent search as you see fit. Seeing Emperor Gowong so amiable today, Empress Lashy smiled and said, Thank you for your trust. I'll be sure to bring back good results. The Empress's beautiful, slender hands, encased in pristine white gloves, reached out. He gazed intently at Empress Lashy, his eyes deep and filled with emotions difficult to articulate. Even if it's just words, Emperor Gowong suddenly said, uttering mysterious words that startled the Empress. I never thought I'd so naturally desire something. It seems that person has changed a lot, he thought, recalling the words of the madman in the prison. These thoughts caused his eyes to narrow slightly, but then he placed his hand over Empress Lashy's. The Emperor slowly clasped her hand, surprising the Empress. He intimately brought her hand to his cheek. The Emperor, feeling the warmth of her palm, quietly closed his eyes. Unpleasant memories resurfaced of those who had always harbored malice towards him. Your Majesty. Empress Lashy's voice brought the Emperor back to reality. The Empress's face flushed crimson, seemingly embarrassed by Emperor Gowong's intimate gesture. Only then did the Emperor realize what he had done, his eyes widening in surprise. The nearby maids gasped, frozen in place. In the Viso Kingdom, the blue sky was beautiful and the streets were neat and orderly. Inside a luxurious, sturdy carriage, the Emperor and Empress Lashy arrived in the Viso Kingdom as scheduled. Empress Lashy glanced at the Emperor, who was enjoying the scenery through the window. The Emperor hasn't met with me privately since that incident, Lashy thought, recalling the surprising hand-holding scene. When the Emperor held my hand to his cheek, I didn't know what was happening or if he was trying to check something. Empress Lashy's focused gaze caught the Emperor's attention, and he looked back at her. Being caught staring made the Empress blush, but she continued to think. Even if I asked what was wrong, His Majesty would only say it was nothing. But he keeps looking at me. Perhaps the open disdain like before would be more comfortable. I wish he would say something. Empress Lashy pondered, looking out the window. Is something troubling you? The Emperor's low voice startled the Empress. She was taken aback, but quickly replied with a smile, No, Your Majesty. But in her mind, she thought, don't do that. You surprised me. Lashy looked out the window, exclaiming, Taking this route, the capital really resembles Cherit. It's different. Under the Emperor's attentive gaze, the Empress continued, There are many architectural styles I've never seen before, and the shop designs are also quite lovely. Hearing this, the Emperor asked, Shall we stop and take a look then? Emperor Gowong's suggestion surprised the Empress once more. Just then, an attendant's voice came from outside the carriage. Your Majesty, we've arrived at the capital earlier than expected. Shall we proceed directly to the accommodations? To the attendant's question, the Emperor said, No, I'd like to look around. Make the necessary preparations. Yes, Your Majesty, the attendant replied, surprise evident in their voice. After all, aside from official business, the Emperor had never shown interest in such things before. Even Empress Lashy was quite astonished, thinking to herself, does he really intend to visit those places? He's even going with me, the Empress mused, but she nevertheless stepped out of the carriage, following the Emperor. This isn't like usual, so I'm a little surprised. Purely sightseeing, with no other motive, she thought, watching Ratra extend a hand to help her alight. This is like those scenes from the past. She took the Emperor's hand and stepped out of the carriage, but a thought crossed her mind. No way, this scene is like a date. It's making me so embarrassed. His arm must be quite firm. Is this really a date? Lashy thought frantically, stealing a glance at Ratra, who remained composed. This is so embarrassing. The Empress's embarrassment caused a faint blush to color her beautiful, flower-like face. Arm in arm, the two strolled down the street, looking like a couple filled with love, intimacy, and happiness. Empress Lashy suddenly noticed a shop by the roadside and thought, is that a bakery? Oh no, it's a blacksmith shop, although it doesn't seem to be open right now. All the buildings have a purpose, the Empress observed, calculating as she went. A rare smile graced the Empress's face. Suddenly, the voices of passers-by caught her attention. Two girls were walking and chatting. The mansion next door has decided to hire staff, so their words abruptly cut off. Then, upon seeing the Emperor and Empress, they exclaimed in surprise, Did you see that just now? What a beautiful woman, and a man beside her is so handsome too. Their mention of hiring reminded Empress Lashy of the purpose of her visit. That's right, it's rare to arrive in the capital so quickly. I must use this opportunity to find clues about the new secretary. Lost in thought, she noticed a large and beautiful building by the roadside and couldn't help but exclaim, That bookstore is huge. Your Majesty, could we take a look inside that bookstore? The Empress asked, pointing at the building and smiling as she sought the Emperor's opinion. He nodded. Very well. Not only was the exterior structure grand and luxurious, but the bookshelves and display cases inside were also exquisitely decorated. Hearing the Empress's inquiry, a bookstore employee asked in surprise, Are you referring to Colorado? Seeing this scene, Emperor Gowong couldn't help but think, not shopping, but investigating, huh? The bookstore employee continued. She was indeed a bright child, but despite her hard work, she was dismissed from the palace. Such a pity. It seems she's going to another country. This time, Empress Lashy rejoiced inwardly. As expected, a regular at the bookstore. I'll come to the right place. The employee lowered their voice and continued. Apparently, someone was pulling strings, so she couldn't work anywhere in the palace. Now she's desperately trying to make a living in the red light district. Ah, just pretend you didn't hear that. The employee, realizing they had misspoken, quickly fell silent. The red light district? Empress Lashy was astonished to hear that the girl had resorted to such a place to make a living. Emperor Gowong also found this information strange. A former palace employee in the red light district? He pondered as he flipped through a book. As he saw an image of 2 rings within the book, his gaze suddenly became deep and unreadable. On the street, Empress Lashy, arm in arm with the emperor, smiled and said, "Thanks to you, I've heard the necessary information. In any case, I think the task can be handled well." The emperor didn't reply, merely silently observing the surrounding streets. "Where are you going?" Empress Lashy, who had been chatting pleasantly, suddenly asked as she saw the emperor turn and enter a shop. She followed him inside. "Welcome." The jewelry store was filled with a dazzling array of elegant and exquisite goods, and the staff greeted them. Just then, the emperor suddenly asked, "You've sent me flowers before, haven't you?" The question brought Lashy back to a scene from a previous festival visit. She had watched with curiosity as many young ladies carried armfuls of flowers. The guards had explained that it was a spring festival tradition for women to buy flowers and give them to their beloved. Hearing this, Empress Lashy had seemed curious and thoughtful. Later, 2 guards had brought a beautiful potted flower, saying, "His Majesty, the Emperor, has sent this for you." At the time, the emperor had simply remained silent, accepting the flowers. Back in the present, in the jewelry store, Gowong continued, "Do you know the meaning of giving flowers on that festival?" Hearing the direct question, the empress blushed slightly, but replied, "Of course, I heard about it from the guards." Gowong said, "Well then, since you do," and then gazed intently at the items before him. They were delicate, precious, and glittering jewels, inlaid with gold, silver, and gemstones. Among them, a bracelet with an ocean blue sapphire emitting a beautiful light caught the emperor's eye. No need for useless explanations. She'll put it on immediately, Gowong said to the shopkeeper with an indifferent attitude and an intimidating expression. "My apologies. You understand better than I," the terrified jeweler quickly replied. Seeing this, the empress sighed inwardly. The emperor's shopping style was decisive and required no explanations about the products. She watched as the shopkeeper, who had intended to explain the value of the bracelet in detail, was cut short by the emperor. Truly the style of royalty. So the emperor followed me, and luckily he seems to be enjoying the shopping. Empress Lashy tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, thinking to herself. But suddenly, the emperor's voice startled her, interrupting her thoughts. "Give me your hand." "Yes, your majesty." Before the empress could react, Gowong came to her side, holding the sapphire bracelet. As Lashy watched in surprise, the emperor took her hand. He then placed a newly purchased bracelet on her slender, white wrist. The bracelet shimmered in the light, complementing her fair skin and making her hand appear more beautiful than ever. Emperor Gowong gently placed his hand on the empress's cheek, instructing seriously, "Never take this bracelet off." He then turned and left, leaving Lashy staring at the newly acquired bracelet before she could react. Time flew by, and night fell, revealing a beautiful starry sky. A sumptuous and delicious dinner was quickly finished by the empress and emperor. At the dinner table, the empress smiled at the emperor and said, "It's about time. We should go to the red light district, shouldn't we?" She picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth, thinking, "I can't believe we even had dinner together, and we're even sharing a room." She then asked the emperor, "May I bring 2 or 3 guards?" In response, Emperor Gowong said, "I'm going." This surprised Empress Lashy. "No, that's unnecessary," the empress thought. "I knew it." The emperor, puzzled by the empress stopping him from accompanying her, questioned why. "If your majesty goes to the red light district, you will attract attention," Lashy explained softly, but inwardly complained. "Even if you disguise yourself, if you walk around with that handsome face, of course people will approach you." "That doesn't sound like something you should be saying," the emperor retorted. "Because I'm a woman." Empress Lashy, also pressed by the question, felt annoyed. What is he suspicious of at this point? There was only one last resort. The empress's next words shocked the emperor, his eyes widening. She smiled beautifully at the emperor and said, "What kind of crazy wife would bring her husband to the red light district?" The empress's final tactic seemed highly effective. She was able to go out with a group of guards, which brought her a sigh of relief. Finally, I managed to stop him from going. But she recalled the emperor's instruction at the dinner table. Remember, never take this bracelet off. Lashy looked at the bracelet on her wrist, thinking, what does he mean by that? Could there be some kind of tracking magic within this bracelet? Please, even just 30% would be fine. A desperate voice from a nearby courtyard caught the attention of Empress Lashy and her guards. Please pay first. A frail girl in a thin shirt pleaded, bowing deeply. I've already left the shop and paid the fine, so I have no money left. A man's cold voice responded to the girl's plea. We don't care. You enjoyed yourself until we left. Don't you think it's shameless to make us wait until now to answer? The man speaking was Prince Eric. Prince Eric's appearance surprised Empress Lashy, and she hid herself to eavesdrop. Then please take me to Barry now. If you go to Barry, my brother can be treated. The girl continued to plead tearfully, but Eric just shook his head. Not today. Unlike you, the royal family is busy, so I came here today to urge you. Hearing Eric say this, Empress Lashy thought coldly. The way he looks, he must be going on a date or to a party. What is he so busy with? Proceed as planned. We'll depart in 3 days, Prince Eric announced coldly, leaving the girl in despair. I see, Empress Lashy thought, watching Eric leave and the girl kneeling there, crying helplessly. The guards who witnessed this scene were also annoyed, murmuring amongst themselves, damn, that man is heartless. But before they could finish, Empress Lashy's guards interrupted them. Be careful what you say. That man is the crown prince of the Berry Kingdom. Realizing Eric's identity, the guards were startled, then said, then that woman is... Hearing the guards' commotion, the girl in white sobbed and called out, who's there? Please help me. Just buy me for one night. The pitiful girl approached the group, pleading, I desperately need money to help my brother through this difficult time, so please buy me for one night. The frail girl, having abandoned her dignity, begged. Empress Lashy nodded in response. All right, I'll buy you, Empress Lashy said, looking at the girl with a smile. But I won't just buy you for one night. First, can you tell me about your situation? In the small cottage where the two sisters lived, the girl quietly told Empress Lashy her story. She had been expelled from the palace, lost her home, and after several medical checkups for her brother, she had used up all her savings. The pitiful girl's name was Colorado, a former court secretary of the Viso Kingdom. A newly appointed general was said to have persistently pursued and harassed her. Because she refused him repeatedly, he retaliated by falsely accusing her. As a result, she was expelled from the castle and also given a hefty fine. The Berry Kingdom promised to treat her brother, and in exchange, she was hired as Barry's private secretary. They said Colorado's brother couldn't be with her because of the remote location of the facility. Her brother might be a good lure, Empress Lashy thought as she listened. From sending her brother to a remote place to whether they truly have proper treatment, it's all suspicious. The Empress looked at the girl and said softly, I can help you escape this life right now. Of course, the two of you won't need to be separated either. To the sisters' astonishment, Lashy promised, I guarantee better treatment than Barry. Looking at the confident woman before her promising to treat her brother, the girl couldn't help but ask, then, who are you? Empress Lashy smiled beautifully and gestured to her guards. I am Lashy Babena, Empress of the Cherit Empire. The Empress's noble and unexpected identity made the girl's eyes widen in shock. Cherit, the medical powerhouse. Let's go somewhere else now, the Empress said, looking at the girl. Let's leave this place immediately. Bring your brother. In a luxurious mansion, serving as temporary residence during Emperor Gowong's visit to the Viso Kingdom, the handsome emperor sat quietly in a chair. Lost in thought, I'm incredibly bothered and confused. I've never experienced these feelings and anxieties before. Since when did I start worrying about her? Me? I knew that woman wasn't ordinary from the start. A beautiful woman, but hiding something incredibly mysterious. The emperor mused, recalling Empress Lashy's beautiful image and captivating eyes. It seemed Cupid's arrow had struck their emperor, and it was causing him some distress. Why do I keep remembering that time? I didn't expect it to be like this, to become so strange. The emperor thought to himself, but he worried about the empress going to the red light district and being pursued by other men. Indeed, the emperor had fallen deeply in love. But a sudden voice interrupted Emperor Gowong's thoughts. Your Majesty, a guard called out. Her Majesty the Empress has returned. With that call, Emperor Gowong saw the Empress approaching with a girl and an unfamiliar child. The girl Empress Lashy brought back looked around and exclaimed, This is the most luxurious inn in the capital. Thank you for providing me with lodging, but this place is too extravagant for me. Seeing the girl's anxiety, the Empress smiled reassuringly. Too extravagant? Just use it freely. Ah, but seeing the girl's unease, Empress Lashy thought, she's even humble. I can't let Barry exploit such a kind girl. In a beautifully decorated, well-appointed room with glittering crystal chandeliers, the Emperor and Empress's guards led the girl and her brother to rest. There's a bathroom next door, and I'll leave clothes here for you to change into, the considerate guard instructed. This thoughtful treatment left the girl in a daze. Am I, someone like me, truly being treated like this? Recalling her past experiences, her current situation, and the Empress's help brought tears to her eyes. I can't believe you brought her here, Emperor Gawang said to the Empress in another room. Did she deserve to be brought directly here? Hearing this, the Empress smiled and said, I couldn't delay any longer. Emperor Gawang caught the key point in the Empress's words. Delay what? That girl caught the attention of Barry's crown prince. The condition Barry proposed was to treat her sick brother. For this reason, I brought her directly here. Of course, the escorting knights witnessed everything as well. The Empress and the knights nodded in agreement. Recalling the image of the dissolute prince, Emperor Gawang asked, Is that Prince of Barry really your brother? I don't understand why he wouldn't protect his own talent, wouldn't pay for his sister's treatment. If she's a hostage, letting the hostage die is disadvantageous. Seeing Emperor Gawang's bewilderment at her foolish brother, Empress Lashy replied helplessly. It seems he was in a hurry to go on a date or to a party. Her response astonished the guards who witnessed this scene. Just for a date or a party. He neglected that girl so much. Your Majesty, I have a proposition, the Empress whispered to the Emperor. After listening, the Emperor praised, Interesting. I should collaborate with you occasionally. Empress Lashy smiled and said, It's my honor. Witnessing the Empress and Emperor's terrifying smiles as they plotted against someone, the surrounding guards and servants silently prayed for the person being targeted. The Emperor and Empress smiled as they discussed their plan, the clinking of their wine glasses punctuating their conversation. In the bedroom, Empress Lashy finished bathing and changed into a long, pink nightgown. The Empress looked like a freshly bloomed rose, appearing shy under the beautiful moonlight. Emperor Gawang also changed into his night clothes and sat on the bed, watching the Empress. Lashy's face flushed slightly as she thought, what will happen today? She recalled the scene from their previous intimate night when the Emperor kissed her. The lights in the room went out, plunging it into darkness, with only the bedside lamp emitting a faint glow. The Emperor closed his eyes and lay calmly, his expression soft, unlike his usual coldness. Lashy lay quietly beside him, but her heart raced and her cheeks burned. She thought they might do something, but seeing the Emperor close his eyes peacefully, she breathed a sigh of relief. Not now, though his recent behavior had been a bit strange. But suddenly, the Emperor's hand slowly reached towards Empress Lashy. The Empress was still lost in thought, certain that at this moment. Then her eyes widened in surprise. It turned out the Emperor hadn't fallen asleep, but was gently brushing her hair aside with his hand. The Emperor looked at her tenderly, and Lashy, a shy blush coloring her face, met his gaze like a flower about to bloom. Oh, the Empress gasped as she was embraced by Emperor Gawang's strong arms. He wrapped his arms around her back, pulling her closer. The intimate posture, the close proximity, the warm embrace, and the sound of his heartbeat made Lashy's blush deepen. Holding me, it seemed she hadn't yet processed Emperor Gawang's unexpected action. Lashy was stunned, feeling the warmth emanating from the handsome man before her. The Emperor's lips and chin brushed lightly against her smooth hair, drawing them even closer. In the Viso Kingdom's castle, the castle steward's welcoming voice rang out. Welcome, Emperor Gawang, dressed in a white formal suit with a jeweled brooch pinned to his chest, followed by Empress Lashy, beautiful and elegant in a flowing evening gown, her long golden hair cascading down her back. Thank you so much for attending our Viso Kingdom's founding anniversary banquet. The castle steward greeted the Emperor and Empress warmly. There's another companion. Is that all right? Emperor Gawang inquired. The steward replied, "Of course, no problem." He looked around behind the emperor and empress, asking, "Where is your companion?" But he was stunned when he saw a gorgeously dressed girl step down from the carriage. The companion is that woman? The steward was utterly surprised to see the beautiful girl in a formal dress and a sparkling jeweled necklace. That girl was Colorado, accompanying Emperor Gowong and Empress Lashy to the banquet, while her brother was being carefully looked after by the Empress's steward back at the castle. In the castle hall, Empress Lashy strolled intimately arm in arm with Emperor Gowong, Secretary Colorado beside them, but she seemed restless. Seeing the girl so fidgety, Empress Lashy comforted her. "Don't be so nervous. This place should be more familiar to you." Secretary Colorado couldn't hide her anxiety, replying softly, "Indeed, it is familiar, but I never thought I would walk this corridor again." Colorado thought as she walked, looking around. After that incident, terrible things unexpectedly happened. "I didn't expect to come back here, to this dreadful and heartless place I never wanted to return to. But more than those worries and unpleasant feelings, are they really the Emperor and Empress of the Cherit Empire?" Secretary Colorado looked at the Emperor and Empress before her, who looked like a dazzlingly beautiful couple. "Just yesterday, I was still begging people on the streets to buy me. I can't believe everything changed so suddenly and completely overnight," Colorado thought, looking at the luxurious and magnificent scene before her. All around were guests of royal blood or noble birth. "I never thought I would attend the kingdom's founding banquet today." The surrounding guests, seeing Empress Lashy and Emperor Gowong, greeted them with surprised smiles. "It's been a while, Your Majesty, Emperor Gowong. It's admirable to see the rumored Empress together with Your Majesty." Hearing this, Empress Lashy smiled gently, while Emperor Gowong maintained his usual indifferent expression. "Is that the one who earned 30% of Kobian's profits? How can she be so beautiful?" Amidst the surrounding whispers, Prince Eric in the distance was flirting with a beautiful woman. Witnessing this scene, Secretary Colorado was also surprised. They were instantly surrounded by the crowd, but what should I do? Even when I was still in the castle, I didn't often attend banquets. The unfamiliar environment made Colorado extremely uneasy, as she rarely participated in such events. Suddenly, a man approached her from behind, asking, "Miss, is something troubling you?" Colorado jumped, startled. The man, too, was taken aback when he saw the girl before him. "What, you, Colorado?" He couldn't help but exclaim. "How did you sneak in here?" The old man, dressed in green, yelled upon seeing Colorado, attracting the attention of the surrounding noble guests. "Hey, someone, there's a weasel here. Throw her out. This woman is a criminal who was expelled from the castle," he shouted, calling for the guards. His words infuriated Colorado. She turned and slapped the rude old man hard across the face. "You're the one who framed me. You unilaterally dismissed me just because I refused to sleep with you. You already have a wife. Who's the dirty one here?" Colorado's furious words astonished the surrounding guests, their gazes shifting to the man. What? What are you talking about?" he stammered, shoving the girl away as his wife demanded, "What is she saying?" Colorado, thrown off balance, stumbled backward, but was luckily caught by Empress Lashy. Lashy's icy voice rang out, "Hold on. What business do you have with my companion?" The Empress glared at the man, her voice sharp and dangerous. Witnessing this, the man was terrified, his eyes wide with fear. Empress Lashy of the Cherit Empire, looking at him, smoothed her hair and said with a chilling smile, "This is Colorado, the former secretary of the Viso Kingdom. We've decided to employ her in the Cherit Empire, and she has agreed." Empress Lashy's words, though spoken softly, carried a dangerous edge. The former secretary of the Viso Kingdom? At the Empress's confirmation, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Prince Eric, drawn by the commotion, approached. "The former secretary of the Viso Kingdom? Doesn't that mean Cherit now possesses Viso's confidential information?" Empress Lashy thought precisely. "That is the hidden value behind this girl. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? She's our new secretary." Lashy turned to Emperor Gowong, a smile playing on her lips. "Indeed." Emperor Gowong nodded in agreement, stepping up beside the Empress. What's going on? Amidst the whispers, the wife of the official who had framed Colorado was questioning him. How could you unilaterally dismiss her? By now, Prince Eric had grasped the situation. He quickly interjected, "No, wait, don't be ridiculous. I employed that woman." But as he took in the scene before him, he froze. Sister," Prince Eric stammered, seeing his sister standing beside Colorado Lashy, seeing her inept and useless brother appear. Thought, he finally shows up. Prince Eric's eyes widened, questions swirling in his mind. Her hair color is back to normal, but more importantly, why did she employ that woman? You just said, "Don't be ridiculous." Who are you talking to? Emperor Gawang's furious voice cut through Eric's thoughts. The emperor of the Cherit Empire was all Eric managed to think before Gawang continued. "How dare you speak to my wife in such a manner?" Prince Eric, seemingly stunned by the situation, could only cry out, "Sister." Gawang continued coldly, his gaze sharp. "Where are you looking, boy?" Gawang's terrifying aura and beast-like glare frightened Eric, causing him to stumble and fall to the floor. Looking down at Prince Eric, Gawang coldly declared, "Colorado Magnagor is now employed by the Cherit Empire. If you wish to become an enemy of Cherit, then by all means continue." Gawang's icy declaration sent a chill down the spines of both the official and Prince Eric, as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. In stark contrast to their terrified expressions were Empress Lashy's confident, beautiful face and Colorado's relieved joy. The old king's surprised and enraged shout echoed through Berry Castle. "What? The secretary didn't come here? What's the meaning of this?" He slammed his fist on the table, his face red with fury, demanding answers from his son. "I don't know either," Prince Eric replied, scratching his head helplessly. "They hired her first. Isn't that incredibly rude?" Princess Nicole complained upon hearing the news. The king's furious voice boomed again. She even agreed to their offer immediately, but refused ours. "She'll regret making a fool of Barry." "I think so too," Prince Eric agreed. "But the problem is, the other party is the Cherit Empire, ruled by that terrifying emperor." A collective gasp filled the room at Eric's words. Cherit, the Queen Mother, silent until now, finally spoke. "What does this mean? Weren't you the only one who interviewed that secretary, Eric?" Prince Eric was equally frustrated. "That's why I said, all the information about that secretary I heard from Princess Gina of the Viso Kingdom. So there's no way Cherit could have known." Hearing her brother's explanation, Princess Nicole suggested, "Why don't we ask Sister Lashy? What can someone who only hides behind the emperor do? She's as quiet and hesitant as ever." Eric complained irritably, recalling how, from his perspective, Empress Lashy seemed weak, cowering behind Emperor Gawang. That useless Lashy. At these words, the indolent king slammed his fist on the table in anger, cursing. "Even so, shouldn't we at least try talking to her? Maybe she knows something." Seeing Princess Nicole repeatedly mention that woman, Eric grew extremely annoyed. "Do we have time for that? If you were me, would you want to stay there? It was so awkward. I thought I could finally get rid of this burden." The queen, looking at the piles of documents on the table, sighed. "I heard we were hiring a secretary, so I've been saving up work. Now, what am I supposed to do with this mountain? Why is Cherit suddenly demanding more reports?" Everyone was dismayed as a servant brought in yet another stack of documents. Seeing this, the king scolded angrily. "I clearly said to only bring the documents I absolutely need to review." This made the servant tremble as he replied, "Yes, but these are only a small portion." "Enough." As if overwhelmed by fatigue, the lazy king angrily commanded Eric, "This is a royal order. You handle the rest. I am tired. This is a good opportunity for you to train to be the next king." The lazy king's decision horrified Eric. "No, I just need to find another replacement." The Queen Mother chimed in with a chuckle. "It's your own fault for letting your replacement get snatched away. Go on, work hard." The king continued his order. "If you want to find a replacement, fine. But whether the replacement does it or you do it directly, you're responsible for everything." Hearing this, Eric froze, as if turned to stone. "And, son, you're grounded until you finish all the work." The lazy king and queen left all the work to Eric and went off to hold a banquet to improve their moods. Seeing this, Princess Nicole quickly followed her parents. "Mother, I'll help prepare the banquet." They all left, leaving Eric calling out after them. Eric stood silently, watching them leave. Anger and frustration welled up inside him, and with a sudden roar, he threw all the files and documents into the air. The servants hurried to pick up the scattered papers, their faces etched with worry as they watched the prince's tantrum. Leaving the foolish Eric behind, the scene shifted to the Cherit Empire's castle, where maids stood neatly in a row, welcoming the emperor and empress back. Colorado and her brother were overwhelmed by the luxurious and magnificent sight. So this is the Cherit Empire? The atmosphere seems a bit cold. Empress Lashy, seeing their reaction, chuckled softly. She wore a warm fur coat and turned to the emperor. Your Majesty, may I take Colorado with me? Emperor Gawang looked at the three of them for a moment, then nodded. All right. Watching Emperor Gawang's retreating figure, Empress Lashy couldn't help but think. Finally, nothing happened this time. Every night, it's just normal hugs and sleep. But Lashy remembered the emperor's quiet sleeping posture and those intimate embraces. At the same time, she touched the bracelet the emperor had given her. He told her not to take it off, but I feel so incredibly honored. Lashy, your face is so red. Are you all right? Colorado's concerned question snapped Lashy out of a reverie. She quickly replied, I'm fine. Lashy turned, a blush warming her cheeks, and smiled at Colorado and her brother. Well then, shall we go inside? A luxurious and ornate bedroom, adorned with beautiful yellow flowers, would enchant anyone. Colorado, the former secretary, gasped. Wow, my brother and I can really stay in such a nice room. Hearing this, Empress Lashy asked, weren't the conditions good when you were a secretary at the palace? Colorado simply chuckled softly. Well, since we lived outside the city, it was fine for me to live alone, but they said I couldn't bring my family, so my brother and I had to live outside the palace walls. I see. Empress Lashy nodded slightly, her eyes flickering with thought. She truly is a kind girl, through and through. So different from that family, the one where I could only see their happiness while feeling like an outsider. As long as it's for my brother, I can do anything. I will do my best to be a strength to the emperor and empress, Colorado declared earnestly, making the empress laugh. Thank you. Then, first, let me introduce you to the place where you'll be working, all right? Yes, your majesty. Well then, you two relax for a bit, Empress Lashy suggested, gesturing for them to sit. I sent a message as soon as I returned to the castle, so they should be here soon. Lashy continued, watching the siblings sitting anxiously on the chairs. Hearing this, Colorado asked in surprise, coming here? What do you mean? I'm your new employer. I notified them to come here as soon as I got back to the castle. Empress Lashy explained, gently stroking the heads of two dogs, Tishy and Sochi, in a beautiful garden with shimmering fountains and countless flowers blooming under the sunlight. It was like a garden of paradise. Your Majesty, did you summon me? A blue-haired, clear-eyed girl named Sasha asked in surprise. Colorado and her brother were both astonished to learn that their new master would be the third consort of the Cherit Empire. Sasha, the third consort, was equally surprised to see the siblings, asking the Empress, who are these people? Empress Lashy smiled. I'm sorry to call you here so suddenly, Sasha. This girl is Colorado, and she used to be a court secretary in the Viso Kingdom. As Empress Lashy made the introductions, Colorado looked at the third consort and thought, she seems very gentle. Sasha was surprised at the introduction. The Viso Kingdom? Seeing this, Colorado stood up and bowed. It's a pleasure to meet you. The beautiful Empress Lashy, holding a teacup in her hand, explained in a low voice. It's a bit of a long story, but it's like this. Then the Empress recounted the story, while Colorado's brother played with the two dogs. So Colorado will be working as my secretary? The third consort Sasha asked. What do you think? You still have room in your palace, right? Lashy continued. Your Majesty, of course there is, but the third consort Sasha looked at the girl, thinking, someone who sacrifices herself for her brother. If it's work I can do, I want to help. But the consort hesitated, voicing her concern. Is it all right to have someone so capable working under me? Shouldn't she be working beside your Majesty or the Empress? The third consort Sasha was about to say more, but was suddenly interrupted by Empress Lashy's smile. It's precisely because it's you, Sasha, that I wanted to ask this favor. Because I believe you'll cherish your people more, and that puts my mind at ease, Empress Lashy said with a smile. The Empress's praise was so sudden that Sasha was a little surprised. Of course, why not? I could be a bit impulsive too. Empress Lashy looked at the worried girl, thinking, Sasha, don't worry. I'll take care of her brother's matters, so you don't have to worry too much. This promise from the Empress pleased both Sasha and Colorado, their eyes shining. The two girls hurriedly shook hands. It's a pleasure to meet you. I still have much to learn, so please guide me. No, I should be the one asking for your guidance, Consort Sasha. Consort Sasha suddenly felt a surge of determination. Since this girl was introduced by the Empress, she thought, I must support her fully. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Sasha was stunned by Colorado's rapid-fire questions. I apologize for the abruptness, but what does Consort Sasha enjoy? If possible, could you tell me about the relationship between your homeland and the Cherit Empire? If you're the third consort, your homeland must be advantageous to the Emperor. If Consort Sasha were to bring even greater benefits in the future, it might further solidify your position. Before anything had even begun, Colorado was already strategizing for Consort Sasha, leaving the third consort dumbfounded, while Empress Lashy smiled to herself, thinking, no wonder Barry wanted her. From Consort Sasha's quarters, the puzzled voice of Emperor Gawang drifted out. Yes, this is the list of spices imported from the Aquia Kingdom. It's been suggested that now is a good time to re-export some products to other countries as market prices are rising, an attendant explained, handing the documents to the Emperor. Is this the influence of that secretary? Emperor Gawang mused, holding the documents and considering the rationale behind the proposal. From the trading methods to the allocation methods for each export destination, there shouldn't be any problems even with immediate implementation. Emperor Gawang carefully read through the documents he received and made his assessment. I was surprised when she said she'd assign the secretary to the third consort. Unlike the other consorts, she's never done anything related to me. The Emperor recalled the third consort's timid demeanor. Should I entrust this to her? She is the former princess of the Aquia Kingdom. Under the expectant gaze of the attendant, Emperor Gawang fell into deep thought. Finally, after a while, he made his decision, ordering the attendant, tell her that if she makes a significant contribution, she will be richly rewarded. In a luxurious room within the imperial palace, beneath a magnificent chandelier, Your Majesty, I apologize for summoning you, the court physician's voice echoed. Across from him sat the beautiful Empress Lashy. I wanted to inform you about something concerning Secretary Colorado's brother, Lucate Magnager. The blue-haired physician slowly explained his reason for being there. As the court physician, I and the other doctors have been monitoring him these past few days. But even though Cherit is a medical powerhouse, it may be difficult to completely cure his illness. The more the Empress listened to the physician's report, the more worried she became. It can't be helped. We may be able to maintain his digestive functions, motor skills, speech, and breathing, but the possibility of a full recovery is slim. The physician, too, felt regret and disappointment at having to deliver such unfavorable news. The boy's grave condition caused the Empress to sigh. Oh dear, I didn't realize his condition was this serious. Lashy thought to herself, troubled. Your Majesty, perhaps you should discuss this matter with His Majesty, the court physician suddenly suggested. This suggestion startled Lashy. Tell the Emperor. In another room, Emperor Gawang murmured, I didn't expect it to be such a complicated illness. The Emperor sighed after hearing the Empress's account. Empress Lashy nodded in agreement. I didn't expect it either. I've heard of some incurable diseases that even magic can't heal, but the Empress trailed off, simply gazing intently at the handsome Emperor before her, thinking, with the Emperor's magic, perhaps there's still hope. Gawang also understood why the Empress had told him these things. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, just a child, someone unrelated to me. He looked at the Empress's worried expression. The memories of past instances where he'd used healing magic, coupled with the current situation, seemed to give the Emperor a headache. He remained silent for a long time, his expression troubled. But after a while, the Emperor stood up and agreed. Let's go. That secretary might prove quite useful in the future, so let's go and see, Emperor Gawang said gently, surprising Empress Lashy. She hadn't expected him to agree so readily and was momentarily speechless. Down a dark, descending tunnel they went, the Emperor, Empress, and attendants taking each step in measured rhythm. I wonder what lies beneath the castle, Lashy mused as they walked. The Emperor led Empress Lashy to the cell where the deranged potion maker was held. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the man inside let out a sardonic laugh. Oh my, if it isn't His Majesty the Emperor, to what do I owe this pleasure? He turned to face the Emperor and Empress beside him. It's been a while. Empress Lashy, I trust you've been well. It has been far too long since I've offered my greetings to my beautiful Empress. I thought I would never see you again. This is truly an honor, Your Majesty, the man Badu said. Lashy looked at the man confined in the dungeon and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Badu, while I hadn't heard of his execution, I never imagined he would be here. Curious, the Empress turned to the Emperor. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Just then, Gowong abruptly ordered an attendant to explain. The attendant was startled, but quickly regained his composure and explained. Duke Badu agreed to conduct medical research in the basement in exchange for his life being spared and prolonged. Because he is a crucial figure in our medically advanced nation, His Majesty had to take special measures, even though he wished to execute him immediately. Badu became the court physician, not through magic, but through his genuine skill. After hearing the attendant's explanation, Gowong glared angrily at the imprisoned man. In the field of medicine, no one on this continent can surpass him. If he can't cure this boy, then it's over. The Emperor looked at the Empress as he spoke. These secrets of the Cherit Empire shocked Lashy. So that's it, she thought, to treat Colorado's brother. He purposely introduced me to this man, even revealing such an important secret. Badu, witnessing their conversation from within his cell, stroked his chin. Just as I predicted, he thought perceptively, although I didn't expect to see Empress Lashy again in this way. Your Majesty, the man suddenly called out, are you well? He asked the Empress with a concerned smile. The Empress replied with a smile of her own. Yes, this is our first meeting since then, former Duke Badu. Badu chuckled. If you wish, you may call me Donut, as you did before. In return for his playful remark, he received a sharp glare from Emperor Gowong. I didn't expect to be graced with your presence like this. I'm so overjoyed, I don't know how to express it. Ever since that day, when your powerful magic seared my chest, it feels like you stole my heart and soul. Yet it seems His Majesty is very much against us meeting again. Hearing these words from Badu, Lashy was taken aback. Your Majesty, I didn't expect him to change so quickly, she thought. Badu looked at the impassive man before him and said, Indeed, you're truly something else, to be able to influence the Emperor so. I know, because I spent a long time with His Majesty. Hearing this, Lashy's eyes widened. Is that so? I thought he was a female physician. Not wanting to hear any more of the man's rambling, Emperor Gowong coldly interrupted. So, will you treat him or not? Badu replied with a laugh. It's not a question of whether I can or cannot. He paced his cell, still smiling. Do I have the right to refuse, Your Majesty? After a moment, he returned to the matter at hand, making his demand. First, I need to see the specimen. No, I must examine the patient first before I can say anything. Within this dark, yet seemingly well-equipped dungeon cell, filled with vials, test tubes, and even bookshelves, was Badu's domain. Colorado's brother was brought down for Badu to examine and treat. He carefully and meticulously examined the boy's body. In this sunless dungeon, time and space seemed to stand still. After a while, Badu finished his examination. He patted the boy's head. It's a pity. If it had been before I was brought here, this boy would have made an excellent research subject. Badu's unpleasant demeanor prompted a chilling retort from Empress Lashy. It seems you're quite content with your burns. If you try anything, you'll regret it, Lashy warned icily. I was merely jesting, Your Majesty, Badu replied with a smooth smile. He looked at the Emperor and Empress before him and added, From the bottom of my heart, there is no better research subject than you. Your Majesty, Badu spoke with an air of certainty, his probing gaze seeming to want to dissect the woman before him, to satisfy some dark curiosity. Lashy simply smiled. I'll take that as a compliment. Of course, Your Majesty, Badu said, picking up a long syringe. Now, then, if I succeed in treating this young man, might I have some of your bodily fluids, Your Majesty? Blood would be even better. Badu pointed the syringe towards the Empress. I could take a sample right now. He stepped closer to the Empress, taking her hand. I assure you, I will do my utmost to cure this young man. Suddenly, another, stronger hand grasped Badu's, pulling it away. The Emperor's voice was frigid. What do you mean by this? You will treat him, won't you? The Emperor said, placing his hand on Badu's head as if petting a dog. Badu didn't speak, only smiled. Were you this jealous when you were younger? Even though you dislike it, you still enjoy it. How cute. He turned to attend to the boy. Gowong watched him, muttering irritably. Preposterous. So what is your answer? Sensing Emperor Gowong's anger, Badu gave a triumphant smile. You've already seen my answer. Your Majesty. The scene shifted back to the Barry Castle of Colorado's past life. The story unfolded differently there, with Colorado and her brother undoubtedly in dire straits. Faced with the indolent king's inquiry about the boy's curability, the castle physician replied, "According to the doctor's diagnosis, Lucate's illness is incurable. Even if we prolong his life, he has at most 6 months left." Hearing the physician's words, Prince Eric said coldly, "This has nothing to do with us. As promised, I brought him to the best hospital in Barry. I never said we would completely cure him." The despicable king and queen nodded and smiled in agreement. "That's right. Anyway, due to the rule disallowing unrelated personnel within the palace, they can no longer meet. As for the sister, we can tell her that her brother is battling his illness at the hospital. Let her work diligently for us and not cause any trouble. As for the boy, it's up to fate, isn't it? What can we do?" Back in the present dungeon, Colorado, the secretary, was overwhelmed with shock and disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Tears of happiness welled in her eyes. "I can't believe Lucate's illness could be cured so quickly." Seeing this, Badu explained with a smile, "While he hasn't fully recovered, the root cause of the illness has been eliminated. As long as he takes the prescribed medicine on time, he should be fully recovered in about 6 months. He can live a normal life now, without any problems." He gently stroked the boy's head. Overjoyed at her brother's recovery, Colorado exclaimed, thank you. I'll definitely make sure he takes his medicine on time." "Hold on," Empress Lashy interrupted coldly. "We still need to thoroughly examine your prescription." The former Duke Badu simply smiled. "By all means, examine it. It seems I've done all this and still haven't earned your trust." Lashy gave him a frigid look. "Of course not. How could we possibly trust you?" Both Colorado and her brother, Lucate, beamed. "Doctor, thank you. Every hospital we went has said it was incurable. Honestly, I had almost given up." Hearing this gratitude, Badu chuckled. Oh dear. It seems they were all incompetent physicians," he muttered with a mixture of sarcasm and disdain. Badu's arrogance grated on Lashy's nerves, yet she couldn't deny his skill, a skill so profound it startled her. From diagnosis to surgery, it had taken less than a month. The surgery was a success, and the condition had improved. The disease had been cured with frightening simplicity. Lashy watched the happy siblings and thought, a renowned court physician is indeed different. Now I understand why His Majesty keeps him alive in this dungeon. He truly is valuable alive, more valuable than a corpse. Lashy, a sudden voice interrupted the Empress's thoughts. Thank you so much." Colorado wept, repeating her gratitude. "I will never forget this kindness in my lifetime. Thank you for recommending and finding such a good doctor for him." At the words good doctor, Lashy recalled Badu's unsettling appearance and personality. "A good doctor," but she calmly replied, "It's nothing. I promised." After all, the Empress's gaze shifted from the siblings to Badu. "More importantly than gratitude, I've said this many times, but I'll repeat it again." Regarding Badu, before the Empress could finish, Colorado understood, bowing deeply. "Of course, Your Majesty. My brother and I will never breathe a word of this to anyone." "Good. Now, you two should return to your rooms and rest." Colorado nodded in reply. "Yes, Your Majesty." She led her brother out of the dungeon. Badu watched them leave, then turned to the Empress with a smile. "That was an interesting experience, potentially helpful for future research." In response, he received only Empress Lashy's icy stare. Suddenly, the madman extended his hand. "So, where's my reward, Your Majesty?" Lashy said nothing, but silently plucked a single strand of her shimmering, pale golden hair. She placed the tiny filament in Badu's hand. "You've worked hard. This is the reward you deserve." He stared at it, dumbfounded. "Just hair? I was hoping for blood. Oh well." Then, Empress Lashy turned and left the dungeon, thinking to herself, if it weren't for that perverse personality. As she and the guards turned to leave, they heard the Emperor's voice. "Is it over?" Seeing the Emperor waiting for her, Lashy spoke. "Your Majesty, I apologize for making you wait." Lashy widened her eyes, taking in the handsome man before her. She thought, every time I go to see Badu, he follows me. Meanwhile, the Emperor extended his hand. "Let's go." She mused. "I wonder if he doesn't want to talk to Badu, since he didn't enter the cell but just waited outside." Nevertheless, she took the emperor's hand, offering her thanks. Her sudden gratitude prompted Emperor Gawang to ask, "What?" Empress Lashi spoke softly, a captivating expression on her face. "Thanks to this, that excellent secretary has become completely ours. So I wanted to thank you." Emperor Gawang looked at her silently for a moment, but said nothing. After a long pause, he finally issued a warning. "Don't go down to the dungeon without my permission." Empress Lashi nodded in agreement. "Of course, Your Majesty." In the meeting room, third consort Sasha, holding a document, spoke excitedly. "This is such fortunate news. I heard that Lucate's condition has improved remarkably. Thank you for looking after him as well." Third consort Sasha smiled at the Empress across from her. "To repay this kindness, I will also work hard." Colorado, standing beside her, smiled. "As I mentioned before, after receiving the Emperor's approval, the goods will arrive in Cherit next month, and the new product distribution plan is almost complete." Seeing the secretary diligently and meticulously calculating, third consort Sasha couldn't help but praise her. "Thanks to Colorado's hard work, the castle seems to be doing better than before, isn't it?" The secretary quickly added, "Especially since Barry's economy has been declining recently. So now is the perfect time." She seemed to realize her slip of the tongue and quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry. I heard Barry is Lashy's hometown. I misspoke." Empress Lashy offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. I am now the Empress of the Cherit Empire, and I cannot forgive what they did to Colorado. So, on the contrary, this is a matter between nations. Let us proceed without hesitation." Empress Lashy spoke with a meaningful smile, thinking to herself, "Indeed, they're not worth the bother." The scene shifted to a slender figure with distinctive pink hair. This pink-haired girl had just sent off a special letter. Here we go again. In her study, Empress Lashy received another letter bearing the characteristically mysterious black envelope. It was from second consort Nina, and the contents were the same as before. She wished to hold a party for friendly exchange with the Empress. She expressed her eager anticipation for the esteemed Empress Lashy's attendance. Empress Lashy looked at the letter and thought, "While I understand this is both goodwill and a challenge, from the beginning, from the very first invitation, I haven't replied. It's time to make an appearance at second consort Nina's party. Empress Lashy is truly beautiful." Lashy's arrival caused a stir amongst the guests. Empress Lashy quickly became the center of attention. She noted that all the invitees were women, and the young ladies she had met last time didn't seem to be present at today's party. "Ah!" A sudden voice rang out, belonging to a woman in a short black dress, her long pink hair styled in 2 braids, looking like a character from a comic book. She waved to the Empress, calling out, "Lashy, I've been waiting for you here for so long." Second consort Nina Allensworth. "Greetings to you." The beautiful girl curtsied in an aristocratic manner. "Do you know how happy I am that you accepted my invitation?" The second consort spoke with a delighted smile. Empress Lashy approached with a friendly smile, replying, "Thank you for inviting me, Miss Nina." "Oh, Lashy, you're too formal. Just call me Nina." The second consort took Lashy's hand familiarly, saying, "You are the Empress, and we are merely consorts." It was unclear if her words carried any hidden meaning. Gesturing to the other ladies at the party, she said with a smile, "It's just my friends tonight, so please enjoy yourself, Lashy. Everyone was eager to meet you. That's why it's all women." Lashy thought to herself, "I see. By the way, let's have some fun together, ladies. Actually, I sent an invitation to Sasha as well, but why didn't she come?" The second consort's mention of third consort, Sasha, surprised Lashy. Seemingly noticing Lashy's puzzled expression, the second consort explained, "Sasha rarely attends my parties. Not just mine, I've never seen her attend any other parties. She seems quite shy." Hearing this, Lashy agreed. "To you, Sasha is indeed like that, so it certainly would have been more fun if she had come." The second consort laughed pleasantly, expressing slight regret at Sasha's absence. These words, whether genuine or feigned, seemed to take Lashy slightly aback. Seated on a sofa, a table laden with refreshments before her, she pondered, "How unusual. I assumed the consorts weren't close." Her thoughts were interrupted by the second consort's bright voice. "You and Sasha are quite close, aren't you, Lashy?" "You knew?" Lashy asked in return. Nina replied, "Of course, Your Majesty." The second consort's overly straightforward answer left Lashy speechless. This girl reminds me of Nicole, so I must be careful. The Empress thought to herself, but I don't recall this girl doing anything malicious to me in the past life. The Empress tried to recall those who had tormented her with their malice in her previous life. Hearing the Empress admit her close relationship with Sasha, Nina suddenly smiled and said, "That's wonderful." The Empress didn't reply, simply taking a sip of tea, thinking, if she shows any strange signs, I'll immediately distance myself. At that moment, the second consort leaned closer to the Empress, asking with a sweet smile, "Can we be friends, Empress Lashy?" As the Empress stared at her in surprise, the second consort continued, "If you're close with Sasha, that means you don't dislike the consorts, right? You're truly breathtakingly beautiful, Lashy, and your steward is so handsome too." The second consort looked at the Empress and her steward, compliments flowing like a tide. "I have many dresses that would suit you perfectly, like this one. Wouldn't you like to wear matching dresses and join the party for a photo? Steward, would you like to join us for the picture?" Second consort Nina asked excitedly. "Empress Lashy, your black hair at the wedding was beautiful, but your current shining golden hair is even more perfect." Nina's eyes sparkled with a delighted smile as she continued to compliment the Empress. She looked at the other ladies and asked, "Don't you all agree?" Everyone nodded with smiles. "So let's be friends, okay?" Nina smiled, extending her hand towards Empress Lashy. "Next time, let's have a party with the three of us, including Sasha, your majesty." After hearing the girl's words, the Empress didn't say anything, but simply reached out and took her hand. "Dinner is ready. The night has just begun." The second consort's clear voice summoned everyone to the banquet, as servants brought out a lavish spread. Lashy took a sip of champagne, frowning slightly, thinking, her voice is too loud and shrill, a bit irritating. Looking at the girl who always seemed innocently cheerful, Lashy thought to herself, I still can't quite understand her. Suddenly, one of the ladies accidentally knocked over a glass of dessert, becoming flustered. The second consort quickly comforted her with a smile, while the ladies still seemed panicked, unsure whether she was more afraid of the second consort or the broken glass. Empress Lashy saw it all, but thought, she's not that disagreeable, though. Champagne in hand, Lashy leisurely observed the people around her. Late at night, with the stars twinkling in the sky, an unusual feeling settled over the land. Empress Lashy boarded her carriage, waving goodbye to Nina as the party concluded. Second consort Nina and the other ladies also smiled and waved farewell to their beautiful empress. The carriage departed the mansion, disappearing into the night as it headed back to the empress's palace. Nina's hand remained raised high in the air, a strange smile playing on her lips. After the empress's departure, the remaining ladies, especially the one who had knocked over the glass, suddenly wore expressions of strange fear. What are you doing? The party isn't over yet, the second consort said in a sharp, clear voice, a cryptic smile on her face. She lowered her hand with a laugh, causing a strawberry cake to tumble to the floor. The second consort, in her black lace stockings and doll shoes, stepped on the cake, grinding it into a mess. Lashy rarely attends parties, and you clumsy wretch dare to spill a glass? The second consort's shrill voice echoed coldly as the girl, kneeling on the damp floor, trembled with fear, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry. The second consort, Nina's beautiful face and eyes were obscured by her pink hair, making it difficult to discern whether she was truly angry or jesting. Pulling a flower from a vase, she said, to please Lashy, to make her happy tonight, everything had to be perfect. I told you that, didn't I? Hearing this, the other ladies at the party looked frightened and apprehensive. Drink this, okay? The second consort said with a cruel smile, pouring out the water from the vase. Another girl helped Nina grab the red dress girl's hair, forcing her head back as Nina poured the water, soaking the floor. You're Nina's friend. Can't you even handle this small matter? The second consort said with a sweet smile. But she looked terrifying. Meanwhile, Empress Lashy sat comfortably in her carriage, her steward by her side. Surrounded by the night sky, the moon, and falling flower petals, a comforting aroma filled the air. In his study, Emperor Gawang rubbed his forehead, murmuring, Nina Allensworth. Yes, your majesty, Sovietia's aide, Atiti, quickly explained. She has been persistently sending invitations to the empress. A week ago, they became closer due to the second consort's welcoming party. So far, there's been nothing unusual. Hearing this, Emperor Gowong rubbed his forehead, a habitual gesture. The Bharata Kingdom, Nina's homeland. In terms of oil resources, especially weapons, no nation surpasses Bharatu. But as the emperor recalled information about the second consort in her country, he narrowed his eyes and said, "But if she intends to get close to her, I should find a way to send her back to her country. Otherwise, I'll have to deal with her now. Since there haven't been any wars in recent years, we have a surplus of weapons. Oil isn't a problem either, as Empress Lashy has handled that matter perfectly." Emperor Gowong pondered, staring at the map of the countries spread across his desk. His finger pointed to a location on the map, seemingly a specific nation. It was unclear what he was planning. The scene shifted to the luxurious royal gardens, where second consort Nina's voice echoed. Waving and smiling, she called out, "Lashy." Empress Lashy sighed inwardly as she saw the familiar figure and heard the familiar voice once more. Since that day, she's been coming almost every day, but she's just visiting, so it's fine. However, these two fellows don't seem to like her very much. Lashy noticed her two pet dogs were always wary and defensive around the seemingly innocent girl. At the tea table, second consort Nina looked curiously at Lashy's steward. "Hey, can you take off your mask?" Lashy wondered if Sovieshu felt uncomfortable always being in that state. "I'm so jealous. I want a handsome steward too," Nina said excitedly, like an innocent girl. Lashy felt a flicker of annoyance towards her, and more importantly, she missed Sasha, who was afraid of the other consorts. Although second consort Nina seemed to want to get closer to Sasha. "No matter how I look at it, it doesn't feel right. There's something strange about this always smiling girl that makes me uneasy." At the table laden with glittering desserts, Nina asked again, "So, Lashy, can we call each other friends now?" Lashy took a sip of tea and replied, "Yes," thinking there wasn't any real harm in it. Seemingly sensing the nonchalance in Lashy's voice and attitude, the girl puffed out her cheeks like a sulking child. "You'll benefit greatly if you become friends with me. I may seem like this, but I'm the daughter of the Bharata Kingdom's Prime Minister," Nina boasted slightly. Lashy calmly replied, "Of course I know. Thanks to you, the daughter of the Bharata Duke, the Cherit Empire is able to acquire Bharatu's military resources. If you need any weapons, Lashy, just let me know. My collection is quite considerable," Nina continued, cheerfully promoting herself. Lashy seemed slightly bothered by the girl's boisterousness. Though she's noisy, the Bharata Kingdom also possesses vast seas, so their value will increase in the future. Compared to Eliza and Camilla, she seems much better. From my past life to now, someone who could be called a friend. Lashy sipped her tea, recalling the maids who always acted cheerful in front of their master. But in her past life, when she was imprisoned, they had become cold and distant, their expressions filled with disdain and disgust. The Empress's deep, captivating eyes lowered, revealing her long, cool lashes as she placed the beautiful red teacup on the table. In the sun-drenched garden, bursting with vibrant flowers, second consort Nina's cheerful laughter echoed. The scene transitioned to the dining hall of the Imperial Palace, where the Emperor and Empress were having a meal. "I'm thinking of getting rid of a consort," the Emperor announced suddenly. "I heard you've become closer to second consort Nina recently." He looked at Empress Lashy. She has a cruel hobby of harming those she dislikes. Many people approach her for their own benefit, as she's the second consort and the daughter of the Bharata Prime Minister. But at the same time, many who know the truth keep their distance. The Emperor's words reminded Lashy of the three young ladies at the tea party who had been exceptionally cautious and distant towards the second consort. So that's why they didn't want to attend Nina's party. "I think it would be safer to find a way to force her back to her country before something happens," Emperor Gowong said seriously, continuing his meal. Lashy was surprised by the Emperor's reaction, thinking he wants to take action before anything has even happened. "While I appreciate his concern, I don't know what happened in my past life." After a moment of silent contemplation, Lashy gently swirled the red wine in her glass and said softly, "It hasn't come to that yet, Your Majesty. If I need help, I'll tell you immediately." The Empress smiled beautifully, gently reassuring him that she would seek his assistance if necessary. The Emperor grumbled, "Didn't I say consorts were unnecessary?" A faint smile seemed to play on Empress Lashy's lips. She looked at the Emperor with her deep-set eyes and asked thoughtfully, "Your Majesty, are you more worried about me than the state of the country?" Emperor Gowong averted his gaze but didn't answer. His reaction surprised Lashy. The Emperor remained silent, closing his eyes as he finished his wine. Lashy's mind raced. What does that reaction mean? He didn't deny it. The steward in attendance, witnessing this exchange, silently exchanged glances, a sense of helplessness passing between them. The scene shifted to a mansion nestled within a garden overflowing with beautiful blue flowers, shimmering like moonlight. Third consort Sasha trembled in her room, shrinking back as second consort Nina's voice drifted in from the courtyard. "I know you're in there, so I came, Sasha." Nina's bright, clear call made Sasha tremble with fear, clutching her head and weeping. "Sasha, let's go out," Nina shouted in the middle of the night, even annoying the guards. "Lashy, let's go out together." The pink-haired, Lolita-esque second consort appeared before Lashy once again. "Empress Lashy, I know a great restaurant." Faced with the girl's incessant invitations, Lashy sighed inwardly. Here we go again. Her two dogs, as usual, remained wary of the seemingly innocent girl. "I'm sorry, I'm a little busy today," Lashy said with a forced smile, feeling utterly exhausted. But before she could finish, second consort Nina puffed out her cheeks and pouted like a child. "Why? Why not? We've been visiting each other's mansions all the time. Isn't that enough?" Nina gestured dramatically, feigning cuteness. Lashy was speechless. They met almost every day. Second consort Nina maintained her pout as she looked at the Empress. "It's always me inviting you out," she said in a voice thick with feigned way-chew grievance and justice. Like a child with no friends. Seeing this, Lashy sighed inwardly. "Come to think of it," Nina's eyes began to water. "It's always just me who wants to see you. I want to be closer to you, Lashy." The scene reminded Lashy of her younger siblings. Come to think of it, Eric and Nikolai always went out together. Is this part of being a noble? Is it because we're friends? In my past life, I didn't have any friends, so I don't really know. Lashy pondered silently. "So, to become your best friend, Lashy, I've prepared a secret rendezvous today," second consort Nina continued, a cheerful smile blooming on her face once more. Lashy remained silent, simply staring at her. "You're curious, aren't you? Come on, I've even prepared plenty of guards." Nina's enthusiasm made it difficult for Lashy to refuse. "Can you wait for me a moment?" Seeing the Empress agree, second consort Nina jumped up with delight. "Yay!" Steward Soviesha bowed and said, "Please wait outside until Lashy is ready." The girl, beaming, looped her arm around the steward's and readily agreed. "I'll wait in the carriage." Lashy smiled and bid her farewell, telling her she'd be there shortly. With that, second consort Nina turned and left the room, her face partially obscured by her thick hair, giving her a mysterious air. Suddenly, a sinister smile spread across her face, a stark contrast to her previous innocence. In her room, Empress Lashy sighed as she prepared herself. "I was going to visit Sasha in the greenhouse today. Oh well, it can't be helped. Out on the bustling streets, orange-tiled roofs shimmered atop the buildings as people hurried busily to and fro. Second consort Nina enthusiastically held Empress Lashy's arm and, pointing towards a shop, exclaimed, "It's here, Your Majesty." Lashy followed her gesture, a flicker of surprise in her eyes as she scrutinized the restaurant. It was a small, unassuming establishment tucked away in a side alley, plain and simple in appearance, with few customers. Second consort Nina smiled. "This is my favorite restaurant. If I ask, they always accommodate me." Empress Lashy looked at the small restaurant, thinking, given her demeanor, I thought she'd prefer a grand, luxurious restaurant. Lashy glanced at the perpetually smiling, cheerful woman beside her. "She's truly difficult to understand," she mused. "Here are the dishes you ordered," a waiter announced, carrying platters laden with delicacies, from lobster and suckling pig to roast chicken, a lavish feast that starkly contrasted with the restaurant's modest exterior. Empress Lashy stared at the dishes. As expected, she murmured under her breath, "Come on, Your Majesty, you must eat more," second consort Nina chirped, cheerfully inviting the Empress to dine. Turning, she offered a spoon to Sovieshu. "You eat too, steward." Lashy thought, "These aren't words I should be saying, but this woman is truly something else." "What do you think, Your Majesty?" Nina asked brightly. "It's quite good," Lashy replied, thinking, "The food here is surprisingly delicious." That's wonderful. I only order what I like. I'm glad we have similar tastes, Your Majesty, the second consort said cheerfully. Rarely eaten dishes are all the more precious, the second consort added with a smile. Indeed, Lashy agreed, nodding. While not a gourmand, she found the dishes quite palatable. Suddenly, stage lights flared, drawing everyone's attention. Second consort Nina stood, smiling. It's starting. I prepared something special. She looked towards the stage, where a curtain concealed the performance area. A waiter stood poised at the side. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. Lashy, Nina's voice suddenly turned icy. The curtain was drawn back. Have you ever eaten human flesh? Her eerie question hung in the air as third consort Sasha, bound and gagged, was revealed on the stage. Empress Lashy gasped. Sasha, in the palace where the emperor worked, a messenger delivered a report that raised his suspicions. The third consort, the emperor questioned, looking at the messenger. Yes, Your Majesty. She hasn't returned since yesterday. Secretary Colorado reported anxiously about Sasha's disappearance. We don't know if something happened, but the servants are also worried. After second consort Nina took her out last night, Colorado's words caused both the emperor and his attendant to freeze. The emperor immediately turned to his attendant. What is Lashy doing today? Your Majesty, Empress Lashy is currently out with consort Nina, accompanied by guards arranged by consort Nina. The emperor slammed his fist on the table and rose in a fury, his attendant and Secretary Colorado staring in surprise. He roared, "Mobilize the troops immediately. Find them." His voice was cold and laced with rage. Bring back the third consort and Lashy at once. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll go right away. The attendant quickly left the room. The emperor sat back down heavily, his anger simmering. I should have dealt with this sooner. Back at the restaurant, Lashy stared in horror at the bound Sasha. Nina still wore a cheerful, innocent smile, as if everything were normal. She seemed excited. On the stage of the small restaurant, Sasha was tied up, gagged with a white silk cloth bound around her mouth. Empress Lashy angrily questioned Nina. Lady Nina, what is the meaning of this? Nina smiled innocently. Didn't I tell you I wanted to invite Sasha to the party too? Lashy recalled Nina mentioning she'd never seen Sasha at any parties before. So she captured Sasha for this? If she came to my party, I would be even happier. Lashy clearly remembered Nina saying those words at the last party. So I invited her here. By the way, I wanted to invite you to the party too, Lashy, Nina said cheerfully, glancing at the tearful Sasha. What do you intend to do with Sasha? Lashy demanded. The seemingly deranged Nina still feigned innocence, pondering aloud. How about roasted? She looks tender. I've always wanted to try the taste of human flesh. Her sweet appearance was a jarring contrast to her barbaric words. Lashy's eyes widened, and Sasha trembled with increased terror. Nina, noticing Lashy's fury, tilted her head. Why are you making such a scary face? Flames flickered around Lashy, her fury growing. So you had this planned all along? Nina replied, a sweet smile plastered on her face. I wanted to get close to you, Lashy, to be friends by any means necessary. All of it was sincere. For you, Lashy, even my father and the entire Bharata kingdom will cooperate. Your emperor gave Aang's empress recognition, so my friends will support you too, Nina explained with a smile. He thinks so too. You're the only woman Aang acknowledges. That's why Camilla failed. I never intended to harm you. Lashy, Nina said, her smile turning sinister as she looked at Lashy. Lashy stared coldly at Nina, summoning fireballs, her magic beginning to surge. I just wanted to be your best friend. The deranged Nina turned to a guard approaching Sasha with an axe. Eliminate Sasha. If Sasha's gone, I'll be your only best friend, Lashy. Now, I'm sure you'll be happy to eat Sasha with me. Nina giggled, her words disturbingly cheerful. Lashy remained silent, observing the chaotic scene. Seeing Lashy's silence, Nina continued, please don't worry about Sasha's servants. I'll make sure they're taken care of. As partners and lovers, there's nothing more important than friendship, isn't there? She said with a triumphant smile, while Sasha trembled in fear. Nina's violet eyes flicked towards Lashy. Right? Anyway, compared to Sasha, being friends with me is the wiser choice. Empress Lashy, Nina said, with a chilling confidence and madness. Nina's specific phrasing triggered a memory, Lashy's eyes widening. In her past life, a girl's voice echoed in Lashy's memory. A scene from a dungeon, her eyes gouged out. Your eyes, they're really gone. Blinded, Lashy could only hear, you, who are you? The The mysterious voice echoed. If you become my friend, I'll help you. I'll ask His Majesty Gowong to save you. Being my friend is the wise choice, otherwise you might lose your limbs. The voice threatened. I don't need to. I'm the Princess of Berry. I won't be friends with someone from the war chariot. Lashia cried. Lashi's defiance made the girl pause. I see. The voice turned cold. The dungeon door creaked open, followed by the glint of sharp metal. Not a friend, then an experimental subject. Then the girl approached. Blinded, Lashi sensed the danger. Lashi's screams echoed. The more you move, the more it will hurt. Blood splattered on the girl's smiling face. From now on, I'll play with you every day. I have lots of toys to try. How exciting. Lashi remembered being tortured daily. Perhaps I have reason to hate her. Her shrill voice was annoying. Lashi recalled her interactions with Nina in this life, the strange feeling now making sense. The Empress looked coldly at the terrifying girl approaching Sasha. Nina, it was you. Sasha sobbed weakly as Nina approached, smiling wickedly, a sharp tool in her hand. Nothing's more important than friendship. Nina. Lashi's voice was glacial, flames of fury burning around her. Sovieshu, understanding Lashi's rage, lowered his head. Sasha, Lashi said, her magic intensifying. Both Nina and Sasha froze. Nina's words and past memories flooded Lashi's mind. Were you born to be my toy? We concubines were absurd from the start. Miss Lashi, wait. Nina, startled by Lashi's magic, exclaimed. Why are you so angry? Empress Lashi. I'll back off. Nina shrieked, pressing the weapon against Sasha's face. If you come any closer, I'll cut her. Lashi's eyes flashed ominously. Nina, frightened by Lashi's demeanor and the flames, asked, Why? Why? Because I'm more useful than Sasha. She pressed the weapon harder against Sasha's neck. What's wrong, Sasha? Scared. Because I don't want to be friends with you. Lashi stated coldly. That's all. Lashi's icy words caused Nina's eyes to turn dangerous. A chilling smile spread across Nina's face. Why hurt others like this? Nina ripped the gag from Sasha's mouth. Sasha, say something to... Sasha sobbed. Because of this, you'll sever all ties with Empress Lashi. She choked out. Empress Lashi, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Lashi responded gently. You're the one who's been dragged into this, Sasha. Are you ignoring me? Nina, enraged, stabbed Sasha's shoulder. Sasha screamed, making Lashi flinch. Nina simpered at the Empress. So what now? Shall I slice off those cute little ears? You'll be ashes before you get the chance, Nina, Lashi said coldly. The flames around Lashi intensified. Undeterred, Nina pressed closer to Sasha. Even so, you'll burn me too. Lashi hesitated, acutely aware of Sasha's vulnerability. Looks like I've been dumped, Nina declared dramatically, slicing off Sasha's ear. Sasha shrieked. Then I'll just dispose of both of you, and I can be Aang's woman. Nina licked the blood from her weapon. Catch, Empress. She suddenly flung a knife towards Lashi. As Lashi caught it, Nina grinned. If you want to save Sasha, cut off your own ear. Sasha stared at Lashi in terror. Your idea would be best. Empress Lashi, Nina's chilling voice echoed. No, Empress Lashi, run. Leave me, Sasha cried. Then I'll start with Sasha, Nina said, pressing the knife against Sasha. Blood welled up. Stop, Lashi shouted. You want me to stop? Then hurry up, Nina retorted coldly. Lashi looked at the knife, her expression unreadable. She lifted the sharp blade, thinking, I just need to wait for the right moment. Until then, I'll pretend to faint. The moment I bleed and collapse, the moment she moves away from Sasha, I'll attack. My flames will consume her. It's all right. I've endured enough pain in my past life. Lashi gripped the knife handle. Sasha squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming down her face as if in prayer. The blade sliced into Lashi's flesh, blood blooming. Though unflinching, her eyes remained fixed on Nina, waiting. Suddenly, shouts and pounding interrupted the scene. Open the door. This is by His Majesty's order. Nina's guards panicked. Hey, how did the royal army get here? Nina's eyes widened. Lashi's blue-haired steward sprang into action. I'll open the door. Wait, stop him, Nina yelled. Seeing Nina distracted, Sasha seized the opportunity. She tipped her chair over, falling to the side. The sudden movement caused Nina to stumble back. Wait, but magic flickered in Lashi's eyes, and to Nina's horror, flames erupted, engulfing her. Wait, but the flames quickly ignited her clothes. Nina screamed in agony, consumed by fire. The Empress's guards burst in, taking control of the situation. They were stunned by the scene before them. Nina's screams filled the room as she burned. Lashy coldly controlled the flames. No, it's hot, it burns. Lashy, save me. Lashy watched Nina burn, her expression glacial. Don't worry, you won't die that easily. It hurts. It hurts. Nina's screams weakened. A knife flew through the air, striking Nina's hand. She shrieked again. After throwing the knife, Lashy turned to Sasha, her voice softening. Thank you for enduring, Sasha. Don't be afraid. Sasha sobbed. Empress Lashy, I'm sorry. It's all right, don't worry. Everything will be all right. Don't worry about anything. Lashy comforted her, shielding Sasha's eyes. The guards subdued Nina's men. Your Majesty will handle them. We'll restrain the second consort. So please move to a safe location, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Their concerned calls turned to stunned silence. Protecting Sasha, wielding immense magic, Lashy looked like a terrifying warrior. Lashy stared coldly at the burning Nina. Yes, I understand, Nina. I have someone to avenge as well, Lashy said, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Time shifted. Emperor Gowong sat silently, looking at the person before him. It was Empress Lashy, her golden hair shimmering. I have mentioned the second consort's matter multiple times. Gowong said coldly. Yes, I am ashamed, Your Majesty. Lashy admitted. Thank you for sending your troops. I was almost in danger. Gowong sighed. How do you plan to handle her? Can she be sent back to her country? Lashy asked. The Emperor sighed, rubbing his temples. I've already said, if you wanted her executed, you could have. If I wanted revenge, I would have taken care of her myself, Lashy replied. I'm satisfied as is, Your Majesty. Silence fell between them. The Emperor lost in thought, leaving Lashy to wonder, did I not report everything? Is there something more? Sensing her confusion, the Emperor turned slightly, murmuring, your injury. Lashy said, surprised, oh this? It's nothing. She gestured to her bandaged ear. I'll have the royal physician look at it later. A hand reached out, touching her ear. Lashy's eyes widened in astonishment. Emperor Gowong gently placed his hand over her wound. Warmth enveloped the area, and the wound vanished. He healed me. Flustered, Lashy stammered, Teach, thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor returned to his seat. You may leave. Lashy rose and departed. At Sasha's residence, Lashy asked with concern, Are you truly all right? Yes. I'm sorry for worrying you, Your Majesty. Sasha replied with her gentle demeanor, a shy smile gracing her lips. Secretary Claudius added, Thank you for sending the royal physician. It's fortunate you're both unharmed. It was my fault for getting you involved, Lashy said. No, it was because I fainted that you were injured, Sasha insisted. Lashy smiled and shook her head. It's already healed. Besides, Sasha, you're my dear friend. Lashy's words brought smiles to both Sasha and Claudius. You don't dislike being friends with me, do you? Lashy asked, smiling. Of course not. It's an honor I wouldn't refuse. Sasha's flustered reply made Claudius chuckle softly. That's good. Oh, and thank you for informing His Majesty, Claudius, Lashy said. Claudius waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. His Majesty was incredibly worried. I could feel his affection for you. Claudius described the Emperor's reaction. Lashy was surprised. His Majesty was... Yes. He mobilized the troops immediately. He's never done that for anyone, Sasha added. And the bracelet, I heard from Claudius that His Majesty gave it to you, right? Lashy looked at her bracelet, nodding. Yes, he did. Both Claudius and Sasha smiled at Lashy. That bracelet. The scene shifted to the palace dining hall. Empress Lashy was dining, lost in thought. It hasn't even been a month since he summoned me. The report is finished. So why? She glanced at the Emperor, clad in black and red. Gowong's gaze fell upon her. Why? Lashy asked, smiling. I'm wondering why you summoned me, Your Majesty. Gowong set down his wine glass. Let me think. Yes. To Lashy's surprise, he calmly stated, I wanted to see you. Lashy was speechless. His gaze met hers. The Emperor's blunt words brought a blush to her cheeks. She recalled Claudius explaining the Voss bracelet tradition. A man would give a woman a bracelet inlaid with a gem matching his eye color, signifying she belonged to him. Lashy glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. The Emperor's voice cut through her thoughts again. If there has to be a reason, then that's it. Empress, tell me any useful information you've learned. learned. That's more like it, the Empress said, gazing into Lashy's beautiful, large eyes. Witnessing this, Lashy couldn't help but chuckle softly. If it's information about new resources, will you spare my life? She asked with a light smile, holding her champagne flute. In her bedroom, Empress Lashy, clad in a flowing nightgown, stood by the window, admiring the moon. The weather had been warm recently, but the nights were starting to cool. I've been in Cherit for a while now. Could it already be autumn? The beautiful Empress leaned against the window, gazing at the captivating scenery bathed in the bright moonlight. In the garden, recalling the scene from dinner earlier, Empress Lashy couldn't help but ponder. The Emperor at that moment was like a different person. As she admired the scenery and reminisced about the earlier moment, Empress Lashy couldn't help but think. Back then, the Emperor, looking at her, had asked, "You mentioned the Pluto Kingdom. You know that's the second consort's homeland, right?" Hearing the Emperor's question, Empress Lashy had immediately replied, "Of course, I know that, Your Majesty. The Pluto Kingdom will soon possess a sea region rapidly increasing in value, a value unknown not only to Nina, but to the entire world," the Emperor explained softly. "Indeed, the Pluto Sea is currently an undeveloped area, its ports abandoned, making trade highly inconvenient. However, within a year, it will yield a vast harvest of high-quality pearls. No one knows this yet, making it the perfect opportunity for Cherit to monopolize this abundant resource." After listening to the Emperor, Empress Lashy pondered for a moment, then interrupted, "If you say no one knows, then how did you discover this?" Looking at the Empress's beautiful face, blooming like a flower in the night, the Emperor sighed and replied, "Myself." Lashy said, "I won't ask any further, as long as the information is accurate." The Emperor's unusual ease surprised her. "Oh, this is more comfortable than I expected." Seeing the Emperor nod, she responded with a smile, "Yes, I can guarantee it." The Empress recalled her past life. This sea and its pearls were luxuries that Belly had greedily desired at all costs. Eric had said he had to give his girlfriend pearls, so he wanted them. And Nicola, tired of second consort Nina's bragging, had written home for help, not to mention that ambitious mother-in-law. The Emperor agreed and quickly decided, "Then let's invade immediately." Nina harming the Empress of the Empire is sufficient justification for diplomatic intervention. Seeing the Emperor's eagerness for war, Lashy interjected, "No, there's no need for that, Your Majesty. Since our goal is only the sea region, we can purchase it cheaply. There's no need to mobilize the army. Holding them accountable for this incident is enough to make them hand over the sea region. A single letter of condemnation will resolve most of the issue without resorting to force." Another reason Lashy didn't want war, a reason she kept to herself, was the thought, if war breaks out, Cherit will still suffer casualties, no matter how small. "I can't bear to see that, knowing how cruel war truly is." The Empress remained silent, memories of past battles flashing through her mind. The Emperor pondered for a moment, then offered his perspective. "If we move slowly, others might also learn about the pearls." Empress Lashy replied with a smile, "On the contrary, Your Majesty. If it becomes known that Cherit is targeting this sea region by waging war, other nations will also catch the scent and try to get involved." She spoke as she gracefully rose to her feet, her flowing red gown swirling around her. "You needn't worry. Leave the negotiations to me. As the Empress and the victim, I assure you, the Pluto Kingdom will also prefer to resolve this peacefully." Empress Lashy spoke with utmost confidence. Since Lashy had said this much, Emperor Gawang agreed to her suggestion, nodding. "Very well, have it your way." Seeing the Emperor concede and avert war, the steward and attendants were utterly astonished. They thought His Majesty, known as a tyrant, actually listened to someone else and abandoned his intention to wage war. Unaware of her subordinate's thoughts, Lashy simply smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Then she prepared to leave. "I'll return my chambers then." But before she could leave the room, the Emperor called out to her, "Wait, what is it, Your Majesty?" Lashy replied. The Emperor suddenly froze, falling silent. He was suddenly reminded of the night they had spent together, the warmth of their close embrace. He remembered the faint, floral scent of Empress Lashy's hair. "Nothing," the Emperor said awkwardly, scratching his head to hide his fluster. Then he extended his hand to the Empress. "Let me escort you back to your chambers." Empress Lashy was slightly surprised, but she smiled her thanks and, under the astonished gazes of all the subordinates and servants, departed with the emperor. Under the servants' surprised and admiring gazes, Empress Lashy and Emperor Gowong walked arm in arm down the palace corridor, a captivating pair seemingly plucked from a fairy tale. The empress wore a gentle smile, but remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Emperor Gowong escorted Empress Lashy to her door before stopping. Seeing him pause without speaking, Lashy simply said, "Then I shall return to my chambers." Suddenly, the emperor's voice startled her slightly. He turned to his attendants and asked, "What should one say at a time like this?" leaving everyone speechless. Witnessing this, Lashy smiled and replied, "Perhaps something like good night." The emperor's eyes flickered, his gaze returning to the beautiful woman before him. He stepped closer, his hands gently touching her back as he murmured, "Good night." Empress Lashy watched quietly as the emperor walked away, her face seemingly calm, but her eyes betraying a flurry of confused thoughts about his behavior. In her flower-scented bedroom, Empress Lashy sat on the warm bed, gazing at the beautiful bracelet on her wrist. She removed it, placing it on the gilded display stand beside her bedside table. Then, Lashy let herself fall back onto the soft bed, her long hair spreading out like a dark cloud. She lay there quietly, touching and admiring the bracelet. Her skin was as white as porcelain, her dark hair and red eyes captivating, but her attention seemed wholly focused on the jewel. The emperor is truly different now, Lashy thought. He often dines with me, something incredibly rare, almost impossible in the past. When he heard what happened, he quickly mobilized the troops to rescue me. Thankfully, the soldiers arrived in time, so nothing too serious occurred. He even used his renowned healing magic on me, something he wouldn't use on just anyone. And this beautiful, precious bracelet. As CLO said, the bracelet's meaning signifies that the woman belongs to him. He gave it to me and asked me not to take it off, so perhaps this is a symbol of acknowledging me as his empress. Judging by his reactions today, he definitely trusts me. Empress Lashy lay in bed, her mind filled with these thoughts and emotions, unable to fall asleep quickly. He's starting to trust me, even showing affection. I wonder if he has romantic feelings. The empress suddenly recalled the moment of their warm, intimate embrace during their trip to the kingdom of Whited. The image flashed vividly in her mind, causing her to blush. Every moment spent with the emperor, from the past to the present, flooded her memory. But I truly feel that he respects me deeply. That emperor, the warmongering tyrant, with his endless walls. She seemed to recall something suddenly, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. Then she closed her eyes and whispered, "Yes, I cannot lose this trust, because it's what he's always yearned for, and I as well." The empress thought of Elise's face, and Camilla's hateful demeanor, and Badu, who always treated Lashy like a lab rat, and Nina, always smiling. I want all of this resolved quickly and cleanly as well. To quickly take everything into my hands and swiftly destroy those sickening hypocrites. Suddenly, the empress turned over and looked at the bracelet again, the symbol that she belonged to the emperor. Then, to whom does the emperor belong? Lashy slowly reached out and touched the bracelet. Whispering the question, she held the bracelet, gazing at it with a puzzled, almost mystical expression. The bracelet, intricately set with mystical blue gems, the color of a vast ocean, similar to the color of Emperor Gowong's eyes, shimmered all the more beautifully in the moonlight. The empress's beautiful eyes were fixed on the bracelet in her hand, as if she could see through it into that deep, sharp sea blue eyes. In the beautiful night, as moonlight streamed through the window into the warm bedroom, the empress, clad in a pale pink nightgown, caressed and embraced the precious bracelet. Her lips, as lovely and about to bloom as cherry blossom petals, suddenly curved into a gentle smile. In another room, Emperor Gowong's bedchamber, the emperor lay in bed, coincidentally also recalling the moment he had embraced Lashy the day before. His strong arms reached out, as if to embrace the empty space before him, as if Lashy were truly lying there. But alas, it was only imagination, for before him was not Empress Lashy, but only empty silence. As if by telepathy, or perhaps some spiritual connection, in her own room, Empress Lashy happened to ask playfully, "Do you want me?" The emperor lay still in his bed, closing his eyes, trying to fall asleep and escape these idle thoughts. Soon, bright sunlight streamed through the windows, dancing along with the chirping of birds in the royal garden, welcoming everyone cheerfully to a new day. The loyal steward was helping Her Majesty comb her long, flowing hair. The Empress, adorned with jewelry with the steward's assistance, hummed a cheerful tune, indicating her good mood this day. Second consort Nina's screams echoed. No, her face and body covered in burns. She thrashed and shrieked. No, Nina isn't going anywhere. She struggled against the two soldiers who bound her hands and led her away. I'll reflect on my actions. Please forgive me this once. Nina pleaded pathetically, her face scarred by fire, but it seemed she was taking the matter too lightly. In the palace courtyard, Empress Lashy watched her screams calmly, flanked by her attendants and steward. Upon seeing the Empress, Nina hurriedly called out, Lady Lashy, let's reconcile, shall we? She stretched out her hand, pierced by a knife wound, towards the Empress, attempting to force a most unpleasant smile. Lashy's eyes didn't blink, only watching her coldly, as if looking at a wounded animal. Nina has reflected a lot. Let's be friends again, Empress Lashy. I'll apologize to Sasha too. Nina's frantic appearance and unpleasant voice irritated and annoyed the Empress immensely. Seeing the Empress's lack of response, Nina wailed pitifully. Nina only wanted to be closer, not allowed to be His Majesty's woman, not even allowed to be Lady Lashy's friend. How petty! Her shrieks still echoed as two servants shoved her into the carriage, under the watchful gaze of Empress Lashy. So petty. I just wanted to be friends, she cried, reaching out from the carriage, prompting the guards to quickly restrain her. Put your hands back inside. It's dangerous. Empress Lashy remained silent, intently watching the scene. Only when Nina was fully inside the carriage did the Empress softly say, Take care, Nina. Nina Elon Hilkia, former second consort. The Empress watched coldly as the carriage gradually disappeared from view. Take care, until the day we meet again, she said with a satisfied smile. Then, she turned to her head steward, ordering, Shall we prepare to depart? Then she looked up at the yellow and red leaves falling in the autumn wind. It seems the weather is a bit chilly, not suitable for swimwear, is it? In the palace corridors, servants and stewards bustled about their duties, packing luggage for the Empress's journey the next day. The Empress flipped through the pages of a book, pondering, no one knows yet that there are pearls in the Pluto Sea, so this inspection trip must be carried out discreetly. If Gawang makes a large-scale move, other nations will immediately notice. The information about the pearls must not be leaked until the very end, until we have control of that sea region. This is the advantage of information. A single piece of information can be worth a fortune. Good boy, Tishy. In a castle courtyard, amidst green lawns and fountains, the dog Tishy was happily playing with a ball. Elsewhere, the dog Sovieshu was also playfully interacting with a doll. Well done, Sovieshu, the Empress praised, stroking the dog's head. She affectionately stroked her two beloved pets, thinking, We're leaving tomorrow, so we must play to our heart's content today. Lashy looked at the two dogs and whispered, I'll take you with me on this trip, so you must be good, all right. As if understanding the Empress's words, the two dogs wagged their tails excitedly, their expressions full of joy. Under the beautiful golden sunlight, Empress Lashy played with her two dogs by the flower-ringed fountain. This peaceful and heartwarming scene was fully taken in by the Emperor, who was watching from upstairs. With Lashy's sensitivity, she quickly noticed the Emperor's undisguised gaze. She waved and smiled at him from the courtyard below. The Emperor, seated upstairs, saw this, but continued to stare intently, without any other reaction. Lashy's waving hand grew tired and stiff, her face filled with confusion and puzzlement. She grumbled silently. Normally, if I did this, he would avert his gaze. Why is he looking at me like this today? How long am I supposed to wave? This isn't intimate at all. The Empress muttered awkwardly to herself and lowered her hand. Suddenly, Lashy remembered her sister's innocent and charming behavior in front of handsome men, and couldn't help but think, if it were Nicola, she would probably wink, though the Emperor wouldn't want me to do that. The Empress threw the ball and played with her two dogs. Lost in thought. Good job, Tishy and Sovieshu. She watched the two dogs catch the ball, interrupting her own thoughts. Come on, stop overthinking. The head steward's voice called, beckoning the dogs back. More importantly, I must make thorough preparations for tomorrow now. Hearing the signal, the two dogs returned and nestled beside the Empress and the steward. The scene shifted to the familiar study, where the Emperor worked and received documents. An attendant's voice reported, "Your Majesty, a new report has arrived." "Leave it there." The attendant placed the document on the table and suddenly noticed the beautiful but wilting flower pot. The attendant stared blankly for a moment before realizing, these are the flowers the Empress gave him. He's kept them here all this time. He looked at the Emperor, seeking his opinion. "Your Majesty, these flowers are almost completely withered. Shall I take them away?" The Emperor's cold eyes focused on the beautiful but wilting flower pot before him. He recalled the Empress giving him these flowers. The Emperor gently stroked the withered petals and slowly said, "They've held up well, haven't they?" The attendant replied, "Your Majesty, this type of flower blooms until the weather turns cold. Then I shall take my leave to clear them away." As the attendant spoke, the Emperor's fingers, touching the petals, paused slightly. "No, leave them." The Emperor shook his head and used his healing magic to restore the flowers to life. "There's nothing else to decorate with anyway," the Emperor explained. This scene startled the attendant, his eyes widening. He quickly regained his composure and bowed awkwardly, saying, "Ah, I understand, Your Majesty." But inwardly, he was deeply shocked. "I can't believe he actually used healing magic on flowers." Emperor Gowong's icy face seemed to briefly show a gentle, elusive smile. He stroked the revived petals with a soft gaze, thinking it doesn't hurt to keep them a little longer. The castle, built in an ancient architectural style and painted a pale pink, was the Pluto Kingdom, Nina's homeland. Suddenly, panicked voices erupted from a room. "Something's happened." A middle-aged man, his hair the same pink as Nina's, became frantic after hearing the news brought by the attendant. "What? My daughter has been sent back?" A letter with similar content had already arrived. His body trembling, he read the newly received letter with wide eyes. "Nina Elon Hilkia has been repatriated for the crime of attacking Empress Lashy." His hand holding the letter shook uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Empress Lashy sat comfortably in her carriage, bathed in sunlight, admiring the beautiful scenery outside the window. The luxurious carriage steadily entered the territory of the Pluto Kingdom. "Your Majesty, we are almost at the castle," the attendant reported to Empress Lashy. The Empress simply nodded, replying, Inside the carriage, Tishy and Sovieshu slept soundly, nestled together. Within the beautiful garden palace of the Pluto Kingdom, panicked voices rang out once more. "What? The Empress of the Cherit Empire is visiting?" Empress Lashy, wearing a seemingly friendly smile, sat on the sofa designated for honored guests in the Pluto Kingdom. Sitting opposite her were the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom, and standing behind them was Nina's father, the prime minister of the country. "Greetings. My sudden visit must have startled you. I apologize in advance," the Empress said softly, leaning back comfortably on the sofa, while her two dogs let out threatening growls. No, we're the ones who should apologize. Lady Nina, no, the matter of the Elon Hilkia family," the king stammered. Hearing this, the prime minister, Nina's father, bowed with a worried expression and said, "I apologize for my daughter's disrespectful behavior." But before he could finish, Empress Lashy asked with a cold laugh, "You say disrespectful?" Attempted murder of the Empress and intimidation, coupled with the kidnapping, injury, and attempted murder of the princess of the Bharata Kingdom. Can you summarize all that with the word disrespectful? Empress Lashy's icy voice echoed, causing the three people sitting opposite her to lower their heads in silence. Seeing their reaction, Empress Lashy gave a cold smile and said, "If this is the Pluto Kingdom's thinking, it seems the general opinion in the Cherit Empire is much the same." Startled by the implication in Empress Lashy's sharp words, the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom hastily explained, "Absolutely not. This is a misunderstanding. How dare we? His Majesty, Sovieshu, my husband was furious. He even spoke of immediately mobilizing the army and waging war to completely eradicate this kingdom." Empress Lashy continued. These words terrified the old king of the Pluto Kingdom. He understood that for the Cherit Empire, there was no better justification for war, and Pluto had no power to resist the Cherit Empire and its young king, known as a tyrant. Indeed, this is a declaration of war from Cherit, the old king thought fearfully. Suddenly, Empress Lashy's next words interrupted his thoughts. "But I stopped His Majesty." Hearing Lashy say this, the king and queen of the Pluto Kingdom kingdom were stunned. Under their attentive gazes, Empress Lashy adjusted her posture, settling more comfortably. As of now, everything hinges on my response. This means that I, as the victim, can hold the Elon Hilkia family accountable and pursue this on a national level, she said with a charming, contemplative smile, assessing the three people opposite her. Thank you. We are also considering appropriate punishment for the Elon Hilkia family, including stripping them of their titles. Hearing this, the old king nodded in agreement, causing the prime minister's face to pale further. Seeing their compliant attitude, Empress Lashy smiled kindly. If you sincerely offer a portion of the Pluto kingdom, that alone will suffice. Then there will certainly be no war. Hearing Lashy request a portion of their territory, expressions of alarm spread across the faces of the Pluto kingdom's king and queen. A portion. Let me see. The Pluto kingdom's only seaport and the territorial waters adjacent to it. Empress Lashy smiled, pointing out the area she wished to acquire. If it avoids war, it's not a high price to pay, is it, Your Majesty? Lashy smiled at the king of the Pluto kingdom, inquiring. In the study of the Pluto kingdom, the official documents transferring the seaport territory to Empress Lashy were signed. Thank you for your decision. The Empress smiled at the Pluto kingdom royals after receiving the official documents. If it's that port, it won't hinder Pluto's trade anyway, as it's just a dilapidated rural town, Nina's father, the prime minister, thought to himself. Compared to that, severing ties with Charit is more troublesome. If this continues, my family will soon fall from grace. As Empress Lashy prepared to board her luxurious carriage and depart, a voice called out, halting her steps and causing her to turn. Wait, please wait, Your Majesty. It was Nina's father, frantically chasing after her, pleading, I am Nina's father. My daughter wronged you, and I sincerely apologize. Hearing this, the Empress smiled and said, yes, it was indeed a grave matter. However, Nina's way of making friends has always been unique. The wily prime minister, flattering while pleading, said, that child truly longed to get close to Your Majesty. Hearing these words, Empress Lashy thought to herself, so she was spoiled. The prime minister continued to plead, please forgive her. She sent me numerous letters, saying she could become Your Majesty's friend. He produced a stack of letters, seemingly as proof of Nina's sincere desire for friendship. Lashy carefully examined the letters. They were indeed in Nina's handwriting, and the dates were not forged. It seems her desire to become friends was genuine. Even now, Nina cries every night, saying she is hated by the Empress. It breaks my heart, the Prime Minister lamented. Is that why she isn't here today? Empress Lashy mused, looking at the letters and recalling the pink-haired girl. We were quite close once, actually. The girl with a sweetly mysterious appearance and a constant smile playing on her lips. The girl who always called her Lady Lashy with a friendly smile. The situation suddenly reminded Lashy of Navier affectionately calling her sister in her past life. Because everyone dotes on her, Nina is a pitiful child who doesn't understand boundaries with others and can't distinguish between good and evil, the Prime Minister continued to explain. Hearing these words, the Empress's gaze lowered, lost in thought. She remembered how everyone excessively pampered Navier, while she, like excess baggage, always had to do a mountain of work for them and maintain a smile. The four of them were the real family. So please, I beg you. The Prime Minister continued to kneel and plead. Empress Lashy sighed and said, I understand. Even for your sake, I will forgive Lady Nina. Hearing the change in the situation, the Prime Minister asked excitedly. Truly? Yes, she said slowly, snapping her fingers. You, who raised the child into such a person, deserve to be punished even more. Empress Lashy's voice turned glacial, and magical flames suddenly erupted. The magical flames engulfed him, causing him to scream in agony, the sound echoing throughout the courtyard. Ignoring the Prime Minister burning like a living torch, the Empress strode towards her carriage. She turned back, smiling faintly. I have forgiven Lady Nina. Meanwhile, the images of four other people flashed through her mind once more. The indolent king, the seemingly gentle but unexpectedly cold-blooded queen mother, the useless girl, the crazed Prince Urgi, and the naive and foolish Princess Navier. Then, the carriage departed the palace, leaving the screaming, burning Prime minister behind. He was quickly doused with buckets of water by his subordinates, glaring resentfully at the departing carriage. The Kobeong kingdom's castle shone golden in the sunlight. The powerful queen of Kobong sat on her throne, reading the news. Pluto's port and territorial waters now belong to Charit. It seems the rumors about Pluto's concubine being forcibly repatriated are true. In the Great Berry Kingdom, all the citizens were buzzing with news about Empress Lashy and the Charit Empire. The Charit Empire again. In the Berry Kingdom Palace, the old king angrily threw the newspaper to the floor. This is utterly preposterous. Why are they so eager to praise Lashy? He roared, his face contorted with rage. At this rate, the image we painstakingly crafted will be called into question. The bewildered queen, seated in her chair, felt a headache coming on as she witnessed the commotion. Silence. Since she's actively working in the infamous Charit Empire, wouldn't her image change accordingly? The king roared. That's not the point. How many times has this happened already? Charit is expanding its territory without suffering any losses. That's Lashy's doing. Amidst the angry shouts of the king and his subordinates, Prince Urgi sat in a corner, a troubled expression etched on his face. Princess Navier, descending the stairs, saw her brother still seated at his desk and called out in a spoiled voice, "Brother." She smiled innocently, showing off her new dress as she asked, "Well, I just bought a new dress. Does it look good?" Faced with his sister's playful, pampered voice, Urgi's face remained cold and irritated. "I'm busy right now. Please leave." Princess Navier puffed out her cheeks in a sulk. "You always say that lately. I came to show you." Navier's curious and bothersome behavior further exasperated Urgi. "Can't you see I'm busy with work? This has nothing to do with you. You only play, so please go somewhere else." Princess Navier, either truly naive or feigning it, asked a fatal question. "Isn't that because you're too slow and haven't finished yet?" Even without that many assistants, she finished everything by herself. Her innocent question caused Prince Urgi's eyes to widen with imminent rage. In a fit of fury, he grabbed a folder and threw the stack of papers at his sister's face, yelling, "Then you try it. If you bother me again, get out." Prince Urgi's outburst and violent action startled Princess Navier, leaving her stunned and frozen in place. All the attendants present also froze. The princess stood there for a moment, tears welling up in her eyes, looking utterly wronged. The scene shifted to the dilapidated port district of the Pluto Kingdom. Empress Lashy, her attendants, and soldiers arrived in carriages to inspect the area. Two loyal dogs quickly jumped out of the carriage, closely following behind the Empress to protect her. They ran and frolicked, seemingly delighted by the seaside scenery. The Empress couldn't help but exclaim, "The sea is truly beautiful, the scenery magnificent. It's a shame we can't swim." Hearing the Empress of Butler said, "If it's swimwear, I've already prepared it, Your Majesty." The Empress turned around with a smile and asked, "I only said we were here to inspect. Why have you already prepared it?" Looking at the clear blue seawater, the dilapidated buildings, and the desolate streets, she said, "However, I don't want to catch a cold." "Just kidding." More importantly, the Empress looked around, thinking to herself, "Goodness, this place is even more backward than I imagined." The beautiful harbor contrasted sharply with the dilapidated, cracked buildings, which looked incredibly antiquated. The Empress looked around, sighing inwardly. The Pluto Kingdom originally had no port trade, but even so, why is the only port so backward? "I came here, yet haven't encountered anyone. It's not that there are no people here, nor is it abandoned. Initially, I thought people were wary of Charit, so they hid and didn't appear on the streets. But it's still too early for the news to have reached here that this place belongs to Charit." The Empress looked at the steward who was wiping down the two dogs and said briefly, "Before collecting pearls, we need to thoroughly investigate, right?" Lashy looked towards her guards. "Are the masks ready?" Steward San quickly took out the masks the Empress had earlier instructed him to prepare from his coat. The Empress put on her mask and instructed everyone, "Carefully put on your masks." Although the soldiers were puzzled, they obeyed the Empress's command and all put on their masks. In the private residence of the Pluto Kingdom's Prime Minister, Nina's father, his voice echoed. As expected, she went to the port. He looked at the bowing subordinate and said, "You've worked hard." The attendant continued to report now. The Empress and her entourage had entered Pluto's port. The Prime Minister, his purple hair and sly, serpentine face contorted with rage, hissed, "That damned damned empress. She not only harmed my daughter, Nina, but also caused the downfall of the Allen Hilke family. Even I, an innocent man, was stripped of my title. He seethed, the horrific image of Empress Lashy burning him, the feel of the flames flashing through his mind. Bring that devil woman before me at once. Prime Minister Laudy commanded his subordinates. By now, she must be begging for mercy. Show no mercy to anyone, be it the Empress or her guards. Meanwhile, the Empress and her entourage continued to stroll through the port, oblivious to the impending danger. Empress Lashy, clad in black attire with faintly shimmering patterns, her golden hair gleaming in the setting sun, wandered about, observing her surroundings. She couldn't help but sigh. This doesn't look like a village, more like ruins. Suddenly, a soldier spotted a stranger and shouted, "Over there! Stop!" The fleeing figure turned, revealing a young but weak and haggard face, etched with the marks of illness. Empress Lashy and Butler San followed the young man back to his home. Fishing has become increasingly difficult, and the number of long-term ill is rising. We can request additional manpower from Cherit for pearl harvesting, but if the village isn't healthy, it's pointless. Perhaps, even those sent to harvest pearls will gradually fall ill over time. Therefore, the most important thing is to find out the cause of the situation. The Empress pondered as she walked. If it were Emperor Gowong, he would likely order the entire village burned down. She sighed, burdened by the task the Emperor had entrusted to her. So we must ensure the surrounding environment is improved to guarantee smooth pearl harvesting. I remember the sick people we just encountered, lying in bed, completely unable to speak. These already struggling families are further burdened by illness. Most of the fishermen are paralyzed, and unfortunately, they are the pillars and primary source of income for countless families. Your Majesty, this appears to be the village chief's house, Butler San said to Empress Lashy, pausing before a dwelling. The Empress glanced at the house. "I'll go in shortly. Could you go in first and speak with him?" Butler San nodded. "Understood, Your Majesty." Empress Lashy stood on the grassy patch, surveying the state of the port, the shimmering water reflecting the sunlight. From the elderly to the children, everyone was suffering. Looking at the ever-expanding graveyard, the Empress seemed to realize something. Inside, perhaps even the village chief, she stopped her train of thought and turned to her soldiers, commanding, "Let's go." In front of the village chief's house, Butler San entered and called out, "Excuse me, is the village chief here?" Butler San searched around the house, unaware that a cloaked assassin was observing him. That man is with the Empress. The assassin had been monitoring the Empress and Butler San since earlier. He watched the lone attendant and thought, "Good, I'll eliminate all witnesses anyway." Butler San called out repeatedly, but receiving no response, he reached out and opened the door. He stepped lightly inside, calling for the village chief, and upon seeing a figure lying still on the bed, Butler San approached to investigate, murmuring, "This person is dead." It appeared to be from the same cause as the others afflicted with health issues. As Butler San examined the village chief's body, a shadowy figure with a sharp knife approached him from behind. The assassin from earlier held the knife to Butler San's throat, whispering, "Don't make a sound." Despite being held hostage, Butler San appeared remarkably calm. The assassin thought, should I use this body to lure the Empress, or just take him hostage as is? Suddenly, Butler San tapped his foot on the floor, creating a distinct sound as a signal. Hearing the familiar cue, two dogs immediately rushed into the house. They snarled, baring their fangs, startling the assassin. "What? These dogs are clearly..." Butler San also recalled, "It seemed inappropriate to let the dogs in without permission, so I had them wait outside. The moment I gave the signal, they rushed in. The dogs lunged, knocking the knife-wielding man to the ground, making him yell, 'Damn it, get off!' The two well-trained dogs ferociously ripped off his mask and attacked, causing him to cry out in pain. Butler San calmly watched the scene, inwardly proud of the results of their training. Both he and Empress Lashy had rigorously trained these two dogs for emergencies, so they could be a lifeline. The assassin, seeing the two dogs acting like ferocious beasts, was terrified of being devoured by their sharp teeth, his soul nearly leaving his body. The two pitch-black dogs, with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, continued to snarl and tear at him. Butler San recalled Empress Lashy's image, thinking, train them well to protect her. Behind Steward Sand's special mask was a face marred by a long scar that stretched from the corner of his mouth to his ear, a rather terrifying sight. The assassin, covered in blood from the dog's bites, screamed incessantly. "Get off!" Steward Sand said coldly. "Stop screaming. It's useless." Sovieshu and Tishi only listened to me and Empress Lashy. As soon as he finished speaking, Empress Lashy's icy voice rang out. "Stop!" Hearing the command, the two dogs raised their heads and ceased their attack. They released the assassin and wagged their tails as they walked towards the Empress, receiving her praise. "Good dogs." Seeing the Empress approach, Steward Sand bowed at her feet. "Your Majesty, the assassin has been bitten unconscious by the dogs." Lashy stroked the obedient dogs. "Well done, both of you." She gestured to Steward Sand. "They deserve a delicious reward. As for this tasteless piece of meat, it should be reduced to ashes." The Empress's voice was cold and terrifying. Magical flames suddenly erupted. The sight terrified the assassin, who had just regained consciousness. He screamed, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." But Empress Lashy had no intention of listening to his explanation. The flames quickly engulfed and incinerated him, the searing heat causing him to scream and struggle. As he thrashed, Empress Lashy noticed something that made her halt the magic. The flames under her control gradually died down. She approached the man, writhing in pain on the floor, scorched by the fire. To his surprise, the Empress looked at his coat and said, "Just as I thought, this is the crest of Nina's family." The soldiers who had just arrived were also stunned by the crest. The Empress smiled with satisfaction and suddenly uttered two words, "Excellent." The scene shifted back to the residence of the Prime Minister of the Pluto Kingdom. He yelled furiously at his subordinates. "Why is the report so late? You should have dealt with the Empress by now." He slammed his hand on the table, angrily demanding, "Bring me her head." But a sudden shout interrupted him. "Forgive me." An aide rushed in. The Prime Minister assumed his subordinates had brought back Empress Lashy, but it seemed not to be the case, as the aide's face was filled with terror. "The person who has arrived, it's the Empress." His voice was laced with fear, for the image of Empress Lashy and her soldiers, wreathed in magical flames, approaching, flashed through his mind. In her private chambers, Nina, covered in burns, suddenly screamed, "Lady Lashy, Nina wants to see her too." This time, Nina will definitely be forgiven and become her friend. The servants hurriedly stopped her. "No, miss. It's dangerous outside." In the Prime Minister's study, the light of the setting sun streamed through the windows as the Empress's chilling voice echoed, "I'm returning him to you." The burned assassin was thrown to the floor. Looking at the Prime Minister's panicked expression, the Empress asked, "Can you explain this?" He scrambled to his feet, stammering, "What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Seeing him feigning ignorance, Empress Lashy smiled. "Then I suppose I'll just have to ask His Majesty, won't I? Ask the king which family this crest belongs to," she said coldly, holding up the cloth bearing Nina's family crest. Seeing the cloth and the crest, Prime Minister Loudy froze in terror. "Is there any clearer evidence than this, Prime Minister?" Empress Lashy asked coldly. She stepped further into the room. "There's nothing to protect you now." As soon as she finished speaking, two ferocious dogs entered, poised to attack. If the king were to learn of this, what verdict would he give? Execution would be most fitting, wouldn't it, Prime Minister? The Empress taunted, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Hearing the word execution, Loudy was terrified. Trembling, he fell to his knees. "I made a grave mistake. It was for my own promotion that my subordinates acted recklessly, but I had no part in it." He wept, kneeling on the floor, denying his culpability. Empress Lashy watched him thoughtfully as he continued to deny everything. "Yes, it was due to my poor supervision. I never expected such a thing to happen, Your Majesty." Witnessing this display, Lashy sighed in disgust. "I can't believe he's still denying it to the very end." A sinister smile suddenly spread across her face. "Very well. If you cooperate with me, I will spare your life." Hearing these words directly from the Empress, Loudy was astonished, but quickly asked, "What?" Empress Lashy fixed the Prime Minister with an icy stare. "The village you sent the assassin to seemed quite backward and dilapidated. It's the only port, yet why is it so neglected? It can't be for a reason as simplistic and crude as seafood and coastal roads being unnecessary, can it?" The Empress leaned closer. "This country intentionally abandoned that region, didn't it?" Hearing the Empress inquire about that area, the Prime Minister trembled slightly, but slowly answered. "It was because of an infectious disease." Due to a contagious illness spreading within the village, a policy of complete isolation from the outside world was implemented. The port village area is a restricted zone, completely confining the villagers until the infectious disease comes to an end. The Prime Minister's words revealed the inhumane truth of this nation, shocking everyone in the room. So they were abandoned, Lashy mused. Since no cases have appeared in other regions, it's likely a localized illness. We believe that unless the root cause is eradicated, the disease cannot be completely eliminated. I see, Empress Lashy said, understanding after hearing the whole story why the Pluto Kingdom restricted land trade routes. So you don't know the cause? Empress Lashy pondered for a moment, then asked. The Prime Minister replied, yes, we investigated several times, but we don't know whether the cause is the fish, the algae, or humans. Since it hinders development, it's difficult to continue investing large amounts of funds into the investigation, and it's difficult to pinpoint the cause. So redevelopment will be considered after another 10 years. The cowardly Prime Minister revealed the kingdom's decision. Hearing these words, Empress Lashy's expression darkened further. After the obstacle is removed, I understand. Filled with disgust at the nation's indifference, she swiftly commanded, all right, you don't need to say anything more. You've worked hard. The Prime Minister, thinking she had forgiven him, asked joyfully, then you'll consider this matter settled, correct? Empress Lashy turned to leave, saying, yes, I will overlook the assassin incident. The Prime Minister replied with delight, thank you for your mercy. But before he could finish, Empress Lashy interrupted, but I didn't say I had to remain silent. With that, she waved her hand, and the two ferocious dogs lunged at the Prime Minister. He screamed in terror. Let's go then. Empress Lashy looked at her soldiers as the Prime Minister was mauled by the dogs, his screams echoing through the room. It is indeed difficult to determine the exact cause. Lashy sighed softly. Well, only ordinary people would find it difficult. With that, she recalled the image of the brilliant man locked in the dungeon. Your Majesty, you've returned. Servants and guards appeared at the palace gates, welcoming the Empress back from her unpleasant visit to the Pluto Kingdom's port city. Under Butler Sand's watchful gaze, Emperor Gawang spoke in a calm voice. I understand the situation. This means that even if we occupy Pluto's waters, encountering such a village leaves us with no other choice. However, burning down the entire village is also an option. Quite intriguing, Gawang suggested. Empress Lashy simply offered a weary smile, thinking to herself, indeed, that sounds just like him. Aloud, she said, indeed, but since the cause is unknown, we don't know if that would even be effective. The Emperor continued, that's why we need him. That's why we need him to figure out the specific cause of the disease, right? Though reluctant, the Emperor rested his chin in his hand, contemplating. It's the best option we have now, isn't it? The thought of the man irritated him, but he saw no other way. Empress Lashy, who had remained silent, observing the Emperor's expression, surreptitiously wiped a bead of sweat from her brow. He really is reluctant. Keeping him alive was for times like these. In the corridor leading down to the dungeon, Butlerson walked, carrying a stack of documents, followed by the Empress and Emperor. An infectious disease at the port? A voice sneered as they approached. It was Badadu, listening to their conversation. These are the recorded symptoms, along with hair and blood samples from the patients. There's also sand and seawater from the port and the infected village chief's body. We've obtained permission from his family. The impeccably dressed Butlerson presented the samples and the village chief's corpse to the madman. Hearing that there was a body to examine, Badadu's face lit up with a delighted grin. How interesting. He quickly reached out and pulled back the cloth covering the corpse, beginning his examination. Though its freshness has diminished, the body was discovered a little late. Badadu remarked with distaste after completing his initial examination. Empress Lashy, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. If possible, please lower the cost of the medicine. Oh, are you looking for freebies now? The tyrant has grown more benevolent. Badadu sneered, his eyes glinting with provocation as he looked at the Empress and Emperor. Emperor Gawang, hearing this, coldly interrupted. So, are you going to do it or not? Let me see. You see, I'm currently preoccupied with other important research, the kind that could leave a mark on medical history. This port village can't compare. Badadu rambled. Annoyed by his excessive talking, Empress Lashy cut to the chase. Stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you want? She demanded, her gaze fixed on him. Hearing the question, a smug, almost sinister smile spread across Badadu's face. What I desire is merely your bodily fluids. An upfront payment this time, Empress Lashy. Badadu's eyes raked over the Empress with a greedy glint, as if she were some prized treasure. His demeanor filled Lashy with revulsion. This again, the data obtained from the previous hair sample was also quite valuable. Badadu's sharp voice continued. It's much higher quality research material than a decaying corpse devoid of magic, Your Majesty. In the dimly lit dungeon, illuminated by flickering torches on the walls, Emperor Gowong stood with a cold expression, his sharp gaze fixed on the madman imprisoned within. Badadu, at that moment, was savoring a vial filled with liquid, a smile playing on his lips. Thank you. He offered his thanks to Empress Lashy, who was wiping her mouth with a clean handkerchief. Blood is preferable, but saliva will suffice. Badadu said with satisfaction, savoring the contents of the vial he'd received from the Empress. Suddenly, he uttered something that startled the Empress, causing her eyes to widen. The biggest cause is likely water contamination. There's probably an abandoned factory near the port village. If the factory is swiftly disinfected and demolished, and seafood consumption is prohibited until the water quality improves, the spread can be halted. Mercury leaking from that abandoned factory is the cause. Even touching it is fine, but absorption must be avoided. Badadu explained calmly, offering his assessment of the disease's origin. He gestured toward a packet of medicine on the table. It's already here. 3 pills, twice a day. No need to formulate a new medicine. The Empress, regarding him with a cold stare, questioned, You seem to have determined this before even examining the samples. Upon hearing the Empress's suspicion, Badadu replied with a laugh. In my research, I wrote a thesis on the special handling of mercury. Coincidentally, I've heard of the factory design in Pluto's port village, so I was able to guess immediately. It's a typical example from a thesis. Under the Empress's sharp gaze, he continued, Simply reading my thesis would have solved everything. Hearing Badadu's words, Empress Lashy silently recalled indeed seeing a renowned thesis while investigating him. It's all the fault of those incompetent Pluto doctors. Badadu criticized haughtily, looking down on the other physicians. But thanks to them, I've obtained such excellent research material. It seems the factory closed a year ago, and perhaps the untreated mercury leaked out, impacting the environment. This is mercury specially treated with Pluto's magic. It causes no harm unless absorbed. Plusians generally possess detoxification magic, so they never considered mercury as the cause of the illness. While the weak cannot withstand the assault once the mercury enters their bodies. Badadu explained carefully under the watchful eyes of the Emperor and Empress. Will my child truly recover with this? A woman from the port village asked anxiously, receiving the medicine from a guard. Outside the streets of the port village, the soldiers' announcements echoed, causing a stir among the few remaining villagers. Until further notice, the consumption of seafood is prohibited. Rations will be provided instead. The afflicted villagers lined up to receive the offered provisions. One of them muttered, When I heard this place became the war chariot's territory, I thought we were done for. I thought we'd have to work at their command, with no other way to survive. A frail boy, weakened by the illness, received the life-saving pills that would change his fate. The scene shifted erratically, flashing back to a past life, where the excited cries of 2 port village fishermen discovering precious pearls rang out. Not just 1 or 2. Now we can bring a doctor to the village. They rejoiced, tears welling in their eyes, as they imagined recovery, things getting better. The villagers, upon seeing the pearls, clasped their hands together in thanks to the heavens, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The gods haven't abandoned us. But the cruel and harsh reality was that Pluto's old king decreed, confiscate all the pearls. The port village also needs to be properly equipped so that the nation can manage it thoroughly. The prime minister, witnessing this, bowed with a greedy smile. As you command. All the sick were ordered out of the village, soldiers brandishing weapons to threaten the villagers. Mobilize forces to harvest the pearls. The insidious king commanded the prime minister. After subduing the village, soldiers were dispatched to harvest the pearls and bring them back to Pluto's palace. Can't you do something, Lashy? Can't we rebuild our relationship with Pluto? Barry's old king asked anxiously. He had grown greedy upon hearing news of the pearls. We, Barry, must also taste the pearls. The Lassie of the past was at a loss. She thought, if it's Pluto, then Nicola, who became the War Chariot Empress, would be easier to negotiate with. Lassie looked helplessly at the letter sent by Nicola. But even Nicola sent a letter asking her parents for pearls. I can't pressure the child. After a moment of contemplation, Lassie offered a sincere smile. I understand. I'll do my best. Hearing Lassie's agreement, the greedy king, the queen mother, and Prince Eric were overjoyed. Truly our pride and joy. They revealed greedy, scheming eyes, viewing Lassie as an excellent tool. Back in the present, it felt like a dream. My body can move. The frail young man's recovery brought him immense joy and surprise. His mother beside him couldn't help but cry. Thank goodness. Oh, my child, you're healed. The pain vanished like a dream. He couldn't believe he'd recovered so quickly. That War Chariot Empire, known for its brutality, had gone to such lengths. In the streets, the guard announcements rang out once more. This is the War Chariot Empire's command. Once the villagers recover, fishing operations must resume. Does everyone understand? Do not conceal any health issues. Report immediately. Hearing the announcement, the villagers cheered. We obey. To them, it didn't matter if it was Pluto or the War Chariot Empire. They simply wanted to work. Time passed, and one day, aboard a fishing boat, two fishermen discovered pearls within their harvested oysters. The fishermen harvested more and more pearls, each one round and beautiful, like priceless jewels of the sea. I never imagined our village possessed such an abundance of pearls. The fishermen and soldiers were astonished by the shimmering pile before them. In the fading light of the setting sun, each pearl gleamed, reflecting the light and becoming even more captivating, drawing the gaze of all who beheld them. At that moment, Empress Lassie's elegant silver-white carriage arrived at the village. The Empress had come once again, accompanied by her steward and her two beloved dogs. The surrounding villagers, seeing her approach, broke into admiring smiles. It's her, the one who inspected last time. So beautiful. How could I forget? Amidst the villagers' whispers, the Empress, clad in a flowing white dress, her long hair swaying, approached and asked with a smile, "It seems things are progressing well, are they not?" "Yes," everyone replied in unison. A blushing guard, gesturing towards the enormous mound of collected pearls, said, "This is the result of resuming fishing, as per your Majesty's instructions." Lassie, seeing the chests overflowing with pearls, couldn't suppress her inner joy. Though she knew from her past life, she hadn't anticipated such a vast quantity. The surrounding villagers and fishermen offered their praises. To be able to fish like this again, we owe it all to your Majesty for providing us with free medicine and food. Empress Lassie nodded with a gracious smile. Of course, you are all my subjects now. Joy and vitality bloomed on the villagers' faces as they rushed to express their gratitude. If your Majesty hadn't saved us, we might never have known about the pearls. Lassie chuckled inwardly. Not necessarily. In my previous life, the pearls were discovered as well, though it was 2 or 3 months later than now. While I'm unsure why the fishermen were able to find these pearls, those pearls were confiscated by the Pluto Empire, and the villagers received nothing. The Empress gazed at the pearls, thinking, the Emperor will likely be pleased with this outcome. Meanwhile, Steward Sand was holding back the 2 dogs. These pearls are not for eating. Empress Lassie, stroking a pearl, cautioned the villagers, "It is regrettable, but please refrain from consuming seafood." "Of course, your Majesty. I never imagined that was the cause of the infectious disease." Recalling the day, Prince Eric had been dissatisfied with the meager amount of pearls Lassie had found. That's all. Seeing her brother say that, Lassie could only smile and let it go. The greedy old Emperor and Empress, upon seeing the shimmering pearls, were ecstatic. "Excellent. It's a shame we can't gift them to Nicola, but it can't be helped." The Queen Mother smiled affectionately at Empress Lassie. "Could you find some more? Enough to make a bracelet would be lovely." Princess Lassie could only smile at her family's requests, while at that time, she herself didn't possess a single pearl. Now, Empress Lassie possessed a multitude of pearls. Times had changed, unexpectedly and dramatically, like a twist of fate. She smiled enigmatically. But things are different now. Under the admiring and respectful gazes of the villagers, Empress Lashy admired the pearls, praising their beauty. They are truly exquisite. Perhaps a necklace could be made. Bathed in the shimmering afternoon sunlight, the Empress appeared breathtakingly beautiful, captivating all who looked upon her. She thought, the current emperor will likely permit it. Then, turning, she politely inquired, "May I take these pearls?" The nearby soldiers swiftly replied, "Of course, your majesty." With that, the Empress returned to her carriage, looking back to say, "Please continue your hard work. The emperor will be pleased to see these pearls." She watched as her carriage slowly pulled away from the village, the villagers waving cheerfully goodbye. Meanwhile, in the study of the war chariot palace, Emperor Gowong slammed his hand on the desk in apparent fury, splattering ink from his quill. His subordinates watched anxiously. The emperor stared coldly at the letter he'd just received. After a moment, he spoke impassively. "I thought something had happened in Berry." The letter from Berry read, "We request the return of Grand Duchess Lashy of Berry to Berry." Reading this, Gowong's barely contained fury ignited, his face darkening ominously. Days earlier, in the resplendent palace of Berry, Nicholas sighed wearily. "Honestly, father, mother, please do something about my brother's work," she complained to the emperor and empress. The two were startled to see their daughter in tears. Putting on what she considered a cute expression, she whined to her aging parents, "Brother is so pitiful. He's always terribly busy. He just buries himself in work and can't go out and play at all." He even yelled at Nicola. Recalling her brother's angry outburst, she pouted, unable to contain her annoyance. "Please, you two." Nicola can't stand to see it anymore. Hearing their naive daughter's complaints, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but smile. "Your heart is truly kind, but what else can be done? Eric will eventually inherit my position. If he can't handle it now, it will be even more difficult later," the emperor said coldly. "I told him to let elder sister handle the troublesome matters." Nicola cried out, unable to hold back. The emperor ignored her. "This is a test to be the next king." The Empress Dowager interjected. "Indeed, and besides, Lashy is currently in the War Chariot Empire." The spoiled Nicola flailed her hands dramatically. "Then just find someone to replace elder sister." His daughter's noise and willfulness finally pushed the emperor's patience to its limit. "Then you try finding someone. If you can't do anything useful, be quiet." The old emperor glared at his daughter, frightening the crybaby princess into fresh tears. In Princess Nicola's private chambers, bright with sunlight and blooming flowers, she sat with paper and ink, sobbing. "Why is everyone like this? Always getting angry at Nicola. I just need to have elder sister come back." Nicola muttered, waving her quill. "The emperor has many wives, so of course, there will be women to replace her." The foolish princess thought naively. She believed this was the solution. Finishing the letter, she carefully sealed it, telling herself, "Sending this letter will solve everything." The letter quickly reached the War Chariot Empire and landed in Emperor Gowong's hands. After reading it, he furiously commanded, "Burn it." Watching coldly as his subordinate prepared to burn the letter, Gowong thought, "Send her back? That woman." He recalled the feeling of holding her in his arms. The empress's face, somber and cold, like a volcano about to erupt. But suddenly, his attendant's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Your Majesty, Empress Lashy says she has a matter to discuss with you." In a luxurious drawing room, Empress Lashy recounted everything to the emperor and presented him with the pearls collected from the village. "I offer these pearls to you for the time being. There won't be any disturbances for now," Empress Lashy said, gesturing towards the pearls with a smile. Seeing the emperor's silence, the empress paused, considering for a moment, then asked with a smile, "You can take some of the pearls too, can't you?" The emperor nodded impassively. "As you wish." His demeanor made Empress Lashy feel slightly awkward. He hadn't looked at the pearls at all, his gaze fixed intently on her face. She looked at the emperor shyly, asking, "Is there something you wanted to tell me?" Her question caused a silence to fall over the room, Emperor Gowong seemingly at a loss for words. He quickly recovered from his awkwardness, continuing to look at the empress. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "You said that in Berry, you were practically a sacrificial offering. Do they know you realize this?" Empress Lashy laughed lightly, replying, "No, they don't. It will be easier for us to act if they remain unaware." She answered swiftly on the surface, but inwardly she wondered, is he planning to invade sooner than expected? What about the letters Berry occasionally sends you? Emperor Gowong continued his questioning. The sudden mention of correspondence she'd never paid attention to startled Lashy. She paused, then offered an enigmatic smile. Your Majesty, they've all been reduced to ashes. She spoke calmly, her voice soft yet chilling, the image of magical flames igniting and consuming the letters flickering through her mind. It's quite a bother. So from now on, Your Majesty should receive them directly. I don't think they're worth reading. Lashy looked at the man before her with a playful glint in her eyes. Under her teasing gaze, the Emperor adopted a serious expression, pondering before replying, I will consider it. Lashy's answer seemed to reassure Emperor Gawang. He thought to himself, it doesn't matter if I don't let her go. Everything will work out. The scene shifted to Barry, with its beautiful gardens and magnificent palace. It's been days. Why haven't I received a reply yet? Princess Nicola's irritated voice rang out. I even wrote it myself, she complained, feeling wronged. She sulked for a while, then, seeing no other option, abruptly declared, fine, Nicola will go and bring elder sister back herself. Her decision sent her maids into a flurry of panic. If lovely Nicola asks nicely, both elder sister and the emperor will agree. The foolish princess told herself with delusional confidence. A short while later, in another room of the Berry Palace. What? Nicola went to the war chariot empire. The king and queen were shocked by the news. What is she thinking? The old king roared. Seeing the king's fury, a subordinate quickly apologized. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I had the princess wait for your return. I tried to dissuade her repeatedly, but the princess cheerfully departed without any guards. She just needs to deliver this letter. Surely there won't be any problems. The guard said, presenting the letter the princess had left for her parents. The letter read, I'm going to bring elder sister back. The king and queen paled after reading it. Nicola, the king's enraged bellow echoed through the palace. Meanwhile, in her elegant carriage, Princess Nicola happily daydreamed. He's an emperor, considerate to women like elder sister. Could it be that him seeing Nicola this time means he wants to marry me? The magnificent castle of the war chariot empire shimmered in the sunlight as Princess Nicola arrived, gazing at it with excitement. Meanwhile, in a room with luxurious sofas, Empress Lashy's face turned icy upon hearing the servant's announcement. Nicola has arrived at the castle. What should we do? The Empress repeated the question, a hint of surprise in her voice. She even said she would wait in the garden. Lashy muttered to herself, puzzled as to why her sister would come here. After a moment of hesitation, the Empress stood up, letting her long hair cascade down. First, I must report this to His Majesty. As she walked down the hallway, she couldn't help but think, could this have been written in the letters His Majesty burned? She's always been the type to show up uninvited. Lashy was annoyed by her sister's spoiled and carefree nature. Could he have anticipated this when he asked about those letters before? She recalled Emperor Gawang's inquiry about the correspondence from Barry. How were those letters handled? Princess Nicola's carriage remained parked in the palace gardens, surrounded by blooming flowers and a clear blue sky. Inside the carriage, Princess Nicola yawned repeatedly, growing impatient with the wait. Are they going to make me wait forever? She grumbled. The first time I saw the emperor was after elder sister's wedding. Bored with waiting, Princess Nicola began to daydream, reminiscing about the past. His face was handsome, cold, and intimidating, just like the rumors said. Princess Nicola had been captivated by the emperor's appearance when she saw him at her sister's wedding. He acknowledged elder sister as empress in public, often referring to her as his beloved consort. If even elder sister receives such treatment, the emperor will surely be even gentler with Nicola, right? The delusional princess indulged in her fantasies. Meanwhile, the gentle emperor of Nicola's imagination was seething with cold fury upon hearing news of her arrival. I've already heard the report, Emperor Gawang said irritably. Across from him sat the beautiful Empress Lashy, there to discuss the matter of her younger sister. The emperor continued, she likely came because of the letter sent a few days ago. At this, Empress Lashy furrowed her brow in confusion. A letter? Barry sent a letter. A nearby attendant spoke in a low voice. Actually, Your Majesty received a request from Barry demanding your return, and Your Majesty destroyed that letter. Your Majesty, Empress Lashy mused, stroking her chin after hearing the full story. The Karu selection failed, so they're unable to handle government affairs. But why would Nicola come all this way? Emperor Gawang, thoroughly annoyed by the news, immediately ordered, she's not worth meeting. Send her back at once. If she resists, you may kill her. he commanded coldly. Hearing the emperor's hasty decision, Lashy quickly interrupted. Wait, perhaps this is a good opportunity. She looked at the now curious emperor. What opportunity? As I said before, Barry still thinks I'm unaware of anything, especially Nicola. She can't keep her mouth shut. She can unknowingly provide us with information about Barry. Under the Emperor's gaze, Lashy revealed her plan. A cryptic smile played on the Empress's beautiful face as she spoke in a dangerous tone. She came on her own, so we must give her a proper welcome. Moments later, Princess Nicola's wish was granted. She saw her elder sister. She ran towards Empress Lashy with delight. Elder sister, I was startled just now. I thought you were someone else, she exclaimed, staring at the Empress. She thought to herself, has her hair turned back to blonde? Lashy said, it's been a while, Nicola. I'm more surprised. I don't recall hearing you were coming here. The Empress smiled kindly and gently. Because I missed you. You know how much Nicola loves you, she said playfully, embracing Empress Lashy affectionately. You haven't changed a bit. Suddenly remembering something, Nicola quickly asked, by the way, why haven't you replied to any of my letters? Empress Lashy simply looked at her meaningfully, saying nothing. Just then, the Emperor approached. Hearing Nicola's words, the Emperor thought to himself, so the Empress truly didn't reply to her letters. Nicola's slightly reproachful voice rang out. It's rare for Nicola to write a letter herself. I wrote to the Emperor, asking for your return. At this, the Emperor's face darkened, while the guards gasped, requesting the return of the favored Empress. How could she be so careless with her own life? All right, Nicola, let me introduce you. You should greet him properly. Empress Lashy turned to Nicola. This is my husband, His Majesty, Emperor Gawang. Only then did Nicola realize the Emperor had been standing nearby. She had been so startled by her sister's blonde hair that she hadn't paid attention to her surroundings. Nicola quickly put on a beautiful smile and apologized. Oh my, I'm so sorry, Your Majesty. She curtsied elegantly. It's been a while, Your Majesty. I am Nicola, the second princess of the Berry Empire. After her greeting, she excitedly approached the Emperor, speaking in a flirtatious tone. I've truly wanted to meet you, Your Majesty. I've heard so many rumors about you. She leaned in too close, causing Emperor Gawang to narrow his eyes in displeasure. Too close. I'm sorry I couldn't speak with you more at elder sister's wedding. Hearing her sister's flirtatious tone, Empress Lashy couldn't help but think, didn't she say she disliked looking at tyrants? Nicola continued in a pointedly flirtatious tone, her eyes brimming with feigned tears. There are so many bad rumors, Your Majesty. You're so pitiful. You're not a bad person at all, Your Majesty. As soon as she finished speaking, the Emperor grabbed her by the collar. His eyes blazed with fury, as if he would tear her apart for her incessant, irritating chatter. In that instant, the Emperor shoved her violently, sending her sprawling backward with a scream. As Nicola trembled, tears streaming down her face, the Emperor asked coldly, Who permitted you to touch me? His expression was terrifying, his gaze fierce as he drew his sword. Empress Lashy witnessed everything, yet said nothing, a faint smile playing on her lips. The Emperor pointed the sharp blade at Nicola's beautiful face. Someone like you. He swiftly and decisively slashed the sword across her cheek. The Emperor recalled the Empress's earlier suggestion of confining her within the castle for the time being. Rendered speechless by the Emperor's terrifying actions, Nicola could only tremble and weep, a bleeding gash now marring her cheek. Gawang glanced at her and coldly commanded his men, Seize her. The beautiful Empress Lashy smiled, a look of satisfied amusement on her face. Nicola was quickly apprehended by the guards. She struggled and cried out, What? Let me go! Let me go! Why are you doing this to me? The Empress approached gracefully, taking the Emperor's arm as she looked coldly at her sister. Illegal entry into the castle. Suspected kidnapping of the war chariot Empress. Empress Lashy coolly listed the charges that could be brought against her. Coupled with disrespect towards the Emperor, that should be enough. Elder sister, save me. Nicola cried out as she was dragged away. The Empress responded indifferently. There's nothing I can do, Nicola, because you intended to take me away. Hearing this, Nicola wailed, What's wrong with that? I rarely come to pick you up. Aren't you being too much? Nicola Sobdangridi. The soldiers behind her were stunned. They had never seen a criminal so foolishly incriminate themselves. The soldiers couldn't help but murmur amongst themselves. I can't believe it, even if they're family. How can she be so disrespectful to the one and only Empress? Did she really intend to take the Empress away? As Nicola sobbed, the Emperor gently placed his arm around the Empress's slender shoulders. Holding her close, he coldly ordered, "Take her away. Forbid any outside contact." Hearing these words, Nicola seemed to crumble, her eyes wide as she cried out, "Wait, elder sister, elder sister." Ignoring her cries, Empress Lashy smiled gently and waved goodbye. Princess Nicola was then confined to a secluded room, cut off from the outside world, leaving her in despair. The reality of her situation seemed to finally sink in. She wailed, "This is too much," just like the rumor said. Elder sister didn't even try to stop him. But just then, a voice made Nicola freeze. How foolish, not valuing her own life. She should be grateful she's the Empress's sister, and she actually intended to take the Empress away. It was the conversation of two guards outside the room. That's the only Empress the Emperor dotes on. Their words brought to Nicola's mind the earlier scene of intimacy between the Empress and the Emperor. Are the rumors true? She pondered the whispers about the Emperor. The guards continued. The Empress is indispensable to this empire. To think she tried to steal the Empress away from the Emperor, with complete disregard for her own life. Their words nearly broke Nicola. Covering her ears, she cried out, "Why is everyone on her side?" In her chambers, Empress Lashy was being dressed in new finery by her attendants. Looking at herself in the mirror, she thought, "Be grateful, Nicola, because you're living a much happier life than before. From now on, I hope you'll be unhappy in my hands." Lashy murmured to herself, trying on jewelry. The scene shifted to outside Nicola's cell. "Nicola, can you hear me?" Empress Lashy's voice from outside startled Nicola. She looked up in shock, seeing her sister through the bars. Nicola pleaded, "Elder sister, please let me out. I've been locked in this cramped room for hours. I can't take it anymore." "I'm sorry, Nicola, but that's a bit difficult." "Why, elder sister?" Before Nicola could finish, the Empress interrupted, asking directly, "Did Father or Eric send you?" Nicola faltered for a moment, but answered without hesitation, "Yes, because with you gone, there's so much work to do. I feel sorry for my brother." The Empress thought to herself, "So, she came of her own accord. I'll discuss what to do with you after I return. There's a banquet now. I have to go." The Empress turned to leave. Hearing this, Nicola reached through the bars, pleading, "The banquet can wait. Why not let Nicola go with you? I'll greet the Emperor again." Watching her sister's continued foolishness, Lashy smiled, turning back to say, "You'd best stop, Nicola, because this time you really might die." The Empress's chilling words made Nicola's eyes widen in shock. Suddenly, her eyes widened further, something catching her attention. She looked at the Empress, asking urgently, "Elder sister, where did you get those pearls?" Hearing her greedy sister's question, the Empress smiled, displaying the beautiful pearl necklace around her neck, thinking, so she noticed. "What do you think, Nicola? They're beautiful, aren't they?" Empress Lashy, dressed in an elegant gown and white fur coat, her pearl necklace shimmering, smiled at Nicola. "It's the first time I've seen such high-quality pearls in that dress." Nicola stared, dumbfounded, at her beautiful sister. "Since you're a princess of an allied nation, you will be exempt from imprisonment until a decision is made. So be good," Lashy said finally. As her sister walked away, Nicola continued to cry and plead, "Elder sister, don't leave me here. You're too much. How can you do this to me?" Nicola wants to go too. Haunted by memories of her past life, the magnificent Empress ignored her pleas and walked towards the banquet. The Empress arrived at the carriage where the Emperor had been waiting. "Your Majesty, have you been waiting long?" The Emperor looked at her for a moment, then asked, "Are those Pluto pearls?" Empress Lashy touched her necklace and smiled. "Yes, these are high-grade pearls that even Nicola envied." Lashy thought to herself as she swept her hair back and entered the carriage. She said, "I suppose it's time to welcome the pearls of the war chariot." The Emperor understood her meaning. "I see. Also, regarding that princess, after she reveals her information, how do you plan to deal with her?" As the carriage slowly moved forward, the Empress's cold voice continued, "If you wish, she could be executed." Lashy smiled. "That's a bit excessive. Wouldn't permanent imprisonment be better?" She thought, "Imprisoning her in the same cell I was kept in my past life wouldn't be bad either, would it? I don't need two nuisances in the castle." The Emperor replied with displeasure, but then added, "Fine, this is your revenge. Do as you please." The Emperor's attitude surprised Empress Lashy. After you're done with her, leave no body, the emperor added, causing Empress Lashy to laugh. Thank you, your majesty. The carriage headed towards the banquet hall, where nobles, ladies, and princesses, all luxuriously dressed, were gathered. Beautiful and handsome people chatted merrily. It's been a while. A sweet voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to turn their heads in surprise. Is everyone doing well? It was Empress Lashy, breathtakingly beautiful in her elegant gown and shimmering pearl necklace. At this point, time rewinds to the past, to a greenhouse filled with beautiful flowers, where Nicola, then the Empress, was shouting angrily, "This is so frustrating. I can't stand it. Those concubines keep bullying me, and my parents won't help. Even if I want to attend the banquet, no one invites me." Remembering the insidious faces of the three concubines, Nicola's face flushed red with anger and frustration. When I was in Barry, even without an invitation, they let me participate. Here we go again. Nicola suddenly fell silent, her gaze falling upon someone entering the greenhouse. "Hey, I told you, you're not allowed in here when I'm present." Nicola yelled, startling Sutrel. "I apologize, your majesty." Sothril trembled in fear. Nicola grew even more annoyed. "You concubine, don't appear before me." Under Nicola's scornful gaze, Sothril quickly left. Seeing Sothril's timid and fearful appearance, Nicola felt slightly relieved. "That's much better. Now, where should I go? Why is that woman here?" Emperor Gawang's irritated voice rang out as he saw Empress Nicola sitting cheerfully in his favorite garden. The chamberlain panicked upon hearing the emperor's furious question. "My deepest apologies, your majesty," he stammered, thinking, "I told her that place was off limits, as it's where his majesty enjoys the scenery. I'll go and tell the empress immediately, your majesty." Emperor Gawang sat in silence at his desk, reviewing documents, thinking, if she weren't a hostage, I would have killed her already. His gaze was fixed on the documents and information his subordinates had brought him. Winter is fast approaching, and the oil supply has been cut off since the revolution following Lyra's death. The significant losses from the Bachusan incident are still evident. Meanwhile, soldiers rushed towards the garden where Nicola was playing innocently. In stark contrast to her carefree gaiety, the emperor was deeply troubled by the difficulties and setbacks facing the kingdom. At that moment, as the disjointed flow of time snapped back to the present. Inside Nicola's cell, she was curled up on her bed, weeping. "This can't be happening. Why are they doing this to Nicola? I was supposed to get this and that from elder sister, and the emperor was supposed to fall in love with me," she sobbed, lost in her delusions. Empress Lashy's voice came from outside, startling her. "Nicola, it's me." Nicola immediately cried out, "Elder sister, why haven't you let me out yet? Let me out." The empress outside gave a cryptic smile. "Well, I've come to let you out. There's a tea party later. The duchesses of the war chariot are eager to meet you," the empress continued, taking Nicola by surprise. She quickly recovered, however, a delighted and touched smile spreading across her face. "I've also prepared a dress for you," Empress Lashy said gently. Released from her cell, Nicola excitedly embraced the empress. "I love you, elder sister." At the tea party, filled with delicate pastries and elegant decorations, Princess Nicola sat beside Empress Lashy, enjoying the party with the other noblewomen. The luxurious atmosphere delighted Nicola. This is how it should be. The noblewomen at the tea party showed great interest in Princess Nicola, smiling and saying, "Princess Nicola, thank you for agreeing to attend this impromptu tea party. We were so eager to chat with you. I heard that sons from prestigious families are lining up to meet you. I truly admire you, princess." The noblewomen took turns flattering the foolish princess. Basking in the attention, Nicola smiled with satisfaction. "Oh, it's nothing. Yes, this is how it should be. Everyone clearly prefers chatting with me rather than elder sister," Nicola thought, smiling as she enjoyed the attention and flattery. As the conversation flowed, someone suddenly asked Nicola, "But princess, is it all right for you to be in the war chariot kingdom like this?" As Nicola looked at her quizzically, the noblewoman continued, "If the people of Barry knew you were in the war chariot, they would be terribly worried. If it were me, I'd be too worried to sleep." Nicola pouted. "Let them worry. Father and mother are busy attending banquets, and my brother is busy with work, so no one has time to play with me." Hearing this, the other noblewomen gasped in surprise. "Oh my, how could they neglect such a lovely princess? What could be more important than you, Princess Nicola?" Pleased by the compliments, Nicola answered without thinking, "Let me see. My brother, though slow-witted, does everything, so he's very busy. Nicola began to chatter, catching Empress Lashy's attention. Even at banquets, people are discussing Barry's economy, the people's discontent, and their distrust. Even Nicola finds it annoying. Also, this is just between us, Nicola added suddenly, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Sensing she was about to reveal something important, everyone at the tea party leaned in, listening intently. Nicola smiled. The king is delighted. The other noble women laughed along, creating a relaxed and friendly atmosphere. Soon, dust began to settle. Let's return to my carriage first. It will take some time to prepare for our departure, Empress Lashy instructed. Nicola smiled brightly. All right. Lashy smiled and waved, watching as the carriage pulled away. The carriage rolled out of the garden under the beautiful sunset, and Empress Lashy watched it depart, her eyes filled with amusement and a wicked delight. The noble women from the tea party approached, hesitantly asking, Empress Lashy, how did you find it? We did as you instructed. Lashy turned and smiled. Yes, everything went as planned. Well done, everyone. Looking at the women before her, she thought Nina went a little overboard. The noble women breathed sighs of relief, smiling. That's wonderful. We're glad we could be of assistance. Thanks to Empress Lashy, we're finally free from Lady Nina. The noble women seemed genuinely grateful, showering her with thanks. With Nina returning to her country, they want to establish connections with the new royal family. Lashy understood the nature of the nobility, thinking, when I asked them to deceive Nicola for information, I didn't expect them to agree so readily. They even seemed delighted. They were merely threatened by Nina and haven't directly done anything wrong to me. Lashy calculated inwardly while outwardly smiling. Please continue to support me from now on. You won't regret it. The noble women happily nodded their agreement. The Empress had known for a long time that Nicola was loose-lipped. She recalled a noblewoman telling her about rumors concerning Princess Nicola at a banquet her brother had attended. The noblewoman had asked, "The Berry Empire is your homeland, isn't it?" Hearing Nicola mentioned, the Empress had felt a flicker of annoyance, but she had nodded and smiled. Yes, that is my homeland. It must be nice to be so pampered, Nicola. Lashy murmured to herself, picturing Nicola still happily seated in the carriage. The Empress turned to leave. Thank you for the information, my foolish little sister. Though in my past life, I was merely unknowingly used, this time, I will thoroughly and ruthlessly use you. Princess Nicola rode back after the tea party, but when the guards attempted to lead her back to her cell, she panicked. I have to go back to that room. Elder sister said I could go out. Seeing the princess's resistance, the soldiers replied, His Majesty only permitted you to be out for a limited time. Hearing this, Nicola pouted as usual, but a sudden idea sparked in her mind. She said brightly to the soldiers, then I must stay in a room. Take me to elder sister's room. I'm the Empress's family. As this was Princess Nicola, the Empress's sister, the soldiers were in a difficult position, unable to be forceful. They exchanged glances, unsure what to do, but seeming to reach a consensus, they escorted the princess to the Empress's chambers. Her plan a success. Nicola smiled triumphantly. Complete success. She winked playfully at the guard, causing him to blush. Seeing his reaction, Nicola giggled. No one can resist Nicola's charm. As they approached the Empress's room, seeing the grand doors and the maids standing guard, Nicola thought, so this is elder sister's room? It's even better than Nicola's room. She felt a mixture of excitement and envy. I must see what's worth taking before elder sister returns, like that pearl necklace. Nicola thought greedily and was about to enter the room when the maids eyed her warily. But suddenly, the sound of footsteps behind her caught her attention. Standing there was the Emperor, his face expressionless, his voice questioning. Why are you here? The Emperor's powerful presence startled Nicola, but she quickly recovered, curtsying. Your Majesty. Seeing a perfect opportunity, she began to apologize. I was disrespectful before, but before she could finish, the Emperor cut her off. Where is Lashy? Seemingly not hearing his question, Nicola continued. I wanted to reconcile with your Majesty. Could we talk for a bit? While elder sister is away. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and measured. Because you still have value. If you have information that satisfies me, I will listen. Nicola smiled sweetly. Of course, your Majesty. I've heard many things from father, things that even elder sister doesn't know. It's because they love Nicola more than elder sister. What is it? The Emperor's cold voice cut her off again. Nicholas stammered. Panic seized her. I don't really care about politics. Come to think of it, I think I've already said almost everything at the tea party. What should I do? What should I do? In her panic, Nicholas suddenly remembered a secret of the Barry royal family. Right. Did you know elder sister isn't actually father's biological daughter? The unexpected information she blurted out stunned the emperor. Even the guards beside him were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping. Her Majesty isn't of pure blood, but the guard also felt confused and shuddered, thinking, but why would she tell His Majesty this? He's the son of a concubine. His Majesty is also the son of a concubine. It was potentially a sensitive topic, and the emperor wasn't happy with the term son of a concubine. So she's actually not worthy to be married to your Majesty. Nicola is more suitable for the position of Empress of the War Chariot Empire. Elder sister is too stubborn. Amidst the stunned silence of the soldiers and maids, Nicola continued her foolish rambling. So I've started to regret it, your Majesty. I feel sorry for you being deceived by elder sister. She blushed, looking at the emperor. Even now, Nicola wants to treat your Majesty well. Accompanying her words, a gloved hand shot out. The hand grabbed her hair tightly, making her cry out in pain. Oh, what? What? It hurts. Nicola struggled as the emperor, in a fit of rage, lifted her by her hair. The foolish Nicola was subsequently thrown into the dungeon. She shrieked in terror. Where is this? It's so dirty. I don't like it here. The emperor stood outside the bars, looking at her with disgust. If you want me to look at you again, escape with your fire magic. The emperor spoke with a hateful expression. Without even pure golden hair, a trash who didn't inherit magic. The only wife I acknowledge is that woman. Do you understand, you fool? The emperor left, leaving Nicola dumbfounded in the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the garden outside, the empress's elegant carriage arrived at the palace. Empress Lashy stepped out gracefully, but she was surprised to see the person standing before her. It was Emperor Guang, who had been waiting for her. Were you waiting for me? Is something the matter? The empress asked, approaching him. Emperor Guang didn't answer, instead asking, is she really your sister? That insect is your sister. The emperor's words surprised Lashy. Seeing the empress's confusion, the emperor's aide stepped forward to explain. Actually, just now, he then relayed the whole story to the empress. After listening, Lashy couldn't help but laugh. So she's locked up in a cell now. The empress chuckled. I apologize to you on Nicola's behalf. She truly is a fool. The empress's laughter calmed Guang's anger. He said magnanimously, it's a good thing I married you. His words deepened the empress's smile, and she couldn't help but reminisce. At first, this marriage was practically a hostage situation. The empress blushed, a smile playing on her lips. I thought you weren't interested in me. Guang was taken aback by her words. He paused, as if to say something, but no sound came out. Suddenly, he affectionately took the empress's hand. The hand she touched, it feels dirty. He muttered in disgust. His long, strong fingers clasped Lashy's delicate hand. She was still wearing the bracelet he had given her. The maids and guard were once again taken aback. Holding her hand, Guang said, you have to take responsibility and walk with me in the garden. His childish demand stunned the empress for a moment, but then a happy smile bloomed on her face. All right, your Majesty. In the glittering, flower-filled greenhouse within the royal gardens, Claw's voice echoed. Mr. Sasha, the weather is getting cold. Shall we return to our rooms? Sasha, the third concubine, nodded. I suppose so. But suddenly, both of them looked toward something. Alarmed, both women blushed, surprised to see the emperor and empress walking hand in hand into the garden. The empress and His Majesty? They're holding hands. Sasha and Claw panicked, quickly finding a place to hide. Hidden within the bushes, Claw whispered to Sasha, are you all right? This is a rare chance to talk to them. They murmured, their eyes fixed on the empress and emperor. The two girls seemed thrilled by the couple's intimacy. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled them, making them jump. Miss Sasha, what are you doing here? Caught red-handed, the two women stammered, staring at the newcomers. Mr. Sosang and Mr. Matt are here too? Why are you two here? The two butlers chuckled. We're here on His Majesty's orders. He said he wanted to be alone with the Empress, so we had to hide here. In the fairy tale-like garden, the Empress, seated on an ornate swing, began a conversation. You seem to frequent the greenhouse. Lashy smiled, stroking her golden hair. Yes, I love flowers. Sasha is here too. Guang fell silent, his grip on her hand tightening. Feeling a little awkward, Lashy asked, Your Majesty, are you going to keep holding my hand like this? Gowon looked at her and asked, You don't like it? Lashy stammered, Oh no, it's not like that. I truly apologize for Nicola. I heard she spoke out of turn to your Majesty. What did she say? Gowon replied, She said, You aren't of Kimberly blood. Lashy seemed momentarily surprised by the revelation, but not overly shocked or afraid. She sighed, rubbing her forehead. How foolish. She said, I'm just a scapegoat. Speechless at her sister's stupidity, Lashy simply nodded. Yes. Inwardly, she thought, matters of bloodline are top secret. They can become weaknesses against other nations. After a moment of silence, she turned to Gowon, a small smile playing on her lips. Are you disappointed that I'm not of pure berry blood? Gowon didn't answer her question, instead stroking her hair. Seeing you so calm, it seems you knew this already. He inquired gently, one hand still clasped tightly around hers, the other brushing her hair away from her delicate face. I was born the child of concubine. At the time, my father had 10 wives, so I don't particularly care about such things. Gowon softly recounted his past, revealing his secrets, recalling the dynamics of the royal family. The queen's children, including Layla, numbered only 3. The children of concubines, including myself, totaled 13. Concubines were always discarded after giving birth. By the time I became emperor, not even half remained. My mother was also disposed of. Familial affection within the imperial palace seems rather bloody, doesn't it? Listening to Gowon's confession, Lashy mused, He's telling me about his past. So, are the rumors about you killing the previous emperor true? Perhaps the previous emperor deserved to die. After hearing Gowon's story, Lashy fell into contemplation, remaining silent. The truth of the matter isn't important. Neither of us were born to be loved. After a long pause, she finally spoke. That means your Majesty's power was so great that you were chosen even under those circumstances. Lashy asked, smiling. Seeing Gowon's surprised expression, she continued, Isn't that the clearest proof? Though we are only of half-blood, we possess greater power, and that is why we are in this position now. Now, those fools only want to use our magical power for their own selfish gains, and you're merely using them as stepping stones to solidify your throne. In the end, I will reduce them to ashes with this magical fire. Lashy whispered intimately. Perhaps we were destined to meet. She recalled her own lonely, exploited past. This man, too, had always been alone. Don't we need each other? I even have such thoughts. She mused, resting her head against Gowon's strong shoulder. Suddenly, she teased, If you don't like it, you can push me away. Lashy's playful yet tender demeanor captivated Gowon. His hand twitched, but ultimately, he didn't push her away, letting her lean against him. Bathed in the beautiful afternoon sunlight, they nestled close together, surrounded by vibrant flowers, a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Sasha, Claw, and the butlers all blushed, touched by the precious scene. Do we have guests, Your Majesty? Lashy's curious voice echoed through the palace of the War Chariot Kingdom. It's quite unexpected that Nicola was here a short while ago. She glanced at her attendant. Was it someone related to me? The attendant replied, Not exactly. However, I have been ordered by His Majesty to report to Your Majesty, the Empress. This answer gave Lashy pause. So, sharing information with me is also a show of trust. As his partner, did yesterday's events affect him? She recalled her conversation with Gowon. What about Nicola? She asked. The attendant replied, There's been no change with Nicola. Your Majesty, she remains imprisoned, and the guards haven't reported anything unusual. With the Inch Kingdom visiting and their close relationship with Barry, it's best not to reveal any information about the second princess. The attendant dutifully reported everything to Lashy. Hearing Inch Kingdom, Lashy's eyes widened, suddenly remembering the cooperative discussions between the Inch Kingdom and Kimberly from her past life. The timing is perfect. Lashy looked thoughtfully at the attendant. Can you inform His Majesty that I wish to participate as well? The attendant was surprised by the Empress's decision, but quickly agreed. Yes, Your Majesty. I understand. So saying, the Empress called to the butler. He bowed in understanding. Yes, I'll prepare your attire. Lashy rose, her long hair cascading down her back, her figure graceful. She looked beautiful and captivating. In another room, Gowon was conversing with the emissary from the Inch Kingdom. Let us establish a common front with your country. Let us control the Kinchley Kingdom together with the Inch Kingdom. Of course, I promise the War Chariot Kingdom will reciprocate accordingly, the emissary declared, looking at Gowon. Gowon silently read the information provided by the emissary, calculating inwardly. Indeed, agreed. Now that both weaponry and the treasury are plentiful, it's the perfect time to consider an invasion. His attendant and the nearby guards watched him intently. An invasion, a reminder to other nations of the empire's authority. However, this isn't a trustworthy partner. Gowong pondered. Overhearing the conversation, the attendant also thought, the Inch Kingdom not only has no connection to the concubine's homeland, but also has a poor reputation among other nations. Nevertheless, Gowong reasoned, the target nation is weak, so even if they try to obstruct the empire, we won't lose. It's just, what if they try to retaliate with underhanded tactics? Just as Gowong was contemplating, Lashy approached the room. Gowong, having made his decision, said to the emissary, very well, then the reciprocation will be, he didn't finish his sentence. Lashy entered, interrupting, forgive the interruption. May I join you? The beautiful empress inquired. Her graceful demeanor and vibrant red gown, adorned with roses, made her appear both enchanting and enigmatic. In the meeting room, sunlight streaming through the windows, Lashy carefully examined the report brought by the Inch emissary, whispering, just as I thought. She touched her chin, recalling her past life. Exactly the same as before, and just as I predicted. A cryptic smile played on her lips as she addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, please refuse this proposal. She spoke with a sweet smile. Gowong was taken aback by her sudden interjection. The butler and guards seemed equally surprised. The Inch emissary, seated opposite, also startled. What? Please wait, M.O. He was cut short by Lashy. Our empire has no reason to aid the Inch Kingdom, she stated firmly. Gowong, breathing a sigh of relief, agreed. Indeed. Enough. Go back and tell your king that I refuse to offer aid. The emperor's refusal shocked the butler, who had just assumed he would accept. Just as the third concubine said, His Majesty, truly. She's incredible. Faced with the War Chariot Kingdom's resolute refusal, the disappointed emissary dejectedly boarded his carriage and departed. Once he was gone, Gowong asked, what was that about? Why did you refuse? Lashy sipped her warm tea and explained. The Inch Kingdom is deeply connected with the Berry Kingdom. They're a united front, and their goal is to usurp the War Chariot Kingdom's weaponry. Her words stunned both Gowong and the butler. In my past life, the Inch Kingdom also proposed a united front with the War Chariot Empire, but they sold the high-quality weapons provided by the War Chariot to Berry at a low price. They intentionally target weaker nations to gain weapon support from their partners, but this time, they've chosen the wrong target. Recalling her past life, Lashy continued, a faint smile playing on her lips. The Inch Kingdom's king and both princes are infatuated with Nicola. Perhaps they've discovered something. Gowong couldn't help but mutter under his breath. That woman, unbelievable. The emperor's irritated expression at the mention of Nicola's name amused Lashy, causing her to giggle softly. She set down her teacup. Therefore, Your Majesty, I have an important proposal. She looked at Gowong with an alluring yet calculating gaze. Witnessing this, one could only speculate that someone was about to become the victim of her schemes. In the dark, damp, and filthy dungeon, Nicola continued to scream. Hey, let me out. I'll go mad if this continues. I can't stand wearing the same clothes, and I can't stand the stench and filth of this place. Her incessant shouting irritated the guard. His Majesty has forbidden it, so be quiet. Then at least let me return to my previous room. Nicola shrieked. The guard replied, no. Frustrated by her futile cries, Nicola resorted to magic she hadn't used in years. Flame magic. The weak flicker of fire in her hand was a stark contrast to the raging inferno Lashy could summon. She tried repeatedly with the feeble flame, but realized it couldn't even begin to melt the bars. Compared to Empress Lashy's devilish power, how could my meager magic? Nicola wept in despair. The scene shifted back to the beautiful castle of the War Chariot Kingdom, shimmering in the sunlight. Gowong looked at Lashy and asked, wasn't the Inch Kingdom proposing a united front, but you're suggesting cooperating with the enemy nation, Kinchley? Lashy nodded. That's correct. The Kinchley Kingdom is also a transit nation for Bakhan, so we can't say they're completely unrelated. She explained, thinking to herself, in my past life, this was the nation invaded by the War Chariot, accused of attacking Bakhan. Of course, Due to reparations and being targeted by the Inch Kingdom, their national power declined. What a pitiful nation. Lashy quietly considered the information she knew from her past life. Ultimately, in this life as well, they're merely being targeted for being a small nation. After a moment of silent contemplation, Gowong continued, "What do we gain from cooperating with Kinchley? I recall them having nothing but barley." "You're right, Your Majesty. Kinchley only has barley worth considering," Lashy agreed. "But that barley will become a vital food source for the war chariot during winter. Currently, it's just a transit nation for Bakhan. But by lending our strength to those on the brink, we can cultivate a crucial relationship for the future." The emperor and his attendant listened intently as Lashy continued. "Moreover, if the Kinchley kingdom survives by the war chariot empire's army, they won't hesitate to provide anything we ask for, as the fate of their nation hangs in the balance." Lashy leaned closer to Gowong as she spoke. "Not just barley, they'll offer everything we demand." Her tone was laced with confidence, as if everything were already within her grasp. For example, the reparations they're seeking from the Inch Kingdom upon surrender will all belong to our war chariot empire. The attendant trembled, listening to the Empress's profound calculations and chilling plan. From Kinchley's perspective, they'll avoid invasion because of us, so they'll gladly give us everything. Lashy continued, moving towards the window overlooking the garden. "A weak nation with nothing but barley. But unlike the Inch Kingdom," she turned, her gaze meeting Gowong's, her words heavy with meaning. "Unlike the Inch Kingdom, I've heard they're heavily investing in strengthening their military. And this time, Inch is also trying to profit unfairly from the war chariot. So, what is their ultimate goal in attempting to subdue our nation?" Lashy's question hung in the air, her words drawing Gowong into an even more focused attentiveness. "Finally, if we confront the Inch Kingdom, our soldiers won't need to draw their swords," Lashy stated, her gaze sweeping over the attending soldiers. "We won't need to draw our swords because we now possess the finest hostage." A cryptic smile played on her lips. Having listened to Lashy's calculations, Gowong couldn't help but smile. "Understand, you truly are extraordinary." He gazed at the beautiful Empress and softly declared, "I fully support your proposal." This caused the guards and attendants to gasp in astonishment once more. A man of decisive action, Gowong immediately gave the order, "Send someone to the Kinchley Kingdom now." He gestured for Lashy to come closer. "I must be off as well." Lashy turned and approached him. Taking her hand, he murmured, "I will be heading to the Inch Kingdom afterward. It would be even better if you could come along." Hearing this, Lashy settled intimately onto his lap, replying, "If it's with your Majesty, then it would be wonderful." The soldiers, maids, and butlers seemed to have a low tolerance for surprises, as they were once again stunned by the intimate scene. Even the maids blushed crimson, only Butler So-Sang maintaining a semblance of composure. "May I bring my sister along?" Lashy inquired. "You needn't ask. I said I fully support you," Gowong said with a smile. He then waved his hand, commanding the soldiers, "Go to the dungeon and bring Nicola, but treat her gently. Until then, treat her gently, because even the king and both princes of the Inch Kingdom are infatuated with Princess Nicola. She is a valuable hostage against the Inch Kingdom." In the Inch Kingdom, someone exclaimed in disbelief, "The war chariot empire has joined hands with the Kinchley Kingdom." "What happened?" The Inch King roared furiously. "I sent you to form an alliance with War Chariot." The emissary below apologized fearfully. "I have no excuse, Your Majesty." The king clutched his head in panic, muttering, "I thought if it were the belligerent War Chariot, they wouldn't refuse an alliance with us. Why would they cooperate with such a weak kingdom?" Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, shouting in a panicked voice, "Your Majesty, terrible news." His face etched with fear, he cried, "The War Chariot Emperor has marched out with his army. The War Chariot Emperor has marched out and is now heading towards our nation." Everyone in the room, including the king, was stunned by this news. Meanwhile, Gowong and Lashy had already assembled their elite and battle-ready soldiers. The soldiers stormed the Inch Palace, servants and maids scattering in terror. The elite troops lined up perfectly, wielding powerful firearms. "Surrender or war? Which do you choose?" Gowong and Lashy addressed the Inch King coldly. Facing them, a mixture of apprehension, fury, and terror contorted the Inch King's face. Butler Sosang presented a treaty containing the conditions of non-aggression against the Kinchli kingdom and absolute allegiance to the war chariot. Lashy added, in addition to paying reparations, you will also cede a portion of your territory to the war chariot. The king stammered, Teach, this is outrageous. Seeing his panic, Lashy calmly asked, Are you hesitating? If so, she began, a smirk playing on her lips. Gowon gave a knowing nod to his men. Then we must give you some encouragement. The soldiers threw a bound and disheveled Nicola onto the floor. At this sight, the Inch King and his two princes cried out in alarm. Princess Nicola. They looked at Gowon and Lashy in horror. What is the meaning of this? She's a princess of Berry, not even of your bloodline, Empress Lashy. Lashy listened to their frantic questions, only offering a cold smile. I am now part of the war, Chariot Empire. Gowon's voice was glacial. This woman insulted the emperor of the empire and even attempted to kidnap my wife, Empress Lashy. Therefore, she should die. Nicola trembled in fear. I am considering how to execute her. Gowon's cruel words sent a chill down the spines of the Inch King and his princes. Suddenly, one of the Inch princes drew his sword and lunged towards Gowon and Lashy. He raised his sword, roaring as he swung it down. How dare you do this to Princess Nicola? But in that instant, a burst of magical flames erupted, forcing him to recoil with a scream. Recognizing the flames, all eyes stared in horrified fascination. The Berry demons gazed fearfully at the Empress and her magical flames, murmuring that the rumors were true. These reactions brought Berry to Lashy's mind. It seems they don't think of me as a mere sacrificial lamb, she thought. Emperor Gowon coldly commanded, Fire. At his word, a soldier instantly fired, striking the shoulder of the prince who had just drawn his sword. Emperor Gowon looked at the three of them and Princess Nicola, his voice icy. This is my wife, so choose your words carefully. He pointed his sword directly at Princess Nicola. If you surrender immediately to our demands, I will release her. Empress Lashy continued, a faint smile playing on her lips. If you pretend not to see Nicola here, not only will the War Chariot Empire become your enemy, but Berry will as well. Nicola, shocked and terrified, her eyes wide with disbelief, stammered, Sister, you're lying, aren't you? How could you do this? She struggled to maintain her composure as she spoke. Lashy ignored Nicola's cries, indifferent as if she hadn't heard a thing. What will you do? She asked. Finally, the Inch King was forced to sign the treaty. Having obtained the desired treaty, the Emperor and Empress Lashy waved farewell and departed. Turning back, Lashy called out with a smile, Nicola, you've worked hard. The two princes immediately rushed to Nicola's side to support her. Nicola stood stunned for a moment, then cried out, Wait! She ran towards Empress Lashy, wailing dramatically. Clutching the Empress's hand, she pleaded, Sister, please come back to the gentle you that you once were. Though her cries were theatrical, her inner thoughts were, If you leave like this, Father will scold me. Nicola said in a mournful voice, Let's get along like we used to, sister. Nicola's words thoroughly enraged Empress Lashy, her eyes narrowing dangerously. A fierce burst of flames erupted, scorching Nicola, who screamed in pain. Empress Lashy, wreathed in magical flames, looked coldly at her sister and said, Do you still not understand? The flames intensified, and Princess Nicola cried out, Stop, sister, please. Ignoring her agony, Empress Lashy turned and walked away. Emperor Gowon, witnessing this scene, asked, Do you feel better now? He looked at her meaningfully and said, Is that enough? Hearing this, Empress Lashy smiled. Are you making fun of me? She laughed, a sound filled with amusement and delight. Emperor Gowon, standing by her side, laughed as well. Arm in arm, they left the palace with their attendants and soldiers. In the Berry Kingdom, within a beautiful, tree-filled garden, the king's panicked voice rang out. Has Nicola returned? But returned from the Inch Kingdom? Nicola clearly went to the War Chariot Empire. In a royal room inlaid with jewels, gold, silver, and glittering chandeliers. Nicola, having returned to the kingdom, threw herself into the arms of the queen and king, crying, Father, mother, I was so scared. Seeing his beloved daughter weeping so miserably, the worried king asked, Nicola, what happened? Princess Nicola sobbed and complained, Sister was so mean. I did nothing wrong. The queen chimed in, That's why I told you not to go to that dreadful place. But Princess Nicola continued to cry, much to the king's frustration. Prince Eric, who had remained silent, finally spoke up in exasperation. All right, explain quickly. If you keep crying like this, how can anyone understand what happened? Hearing this, Nicola began to tell her story in broken sobs. Then I was burned. The emperor, he just mistreated me, didn't give me any pearls. Not only did she return with dyed blonde hair, but she also locked Nicola in a dungeon. This is pure war chariot savagery. The king listened to his daughter's tale, these thoughts running through his mind. But Nicola's words were likely exaggerated. Just then, a guard entered, delivering a letter from the Inch Kingdom, interrupting the king's thoughts. Your Majesty, this is a letter from the Inch Kingdom regarding the recent situation with second Princess Nicola. Hearing the contents of the letter being announced, Princess Nicola gasped, covering her mouth in fear. The king and queen reached out to take the letter, their expressions serious as they began to read. Let me see. Meanwhile, a frightened Princess Nicola quietly attempted to slip out of the room. The king's shocked and astonished cry followed. Nicola covered her ears, chanting to herself, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. The king's voice grew louder, laced with increasing anger. Because of Nicola, the Inch Kingdom surrendered. Therefore, they demand appropriate compensation to cover the losses incurred from this matter. The king murmured, his hands trembling as he read the letter. He collapsed onto the sofa, burying his face in his hands. How did things turn out like this? The scene shifted back to the war chariot empire. The castle stood majestically under the starlit night sky. Butler Sosang opened the door, inviting the empress inside. Empress Lashy, dressed in a beautiful, soft pink gown, walked in, smiling. It's autumn now, Your Majesty. Suddenly, she noticed the emperor and remarked in surprise, Your Majesty, have you changed back to your old hairstyle? The emperor, his expression unreadable, explained softly, I instructed the barber. Lashy chuckled lightly. I see. She looked at the emperor's new hairstyle, teasing playfully, It's a shame. I preferred your previous hairstyle. Hearing her words, Emperor Guang simply responded with a quiet then sat down to have dinner with her. The empress smiled at him, and the two ate in silence. The attendants stared intently at the emperor, seemingly anticipating something. Morning arrived quickly, and Empress Lashy played with her beloved dogs in the sunny, breezy garden. Meanwhile, Emperor Guang, holding a cup of tea, watched the empress from an upstairs window. Behind him stood Butler Sosang, a wry smile on his face. From the courtyard, Empress Lashy noticed Emperor Guang's gaze. She smiled at him, murmuring, he changed his hairstyle again. Butler Sosang added. Empress Lashy turned to him, asking, You noticed too? The butler, playing with the two dogs, replied, Of course, Your Majesty. Since you said that was your preference, His Majesty was bound to change it. Empress Lashy seemed taken aback by these words. She looked up at the man upstairs. Preference? He has a cute side too. In his study, Emperor Guang carefully studied a map of the region. He rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Invading Barry, Lashy was originally Barry's hostage. I want to plan the destruction of Barry in the shortest time, with minimal casualties. The mere fact that the second princess wanted to bring Lashy back means Barry still wants her. She has become a sacrificial lamb. Even if she is an exceptionally capable woman, just like I was before, a sacrificial lamb. Regardless of what she's called, simply being Barry's hostage is enough. If they value the first princess's life, they will surrender. If they receive that letter, they will be forced to make a choice. But if they surrender, will she come back? Will she choose to stay here or return to Barry? Which way will the scales tip? But no, that won't do. The emperor resolutely cut off his train of thought. There are many ways to utilize a hostage, so there's no need to choose that option. He recalled the beautiful image of the empress playing in the garden. In his study, Emperor Guang continued his calculations using the map. Before, the empress said she wanted to have everything with me. Both attendants were present at that moment. When both our emperor and empress agreed on attacking the Inch Kingdom, our empire's elite forces. Recalling the empress's past words and the situation, the empress sighed softly. What a terrifying opponent. Time rewound to a past life when Nicola was the empress, screaming incessantly in a closed room. Why is this happening? Why did you lock me in this place and leave? She yelled. pounding on the door. The voice that came from outside startled Nicola. "These are His Majesty's orders, so please remain quiet, Your Majesty. The Emperor has ordered that the hostage be confined until the Berry Kingdom surrenders. The demands to the Berry Kingdom should be made accordingly, correct?" An attendant asked in the study. Emperor Guang, reviewing the relevant documents, nodded. "That's right. In truth, I wanted to further bolster our military strength before taking action. But if winter comes, we won't be able to avoid fuel shortages, and the situation will become even more difficult. Now that the Colby Iron's oil supply has been cut off, we must target nations that can be conquered with a low budget. We can't move when winter arrives, so this is the optimal time to wait for a response. Until the snow melts, if there's no response, we should at least send the hostages' finger and see their reaction." The Emperor gazed at the snowy landscape outside, lost in thought. Then he instructed his subordinate, "Regardless of what Barry does, as long as we hold the hostage, we have the upper hand." Hearing the soldier's words, Empress Nicola was shocked. "So he married me for this." The scene returned to the present, accompanied by a knock from Butler Sosang. "Oh, I apologize for the delay." Empress Lashy entered the room, wearing a close-fitting, mysterious black dress. "I changed my clothes, so it took a bit of time." "Have you been waiting long?" she asked the Emperor with a smile. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect him to call me here today." The man sat silently on the sofa. The Empress continued, "What did you call me here for this time?" The Emperor remained silent, gesturing for her to sit. Empress Lashy did so, thinking, he still hasn't mentioned the matter he couldn't speak about during our last meal. Has some kind of emergency occurred recently? He's not only been consistently sharing information, but he's also been frequently including me in public events. Is this the same sort of thing? But the Emperor seemed to have no intention of speaking, and silence filled the room. Still without an answer, Empress Lashy began to ponder the reason for her summons. "I wonder if Barry has caused some trouble," but Nicola returned safely. "You changed your hairstyle for some reason, and I'm glad." Empress Lashy said, "Try to find a topic of conversation." But her words and playful tone were only met with the man's contemplative silence. The awkwardness made Empress Lashy think, "Say something. Why are you so quiet? Did something serious happen around this time in my past life?" Empress Lashy searched her memories, hoping to find some clue. Suddenly, she realized, in my past life, this was autumn. That's when the news of Nicola becoming a hostage of the war Chariot Empire arrived. "There's something," the Emperor suddenly spoke, interrupting Lashy's thoughts. He handed her a thick document. "I want to talk about the role I initially intended for you to play," the Emperor said, his gaze fixed on Lashy, "before you spoke about Bai Jiang and my true purpose for requesting a divorce from Barry." Empress Lashy slowly reached out and took the document the Emperor had placed on the table. The aide was stunned by the Emperor's words. Is he really going to tell her? "I must tell you everything." Empress Lashy listened, silently looking at the words on the document. It was the plan to defeat the Berry Kingdom, prepared in advance by the Emperor and his aide. The Emperor's voice continued. "To make you a hostage and a diplomatic tool with Barry, I requested a divorce." The surrounding guard were shocked, thinking, "What is he thinking?" revealing everything to her directly. The aide was also worried, as the reason for the Emperor's marriage to Barry was a truth known only to a few within the War Chariot Empire. Even if she's the Empress, if Lashy learns the truth that she was originally meant to be a hostage, can her current relationship with His Majesty be maintained? The aide worried silently. Even so saying, Empress Lashy's usually calm butler couldn't help but watch her expression as she heard this news. But suddenly, laughter rang out, stunning him. The Emperor, hearing the laughter, was also utterly taken aback. It was Empress Lashy, having just finished reading the document, who was laughing. She chuckled for a moment, then looked at the Emperor, responding with a slightly flustered, "I apologize for my rudeness." Before the Emperor could speak, she continued, a smile playing on her lips. "So now, what is it you wish me to do, Your Majesty?" Empress Lashy's calm, even slightly playful demeanor astonished the guards and butlers. Even the usually impassive Emperor hadn't anticipated such a reaction. It completely defied his expectations. "Surely, this is the true purpose of this conversation, isn't it, Your Majesty?" she said, stroking her hair with a radiant smile. Seeing her reaction, the Emperor couldn't help but smile himself. He pulled a dagger from his pocket. "Let us begin," he said, plunging the blade into the heart of Barry on the world map. It was a declaration of war. Wind howled through the windows, rattling the bare branches outside. Inside, cups of hot tea sat on the table, where Empress Lashy sat with the Emperor and two butlers. The plans for the invasion of the Berry Kingdom lay on the table, written on pages compiled into a thick stack. The Berry Kingdom is located in the center of the continent, Empress Lashy observed, studying the map. The War Chariot Empire relies on resources from other nations, so Berry has always held the power to permit trade between countries. This means that without Berry's permission, trade is restricted. That is Berry's undeniable strength. In my past life, due to the attack on the Baijiang ships and the subsequent ban on oil imports, the War Chariot Empire faced resource shortages. This time, acquiring those things isn't a problem. However, Empress Lashy trailed off, lost in thought. We have secured more supplies than planned, the Empress began, especially through trade with Julian and the oil supply from Colby Iron, and the precious pearls mined in Baruto, including the recent contributions from the third consort and Secretary Bai. It could be said that this is currently a golden age for our empire. Empress Lashy smiled faintly, thinking, most importantly, the Baijiang ships are also safe. The Emperor, watching her, continued, but to ensure the future stability of the War Chariot, we need to break free from our dependence on Berry. Every time we pass through Berry, we have to pay an enormous transit fee, and I'm no longer willing to pay such absurdly large sums. These people even impose taxes on allied nations that they don't levy on other countries. Emperor Gowong's voice was laced with cold criticism for Berry. So, regardless of the military cost of invasion, bringing them under our control will be more beneficial in the long run. However, the truth is that we are not yet fully equipped for a full-scale invasion. The Emperor looked intently at Empress Lashy. So I give you the choice. Should we launch a direct military invasion or implement a policy of intimidation? Empress Lashy, her beautiful face betraying little emotion, thought intimidation. But before she could answer, the Emperor interrupted her. You needn't overthink it. If it's you holding Berry's weakness, they will be forced to surrender. It's an inevitable outcome. Emperor Gowong rose as he spoke. Consider it carefully, and then act as you see fit, just as you have contributed to our empire thus far. He approached her, placing his hand on the back of her chair. Command our armies, trample them underfoot. Take their heads as trophies if you wish. That trash of a woman, too, of course. If not, use her to your heart's content. Making her a slave wouldn't be bad either. Those family members who used you as a sacrifice will repay with their entire kingdom. The Emperor murmured close to the Empress's ear. With an enigmatic smile, I will take care of it, so do as you please. Empress Lashy remained seated, silent and contemplative. After a moment, she spoke. Your Majesty, she began, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as she gently caressed his face. Those words make my heart race more than any sweet nothings ever could. I never thought he'd give me the choice, Lashy thought, then whispered intimately in his ear, thank you. Empress Lashy's actions seemed to stun the Emperor, inexperienced as he was in matters of the heart. After a moment of contemplation, he straightened. Let us dine together tonight, he declared. Think it over, and give me your answer then. The Emperor adjusted his cravat and stood. The surrounding soldiers were astounded. Such an important decision to be made by tonight? A close attendant thought. His Majesty is waiting for someone else to make the decision. This is the utmost consideration for the Empress. Empress Lashy rose, a smile gracing her lips. I understand, Your Majesty, she replied, then excused herself and left the room with her butler. The Emperor stood with his back to everyone, piquing the soldier's curiosity. His Majesty's face is slightly flushed. It seems he isn't as calm as he appears. What should we do? Our Emperor is still quite inexperienced in matters of the heart. The scene shifted again. Empress Lashy soaked in a hot bath, her long hair shimmering. Not only did he give me the decision, but he also gave me time to consider it. She savored the warmth seeping into her skin, then looked towards the wall and asked softly, what do you think of His Majesty? Butler So Sang, standing guard behind the screen, replied, I have no particular thoughts, but I feel fortunate that you, Lashy, have met His Majesty, the Emperor of the War Chariot Empire. Hearing this, Empress Lashy slowly tucked her lustrous hair behind her ear, murmuring, is that so? As you please, then. She recalled the Emperor's ambiguous words and intimate gestures. As you please. Of course, I also want to invade Berry. After soaking for a while longer, the Empress rose to change, her silhouette behind the screen both alluring and innocent. Though she yearned to destroy Barry, she recalled the brutal war she had experienced in her past life. But if war breaks out, soldiers on both sides will inevitably die, Lashy thought as her maids dressed her. And the volunteers who sacrificed themselves for the war chariot in my past life, they were truly brave warriors willing to give their lives for their country. While death in war is unavoidable, even so, the Empress sat quietly, allowing her butler to dry her hair. She gazed out the window at the beautiful autumn leaves. Dressed in an elegant gown, Empress Lashy continued to stare out the window, lost in thought. Glancing at the clock within the room, she noted, "It's almost time for dinner." "It's harder to decide than I thought," she sighed. "The choice the Emperor gave me, invasion or intimidation, it's a dilemma. I'm conflicted. Regardless, my utter hatred for Barry remains unchanged," Lashy affirmed, recalling the faces of those from the Barry Kingdom. She sipped her tea as she pondered. Finishing the tea offered by her butler, Lashy continued to gaze out the window. If I choose invasion, there will be casualties on the war chariot side as well." Lashy looked down at the soldiers guarding the garden below. She recalled the soldiers who had once protected her. War inevitably involves sacrifice, but those soldiers are incredibly loyal to protecting me, the Emperor, and the imperial family. The soldiers in the garden, noticing the Empress watching them from the window, paused their duties and, smiling, offered her a respectful salute. "Barry will certainly play the victim and appeal to its allies," the Empress mused, considering the Barry ruler's personality and methods. "And the war chariot will undoubtedly be seen as the villain by everyone." That doesn't seem to be a problem." She smiled and waved back to the soldiers. Suddenly, the Empress's gaze sharpened. While she accepted the war chariot's role as the villain, she couldn't tolerate Barry receiving sympathy from its allies. That nation doesn't deserve such protection. Nicola, Eric, their parents, they'll all play the victim until the very end. Even at the moment of their bloody execution, the foolish citizens of Barry will blindly believe in the royal family's innocence. So I don't want them to die suddenly and unfairly. I want them to face a miserable demise, just like I did. Empress Lashy's eyes darkened, brimming with murderous intent. The Emperor finally gave me a choice. "So which is the best option?" She recalled the Emperor's words. "Well then, this is your revenge." "As you please." Those words had stunned her at the time. "So what should I choose?" Lost in thought, the Empress's gaze fell upon the bracelet the Emperor had given her, the one he'd instructed her never to remove. Lashy gently grasped the bracelet in her arm. Something brought a happy blush to her face. She glanced at her two pet dogs, who'd been anxiously watching her. Butler Sosang poured a cup of vibrant, precious red tea. He offered the tea to the Empress, saying, "I offered this tea to Master Sos this morning, and he enjoyed it very much." Both dogs were captivated by the aroma of the precious tea. Empress Lashy slowly lifted the cup and took a sip. She smiled with satisfaction. "Indeed, it is fragrant." She set the cup down, her choice made. "Yes, this isn't my past life, and I'm not that girl who was condemned and abandoned by everyone with nowhere to turn. Revenge is important, but wouldn't it be a waste not to take advantage of every opportunity?" she murmured, stroking her beloved dogs. Night quickly enveloped the castle. During dinner, the Emperor, seated across from the Empress, inquired about the afternoon's matter. "Have you made your decision?" Empress Lashy smiled and nodded. "Yes." She raised her glass of sparkling red champagne, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. "Your Majesty, let us invade. As the Empress of the War Chariot, I will cooperate fully, whether it be with intelligence or powerful magic." The Emperor slowly raised his glass, drinking with her, relieved to find his prediction correct. But the Empress continued, her smile unwavering. "We will invade, however." As the Emperor and his aide watched, she continued, "However, since this is a rare opportunity, I have a proposition." Emperor Gowong asked casually, "Do you want to take the Queen or the Prince hostage this time?" Empress Lashy shook her head. "No, before the War Chariot Empire declares war, there's something I want to do." "What is it?" Gowong asked intently. Empress Lashy smiled enigmatically, her lips like ripe cherry blossom petals. "The King and Queen of Barry, and the Princess and Prince. I want to ruin their reputations, Lashy declared, a cruel smile spreading across her face as she poured her wine onto the floor like spilled blood. Under the shocked and fearful gazes of the servants, she continued, I will have their names forever recorded in Barry's history as an indelible disgrace to that nation, to be spat upon and condemned by the people. An eternal stain on Barry. She saw a flicker of amusement in the Emperor's eyes. A stain that can never be erased. That is the first step of my revenge. Empress Lashy's chilling words echoed, a dark omen of what awaited the Barry royal family.